Alright. There we go. Well, I mean, this already looks better. We'll see how it holds up. Okay. Hang on a sec. Gotta get all the chats and everything going again. Get the dono link for all the donos. Donos. What are you doing? I'm just hearing the fan go like revving up, like it's doing huge, heavy processing of doom. Seriously? Neighbors' squeaky pipes. Well, actually, all our pipes are squeaky, but there's a trick to them. There's a trick to them. If you, it's one of those ones you gotta turn and then pull out for the water. If you, it'll sometimes start screaming like that if it's like on full blast. You just push it in a little bit, and then it'll stop doing that. So, and yes, Croatin, getting back to what we were saying, synergy sounds eargasmic. He said yes. I thought of you because I know you love that meaty, bassy analog synth sound. Well, synergy is full of that. There's so much, and I'm sure you would enjoy it. In fact, I was enjoying revisiting it so much that I thought maybe we'll do like, kind of like I did at those goth nights, do like a 70s new age analog synth night or something, and I could put some synergy in there. I mean, we could just do all synergy, or we could do all Vangelis, or whatever. Some other great composers too, like Kitaro, of course, Jean-Michel Jarre, French composer. A lot of you probably know his music. A lot of old BBC Radiophonic Workshop stuff, and just like, Gershon Kingsley and Wendy Carlos, just pioneers of electronic music. I've got all of it, man. I've got so much, and it would be fun to kind of, go back and listen to some of the all-time greats from those, and I'm sure a lot of stuff you guys have never heard before that you don't even know how much you're gonna love it. So maybe we'll do that one night, just like a chill night. Get some weed, get high, and just listen to just go on a cosmic voyage through incredible analog synth. Oh, God, that would be amazing. We'll do like 4 hours. You like that idea, Carlton? All right, I will start planning that. It's great because I remember with Synergy, he started off doing stuff that was kind of it kind of feels like classical music in a way. I think partly because there was another album that Wendy Carlos, the composer who did the soundtrack for the original Tron, actually, trans composer from the 60s. Yeah, she just didn't fucking care. Like, yeah, I am what I am. Just listen to the music and fuck off. And her music is absolutely incredible. Definitely one of the pioneers of electronic music, big time. So anyway, Wendy Carlos did this album, which I also have on vinyl, called switched on Bach, and it was Moog synthesizer renditions of classic Bach pieces, and it was incredible. It's like considered one of the all-time great electronic music albums. So when Synergy came along, about not even 10 years, maybe like 6 or 7 years later, with his first album, he did an album called Electronic Realizations for Rock Orchestra. And in this case, it's not all like, you know, existing classical stuff. He did his own stuff, but in a kind of classical style and with just like crazy electronic soundscapes, and it's just amazing. Switched on Bach sounds blasphemous but cool. Yeah, I'll see what I have digitally, and whatever I don't have, I'll find, because I know it's all out there somewhere. Maybe see if I can find some higher quality versions. But yeah, I'm sure most of them had CD releases eventually. I know all of Synergy stuff was eventually released on CD. Some of it seems to be quite limited, though. I was just kind of out of curiosity looking up what was available. And a couple of them that I have on vinyl, the CDs go for like $200 fucking dollars. I'm like, yeah, no. I already own the albums. I'll just get the MP3s for now, and then we'll wait for a re-release on CD or something. But yeah. Anyway, that was the rabbit hole I went down. And one day I will take you all through that rabbit hole as well, and we'll have a good time. So much money. Yeah, well, and most of them, like the ones that were still available, were like under, were like, you know, $12, $15, $20. And that's reasonable for a CD. I'll pay that for a CD. But $200, I don't care like how out of print it is. I'm not paying $200 for anything. Well, not a CD, certainly. Maybe like a frickin' box set of movies that's like 30 movies or something. There's a couple of box sets I bought recently that were in or above that range, but it's a little more justified there because you're getting like 32 or whatever beautifully remastered transfers of these obscure movies, and you know, that's fine. That's justified. But a single album of like 40 minutes of music, like, come on. $200. Ridiculous. Yeah, I'll pay $200 if I have $10,000 in disposable income. Exactly. It's like, if I'm so rich that that is pocket change to me and I just wouldn't care or miss it, then yeah, of course. Why not? That's a whole different tier of living. So, I got a little taste of that when the first wave of the inheritance money came in, and that's why I jumped on some of those big, expensive box sets that I knew I would literally never be able to get at any other time in my life. So I was like, it's now or never. So we'll just get them now, and then, you know, when the rest of the money comes in, we'll put all that in the savings. But, yeah. And in the meantime, we're going to sell a whole bunch of shit. But between then and now, and concurrently therewith, we need to do all the updates of all the stuff that we got during those crazy months. And that's what we're working on today. In the meantime, which just feels like it's never going to end. Do we lose everybody on YouTube? Hey, YouTube! I don't know how to contact them. Are they still sitting in the old chat? Because the old chat will stay up. It's YouTube chat. Who knows? Latin constantly berating people in YouTube chat just for existing in YouTube chat. God, those filthy, stinking YouTube chat people. I scoff. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of putting some of these together into, like, because there's a few of them that if I keep them thematic, the updates will be literally like 1 or 2 items, or 2 or 3 items. But, fuck it. Let's milk the content. Have you heard that many different Monty Python shows and movies are on Tubi right now? Nope. Because I don't pay attention to any of that. I don't care. I have them all. I'm good. Actually, there are a couple of the movies I still need to get, but I mean, I'm only interested in getting them on, Blu-ray or 4K. I don't care what streaming services they're on. But it's great for those of you who don't have any of them. Enjoy. Yeah, I got the Blu-ray set of Flying Circus, which is amazing. I need to watch more of it. Rosie and I were watching it, and a while back, and we watched a bunch of episodes when I first got it, and I was like really high when we watched one of them, and it was an episode where there's like this part in the middle where it's just this explosion of Terry Gilliam animated madness, and it's like nothing makes any sense. It's just like so stream of consciousness and just insane. It's just like paper cutout people flying all over the screen, and like there's just all this trippy craziness happening, and I was just watching it like, what the hell is even happening right now? It was glorious. I definitely recommend watching that show, High Out of Your Mind. That's great. I gotta watch more of them. Such a great show. And, there's a few of the movies that have been out of print on Blu-ray for a while, and at least one that hasn't even had a Blu-ray release. At least that I've seen. And now for something completely different, which is basically, sort of their best of sketches from Monty Python, from Flying Circus, but they redid them all for the movie, shot them all on film and stuff like that. And it was great. It was actually my introduction to a lot of those sketches, too. I did record it off TV many moons ago, and I don't know how many times I rewatched that thing. It was great. But I have a really nice Blu-ray edition of Holy Grail and Meaning of Life. The one I think I don't have, conspicuously, is Life of Brian. And the only reason I don't is because at the time that I was shopping for Monty Python stuff, Life of Brian was out of print. I think there's a Region B release that's still available. And now that region coding isn't as much of a concern for me, i.e. it is of no concern whatsoever, I might look into that. I might check Amazon UK at some point and see what they've got. But I've got most of the big stuff. Flying Circus was like the big one for me. I didn't want to miss out on that. So yeah, good stuff. But yeah, Monty Python's great. Love Monty Python. What are we gonna do? Right? How are we doing this before? So. This. Where the hell is Rose? It just occurred to me. She's not here. Well, she goes... She plays Magic the Gathering. She has a group of friends that she plays with here in town. And inevitably, whenever she goes to play, they usually hang out for a while after. And sometimes she ends up spending the night at a friend's place or her boyfriend's place. They broke up, by the way. But, yeah. Maybe she'd take care for those kitties. What? Well, no, she's not here. Now, I did have a shower earlier. I don't know if she, was knocking on the door while I was in the shower. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. She messaged me on Facebook. She said she'll be home soonish. An hour ago. Anyway. Such is life as a teen. A whole fucking hour ago. Again, such is life as a teen. Yes. Yes, quite. Indeed. So this, and then... Let's see. Right, and then this one... we had moved over. Way. This, fuck's sake, let's go like that. Yeah, there we go. See how much give we have with this cord. Actually looks pretty good. So, this one in here. Ow. That was my knee and or elbow. I couldn't quite tell. It was just a big cracking. The crackening. Do that.
Bluetooth mode.
Yeah, it looks okay. Decent one. Turn this around. There, that's a little better. Whoa. What are you doing? Very good. actually, I gotta see what the range is of the camera here. See how much of the background. Let's see. Are we just going low like this, or no? I'm gonna go about medium height, I think. So the other reason I wanted the camera over there was to kind of just keep it out of the way, you know, because otherwise the cord here ends up being like strung across here, and like I'm, you know, like the first time we did it when I had you guys like more over to the side here next to my camera. It meant that that cord was like strung right across this area and getting in the way of the light and everything, and it was just awful. All right. Why are you turning so fast again? Hold on. Must use the app. Oh, there she is. Hi. How's it going?
Yeah.
Welcome home. No, not the camera. Getting the child coming home.
Oh, hi.
That shot might have come out a little blurry. Yeah, you think? Anyway, just random pictures of Rose.
Also, when I texted you that I was, like, gonna be home soon, I left, like, 10 minutes after that message.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's just, like, a half-hour walk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There. I think it's because it unplugged. It reset a bunch of the settings. It kept it remembers the colors. Oh my God, Church! Why are you suddenly up and alive and looking around?
Hi, Scritchy Scratchy, big boy.
Yep. Hello.
Hi. That was a bad idea.
Why? Just staying out so late?
No.
No. Is it very blue?
I'm blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da.
Yeah, like I wouldn't mind it rotating so fast if it wasn't like. Like I'm sure that will. Can I turn it up a little bit? Like 50.
I'm gonna lay down.
Alright, you go lay down. Go keep mommy company. Good boy, Church. Good boy.
Come on.
Good boy.
Church. Oh, hi, baby.
Seems to be okay. Alright, we'll leave it at 50%. Yeah, because then you get a little more visible rotation of the stars in the background. But it's like tick, 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 tick. About 40. It's like it gets to a certain point, it's fine, and then it starts ticking again. I'm gonna have to get a new one of these. I don't even know if you guys will hear that. What's he doing? What are you doing? Oh, plastic. What is your fascination with plastic, Cat? You just want to choke to death?
He grabbed it out of my garbage bin and then ran down the hallway. Ah!
Light?
Do you need help?
No, it's fine. It's just, it's cheap and shitty and being annoying.
Okay.
She doesn't seem to tick as bad with that angle. I'm just wondering. It does if we... Of course, now cats are awake because Rose came home and yeah, great. It's alright, we got a little bit of time to set up here anyway, so... Alright. That should be fine. You guys can't really even see that, but yeah. Okay, excuse me, church, I need you out of my way. I know you're like all hyper now because things are happening. Oh my god. Activity is occurring. Lift it up. Put it on the box. Okay, can you lean back, please? Thank you. Seriously, there isn't one like in the middle? Oh my god. If I take this off. Oh my god, church, don't start. I swear to God. See, that would be perfect. But I can only do this or this. Church, go chew on yourself somewhere else, please. I mean, I guess that'll do. Yeah, the problem is, like, we're going to be getting into the stuff where I need a certain level of control over the environment, i.e. want better production value than just a box opening. So, yeah. Hey, Funk. Hey, Queen. You know, if you wouldn't lick off the spray every time, you wouldn't be so damn itchy, you dumb animal. It's now midnight, right now. Yes, it is. Correct. You are able to tell time. Most impressive, indeed.
Ha! Stop licking!
Huh?
Clips. Stop licking.
Out of the way. Don't even think about it, church. Seriously. I don't want you attacking all my decorations. Can you... This way. God. Can you move this down a bit? Just a smidge. Okay. She needs to be more. What's her body? Doesn't really have a body. I can't really rotate the skeleton's hands to like kind of be wrapped around her, but yeah. I can get you to sit up more. There. Oh, not that far. Fine, do that. You guys even, I'm sure you can kind of see. Oh yeah, you can see what's going on there. So I'm going to take a look and kind of see where we're at in the camera here. Get it out of your system, church. Oh shit, we don't have a card in it. Hold on. Yeah, I know. Just hold on.
You want one of those marshmallow things?
Huh?
Here's my cups.
Do I what?
You want a little marshmallow thing?
I don't know what kind of marshmallow
Washy.
thing is it. Crap. Here. Oh, thank you. Realize there was two marshmallow thing.
Oh, there's the camera. I was trying to find it.
Mm-hmm.
Yum. Yum. Don't eat it all, church.
He just ate a bunch too.
Okay, you get your big butt out of the way. Come on. Come on, let Eclipse eat. Stop staring at the food. There you go, sweetie.
Alright, let me just see. It's like, but I'm hungry. I ate a whole 5 minutes ago. Iced tea.
Yeah.
We did some more grocery shopping today. Well, Rose did for us. Basically been...
Thank God I ran into Lynn.
Yeah. We've been getting a lot of stuff at the dollar store, just kind of stocking up. A lot of non-perishable items. They had tuna. Actual, like, good tuna. Might be time to give those their first ever proper dusting. I'll try not to kill them. Oh my God. Hold on. Jeepers. Giant fluffs. Ugh. So the local dollar store has stuff that ranges in price from $1.50 to $3. All of those items are cheaper there than they are at the supermarket. So I noticed that they've been getting a lot more name brand stuff in. I suspect that might be U.S. brands. They're currently just collecting dust on the shelves in the supermarkets, so they're being offloaded to the dollar stores. So what that means is for those of us looking to stock up a little bit, we can stock up on, you know, quality name brand items without spending too much. I was quite excited to see they had tuna, like actual proper name brand tuna, the good stuff. So we got like literally 12 cans of that. Probably gonna get some more. They had a whole bunch of Chef Boyardee, so we got some of that. They had a whole bunch of like Nature Valley granola bars, so we got a bunch of those. They had like full size boxes of Cheerios, various flavors. So we got a couple boxes of Honey Nut Cheerios. Yeah, and then I'm probably gonna get some more of the like the powdered milk, just so that we have something. I mean, it's not as good as the regular stuff, but you know, it's fine for cereal and whatnot. So, and it keeps forever. So, yeah. So that's basically the idea. Is you know, because the world is in a state of turmoil right now, and you never know what way things are going to go. And B, just generally to have, you know, things in the cupboard for food, for the, you know, the slim parts of the month, like the first couple weeks of every month, which are always tight. I was like, let's actually prepare for that this time. So when April rolls around, we'll have, we'll at least have a lot of canned stuff and whatnot that we can use if we need to. So that's kind of the idea, is just to kind of, when means provide, just stock up, you know, and keep stocking up far more than, not to the point where we're like hoarding a bunch of stuff, but I mean, just so we have what we need to get us by for a little while, you know. So, yeah. Yeah, stock up on the fascist brands, that's right. Nice big box of Fascistos. That's my favorite cereal. And thank you, Glenn. I'm working on it. It'll be a little cooler when we get it properly set. It's kind of annoying me that I can't quite get the angle right. I think part of it is I need to move Emily over a little bit because I think, I think the skeleton chair and Emily were tighter in to like the framing of where I am here. You can see everybody fine, but yeah. And I don't like the angle of the light on the coffin. Let me see how the height is, though. Like, how's the height? That's the main thing. I was having trouble just getting it visible before. Let me look here. Yeah, so if we end up going down like that... Oh my God, church. Like... I swear you cats do not need to lick as much as you do. Yeah, that seems to be good. But yeah, I'll definitely need to move that over. I also don't like the angle for the ghost girl. She's looking over this way. I would much prefer for her to be staring into the soul of the viewer from the background. You know, that's kind of what we want here. So we're going to try the other angle, maybe. Just put her there. How's that? Let's see where her eye line goes. That might be pretty close, actually. Hold on, I'm just going to floof that a bit. She's looking at me, or is she looking at the camera? That's pretty close. How's our battery? Oh, battery's good. Battery's good. The other one's charged, so. Only we had a savior. Spider-Man. What was it? Spooderman. That's what it was. Spooderman. Yeah, the meme. Some of those are pretty funny. It's like a cozy man cave. Yeah. But because the idea is, I want to kind of start showcasing the horror section more and doing more stuff in there. Not just in preparation for Halloween, but just generally. Quite a lot of cool stuff in there that I can do videos about. But, also having Emily and the skeleton and everything there helps conceal the disaster that's on the table there, which is all stuff we need to do for updates. Mostly. There's a few other just random things in there that I was watching, but, yeah. So, height on the coffin is good. Yeah, I think that's good. We just got to move everybody over a little bit. Alright, well, I'm going to just take a short breather here from the setup. Once we get it set up and locked in, then we can just film. And try to get as much of this done tonight as possible, because I never want to have to set all that up again. Not until I get more Doctor Who stuff 6 months from now, and then we'll do another 12 updates. But And gotta wait for you two to finish, like, chewing on every inch of your bodies. What are you doing? Now you're just being all floppy and cute. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? You being all floppy? Floppy boy? He does that. He just goes flop. And then he's like, pet me, pet me, pet me. But he, like, gets too hyper. So you go to pet him. You go to reach in to pet. And he'll, like, slice. Like, I don't know how well you can see this. It's healing up now, but look what happened to my hand the other day. Can you even see that? It's hard to get a light on it. But anyway, there's a scratch there. And that was, like, literally right before we started filming all the unboxings the other day. Literally right before. I was about to press record. And, you know, was just trying to get Church out of the way. And he got all floppy and hyper and lovey. And, you know, took a swat at my hand. And broke the skin. And went right across about 3 veins. Didn't slice through the veins, thankfully, but broke the skin anyway. Sharp. He uses the scratching posts a lot more than Eclipse too. So he likes to keep his claws as ridiculously razor sharp as he possibly can. So it just goes like, that's it, and you're bleeding everywhere. It's that sudden. From perfectly intact skin to tatters and bloody mess. That's it. That's all it takes. You're doomed. So, yeah. And now you're licking yourself again. Thing is, we're sure they don't have fleas. We haven't seen any fleas around. Rose combs them. No fleas. I think it's just some kind of skin irritation or something. I don't know. Maybe it is fleas. Maybe we don't find them because he keeps eating them. They're crunchy. If I can I turn you guys a little more? Oh, actually I can turn you a lot. This is just the built-in pivot on the camera itself. It's actually gives you quite a lot of maneuverability. Yeah, that's better. Now you can really see what I'm doing. Good. Yeah, that works. Very good. Let me just turn this other light off and we'll see how everything looks in the background. This is another reason I'm filming at night, is so that we have control over the lighting. Church, put a sock in it. You're done. You're just making your itches worse, dude. Seriously, knock it off. Okay, come on. Psst, psst, psst. Out of there. Come on. Where you go? Thank you. It's when the, like, spray drool comes out that, you know, yeah, no, that's enough. You're just doing some quiet licking. That's one thing, but when you're like spraying drool all over yourself, very audibly. Great, now you just went over by the door. Seriously, Church? Maybe I should just make a sandwich until they calm down. Anyway, let's see how that lighting looks. See, it looks like even spookier with the... Whoa! Emily's eyes look crazy. That's for me. That's not how they actually look. Oh, no. They're... Yeah. Whoa! Alright, anyway. They don't look like that in here. They only look like that for you guys. It's like the freaking, the webcam just can't handle it. Oh, hold on, we started recording. Oops. Wow. What? What are you complaining about? Hmm? Hold on, let me just look. So I'd be sitting here. You hear the scratching and the licking. Scratch, 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 scratch. Lick, 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 lick. Scratch, 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 scratch. Lick, 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 lick. Scratch, 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 scratch. Lick, 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 lick. Drool, 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 drool. Lick, 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 lick. Munch, 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 munch. Not distracting at all. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, but the sort of corpse family is looking a little separated. We need them closer to the coffin, and I think we need to move the coffin over a little bit as well. Move this. All right. Well, since church is out of the way, let's move them. Here, Emily, just gotta hike your dress a little bit just so we can move you over. There. Alright, let's see how that looks. Yeah, still not quite over far enough. Alright, that's a little better.
What you doing?
Trying to get everybody positioned here.
Oh, you have the little Halloween hat. Hey, church.
Yeah, you can't really see him.
He's licking his balls.
Alright, now it just looks like the skeleton's like looking up Emily's armpit. Hold on. No. Just like that. But I gotta do it in such a way it doesn't move her, because she's like in almost the perfect position. I want her to be staring into the souls of the viewers creepily from the background. What the fuck? Get back on. Yeah, she's in like the perfect position. a starlight going up his nose. What's up, church?
It's March, time for some Halloween filming nodders.
I know the hat's too big. You don't have any additional flesh or hair to hold it on. But hey, Studman! It's March, time for some Halloween filming. Well, what's funny is this isn't even Halloween filming. It's just, it's Doctor Who, of course. But, no, it's, basically we have the figures in the back there to conceal the absolute disaster that's on the table behind them. As with previous Doctor Who update videos, I've essentially got the framing. Look at the framing of the collection on one side, me in the middle, and it's normally like this nondescript void in the background with some cool lighting and stars. And then, yes, but things have changed there. I got more shelves back there now and a lot of other stuff. And I haven't done all of the updates for the horror section. Those are being saved till last, because we'll be closer to Halloween then. So I have literally about 300 updates of... literally 300 updates of non-horror stuff to do before we can get into the horror stuff. So I wanted to get all that done. Get all that non-horror stuff cleared out of the horror section and put into their forever homes, and then we can focus on the horror stuff. But in the meantime, we got all that stuff back there. There's no real way to hide it or conceal it, and because of where the Doctor Who section is, I basically have to have that in the background somewhere, unless I'm going to have the camera like right up my nose the whole time. And yeah, so I figured, well, let's just do something interesting in the background. Doctor Who's kind of horror adjacent anyway, so yeah. And there we go. And the cats are just like, have chosen right now to just lick themselves into oblivion while we're trying to get going here. Hopefully he'll calm down in a little bit. You're just making it worse for yourself, dude. You keep, like, trying to help you with your owies, but you scratch and bite and lick and chew on yourself so much, you just keep making them worse. You're not letting them heal. Almost to the point where we might have to put a cone on him again. It's getting ridiculous. He shouldn't be scratching and biting and licking this much. And it's only him. It's only Church. Eclipse doesn't have that problem. She does like a normal amount of grooming and is fine. The occasional itch, but not to the point where she gives herself owies, you know? But anyway, there you go. That's why everything is the way it is. So, you know, little moment of history today. Stoudman was streaming earlier. So, yeah, everybody be sure to give him a follow. He started up the streaming again, was doing some, I guess, political reactions and commentary, watching some YouTube videos and commentary videos and stuff, and giving his own take on things, and chatting with the chat, and good stuff. Looked like you were having a good time. Hope it went well. And I tossed him a sub. Because that's what you do. You help out your friends with a sub or two. You know? Solo stream. What a world. Why do I keep calling it a solo stream? Like, aren't most streams solo streams? Like, I do my thing. People don't call it a solo stream. It's just a stream. You know, it is what it is. Mostly solo anyway. We got Rose drifting in and out, and the cats making their presence known. Alright. Round about midnight. Totally sounded like Lou Rawls. Unless it was you subbed on your... No, it was my Prime sub. It occurred to me I haven't been using my Prime sub because most people I know haven't been streaming, like who I would normally give the sub to. But then I saw Stout. I was like, oh, I could give my Prime sub to Stout. You know, it's a couple bucks. Yeah. So, there you go. Applied for 8 jobs. Streamed 5 hours. Doing my part. Excellent. I'm doing my part. Excellent. Holy F, Stout is actually here. Well, yeah. Why do you think I was talking to Stout, who is here for me to talk to? Pay attention! Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. I think I still have you on my soundboard, the unbelievable clip. Real Star Wars fan. The usual shit talking of Stout, of course. Oh, yes. I talk so much shit about Stout. That jerk. Just stouting all over the place. Like some kind of stout man, you know? God. Yeah. I think when I left, you were talking, around the time I left, you were talking about how the mighty Young Turks just aren't what they used to be anymore. Such a shame. What was this? Yeah, I think he was saying he does that. Oh. I asked, and I don't know if you saw it in the chat, I asked if you had any Brian Tyler Cohen in your playlist. I really enjoy his commentary. Very, like, succinct, to the point, no bullshit. And he's quite a handsome fellow. Real. That's right. Like that time he said, it's stouting time, and stouted all over the place. Not yet? Alright. Yeah, his stuff is good. I got into his stuff during the first Trump administration. And I think, honestly, that was his big claim to fame. He was already doing stuff, but I mean, that really kind of put him more in the spotlight, was a lot of his commentary, which was, you know, pretty spot on. So, David Dole. Okay, I don't know that one. I have to check him out. But, yeah, it's funny. It seems like there's just no mainstream media competition for the right-wing media. It's just so overpowering in the mainstream media that really the only hope to combat it with any form of reason is independence, you know? Podcasts, YouTube channels, TikTok, you know? Take it to the social media. I mean, the social media is as much a battleground as the mainstream. I'd say more so. So, yeah. The Rational National. And he's Canadian. Hey, excellent. Good stuff. That's great. I was watching some interesting documentaries on YouTube. Just some little short historical ones. about why you don't want to go to war with Canada. And the short version is because in wartime, Canadians are batshit crazy. Yeah. There's some interesting ones out there. I posted one of them on Blue Sky. It was kind of an animated rendition and talked about all the crazy stuff that the Canadians did in World War One. And then there was another one, which was more kind of a straight-up historical one that talked about a lot of Canadian stuff from World War II. So, yeah, it's interesting. Why it is supremely stupid to go to war with Canada. Yes. First off, don't underestimate our patriotism. And also, don't underestimate our geese. They will fuck you up. We will unleash the geese. Oh, yes. The only version is because of NATO. Oh, actually, yeah, a lot of the NATO rules are because of the, like, just batshit crazy shit we did in the other wars. They had to make new rules to cover that stuff because nobody thought of it before. But, yeah. It's like, goddamn, these Canadians are brutal. We should probably make some rules. I don't think people should be allowed to do that to other people, even in wartime. Yeah. The saying goes, the first time it ain't a war crime. Yeah, that's largely because of us. Sorry. Don't underestimate the bloated U.S. fucking military. We suck for being like this. Oh, I know. I heard Canada was considering joining the EU. Wouldn't surprise me. One idea I've seen floating around, I don't know if there's any actual, like, like real talk about it, but just an idea is, hey, California, you've been getting shat on a lot lately, and you're the 5th largest economy in the world, and you've been wanting to secede from the U.S. for a while anyway, and you make a lot of your movies up here anyway, so want to be the 11th province? We'd love to have you. But see, we would just ask California nicely. We wouldn't threaten to fucking invade them. But can you imagine that? Just imagine that situation. California secedes from the U.S. and joins Canada. The 5th largest, like, independent economy in the fucking world. There goes your military budget. And your movie industry. Thanks. So, yeah. Well, either way, I mean, I'm all for California, like, just saying fuck off to the U.S. by this point. I mean, they get shat on all the time. It's like, do you have any idea how much of your economy is literally dependent on California? You fucking morons. Yeah, basically even the odds immediately. I know, right? But, I mean, I like the idea of us joining forces solely on the basis of the movie industry. I'd be down for that. Yeah, bring everybody up here. Come on. You don't want California. Most of them can be easily swayed to conservatism. Nah. I don't buy that. They just want you to think that because they wish they could turn them red. But they've been like, what, rock solid blue for how long? Yeah, I don't see that happening. But anyway, that said, one thing for certain, we are not going to be the fucking 51st state. And, don't underestimate Canada just because we're polite. Doesn't mean we're wimps. What the hell are you doing, Church? You're making me nervous. But anyway, Yeah. Once they get a taste of Canada's free healthcare. Well, and that's the other thing. I mean, we actually have quite a lot to offer California. Well, it's because Stoudman walked in the room. He just brings this air of political discussion into the room with him. Just by existing. But yeah, I'm glad to see you doing the streaming thing. I hope that gets some traction for you, because I've always thought, like, you know, I would, if you want a suggestion, I would, like, even, because I know we've always talked about this, how you're better at writing than talking, as it were. Some of the stuff that you write, the discourse that you write about things in the world, like, and that you post on Facebook and whatnot, read those on your podcast, like, or stream, whatever you want to call it. Like, read them. Read the things that you wrote, and, like, just, like, insert that in between, maybe, because then that could prompt further discussion, more, you know, and just get you more viewers. It's a great time to be getting into that kind of thing, really. So, yeah. I think so far it hasn't been too bad. What was it? If you said New York, then yes, they would actually be a value. Oh, we'll take New York too. We'll take both of them. And then we've got, like, fangs digging into America. You know? We'll take both. We'll take New York and California. Hell yeah. Get some of that New York pizza. And Broadway. So we'll have the stage and the screen. Bam. That's all I give a shit about is the entertainment industry. Give it all to us. I swear that was a command. I have over 1,700 subscribers on YouTube. What do you mean? What? What is that? I'm so confused. Oh, that's your description on Twitch. That's weird. Why didn't you just post the whole description? Why did it cut it off? Lame command. Yeah. Santa? Oh, Santa Stout? I don't know. The licking is back. It might have been, I don't know. I mean, I can't keep track. You guys, like, went hog wild with commands. I don't even know what half of them are. And it's my channel. I don't know what most of the commands are. I just know the ones we repeat all the time. Which countries would buy California? Canada, Denmark, or Japan? Well, I don't think it's not buying California. It's joining with them. You know, it would be silly to join Denmark and Japan. They're on the other fucking side of the world. Like, Canada would make the most sense just geographically, you know. You play? Yeah, I saw you mention that on your stream. You're playing Fortnite again. Nice. How are you enjoying the new season? I need to get back to it, actually. The only complaint I have about the new season is those fucking bats. It seems like everybody's just using the bats. Which, to be fair, it is pretty fun to, like, knock someone off the top of a mountain and they take fall damage. They're just, like, instant death. But, it can be a little frustrating to be on the... I think there's a Blame Justin or a Justin one as well. Stout remembers all of them. All the ones of which he is a part. It's all Stoud's fault, as usual. Fucking Stoud. Yeah. Oh god, I forgot what that one. Oh yeah, Stoud? Ben Foster. I don't even remember what casting choice that was in regards to. Hey!
Morning all.
Tomas, Heinz 57 sauce months. Thank you very much. Excellent. The pulse rifle. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. There's also that laser, which just cuts a swath of destruction, and can be quite devastating if your aim is true and you get someone on the receiving end of it. I like the 3-shot sniper, quite handy. If you mess up the first shot, you can take another one right away. So yeah, I need to get back to. I haven't played Fortnite for a couple of weeks. I've been trying to get back into filming and doing some other stuff. I've been playing some old favorites actually. I started playing the Sonic Origins collection. They have like a campaign mode that takes you through all of the classic Sonic games, like up to Sonic CD. So it's Sonic 1, 2, 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and Sonic CD. So I actually played Sonic CD for the first time. I'm at the final boss and getting my ass kicked. So we'll come back to that at some point. But they have like new cinematic intros, and it's all been properly reformatted for widescreen. They look amazing. It's such a great like representation of those classic games. So I've been playing that. Been playing quite a lot of FTL, actually. Got back into FTL. Still getting my ass kicked, but, you know, learning some nice little tricks. Managed to unlock a few things. And actually started playing Far Cry 2. Replay of Far Cry 2, which I haven't played since I played it on PS3 back when it was new. So playing the PC version on the new beast with everything cranked. So 4K Far Cry 2, baby. Hell yeah. I forgot how much I love that game. It's so good. So FTL, a game for space fascists. Yeah, well, you're playing the evil Federation, trying to defeat the filthy, stinking rebel fleet. Filthy, stinking rebels. Yes. Although Ron, you know, one Ron was in here the other night and he says, "Oh, FTL, the fun Star Trek game." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess it kind of is, because you're playing as the Federation and, you know, fighting the filthy, stinking rebels." Or it's like Star Wars if you were the Empire. Yay, space fascism. Are you just going to be licking yourself forever, Church? Like, seriously. Dude. You're not making it better for yourself. You're making it worse. So annoying. Cats just have no sense of cause and effect. They just live in the moment. It's like, oh, I am itchy. I must scratch the itch. It's like, yeah, you're itchy because it's healing, and now you scratch it, you tear open the wound again, and you make it worse. So you're playing that. Good to see some games from the PS3 are getting some love on Twitch for once. Yeah, their PS3 era. I got a bunch of them, like the PC versions of, you know, games from the PS3 era. And it is nice to revisit them. I had to do some finagling just to get it to work. There was a DLL I had to replace with a like modified one or something. But once we did that, it ran fine. Like, we've had really no problems with it since. I think it crashed once, but well, that's pretty good. They have the brain of a 3-year-old. Yeah, I know. Little tiny pea brains. That's why I say we might just have to put a cone on him again and, you know, get some stuff to treat his owies. I was also going to get some flea stuff just to make sure that the fleas are fully gone. So, yeah, trying to reason with a primarily instinct-driven animal Well, I can do what I did last time, and if he gets too, like, just isn't showing any signs of stopping, just chuck him into the other room. You good, Church? Nope, right into the crotch. Okay. Yeah, all part of pet ownership. And that's one of a multitude of reasons why I haven't filmed as much lately, is because when I finally get the urge to film, that's when they decide to either just go on a lick festival or, decide that it's crazy time. And they're just like getting all up into everything, jumping on my chair, jumping on the boxes, knocking things over, crashing through the lights. The first time I set all this up, Church just went ballistic. Like he just constantly kept jumping up on the chair and like plowing through the lights and everything, and it was just madness. It's a miracle we got anything done that night. Yeah. Sure, blame the cats. Okay. I can and do. It's 100% the fault of the cats. Perfect. Hey, perfect timing on that Zoom. Way to go, AI Zoom thing. See, that's a good use of AI. Like Zoom and autofocus and shit. Not this generative crap stealing work from artists. Although I have seen some pretty good memes with it. Memes and just like silly nonsense. But, yeah. Cat loves you, I know. Doom scrolling is definitely part of it. I'm getting better with that. Have not been doom scrolling as much for the past couple of days. Hey, it's a start. I watched a really good video. I posted it in the Internet Culture channel called What is Ghost Time? And largely what it's about is how basically spending excessive amounts of time on social media literally affects your perception of time negatively. It negatively impacts your perception of time. I mean, yeah, we'll all take it as read that it's just a huge waste of time a lot of the time. But beyond that, it actually affects how you perceive time. So, it's interesting. And it's only like a 10-minute video. But it definitely opened my eyes to a few things. And I've been a lot more, acutely aware of how much time I've been spending on doom scrolling. So I've been trying to, like, consciously back off from that. Only scroll, a little bit with my coffee. See what's going on in the world. Answer a couple comments. And then just get away from it. Just get away from it. And since I've been doing that, I've been like getting shit done. Like that's largely how we were able to do a 13-hour filming stream the other day and get almost 6 hours of footage out of it, like almost a 2-to-1 ratio of stream to filming, because I'd stayed off the fucking socials that day and we just went straight into doing the stream. So yeah. Well, yeah, it can very easily, Croatin, and that's the point, is to be cognizant of that, consciously aware of that, and intentionally stop yourself from doing that. You don't want to get stuck in that doom scrolling rhythm, because it'll just trap you for hours. People joke about people gooning to porn. Yeah, well, you're basically gooning to social media. You get in the same mindset where you just like, it puts you in a trance and you're just like stuck scrolling, and the impact to your mental health, my God, especially with all the shit going on in the world right now, it's just crushingly depressing and just makes you feel worse and impacts your health. I started to feel my health being impacted by it, getting like tightness in my chest and pains in my lower abdomen. I started backing off the social media and being more productive. Oh, hey, look, chest pains disappeared, Like, we don't realize how much it affects us. And in not good ways. So, anyway, as a start, if you want to maybe consider going on that journey yourself of, trying to not let the social media control your life so much, check out that video. It's just a short little one. It's a nice little video essay piece, very succinct, and it was quite an eye-opener for me. So, what was this, Thomas? Have I missed filming? No, we haven't started yet. We've only been going a couple hours. But, what was this? It's like the reason they bother you is to get your attention, and they're bothering you specifically for a reason. It's cute. Cats think they're so clever. Yeah, probably. So basically what you're saying is just ignore them, and they'll, just go back to sleep. Yeah, see, there you go, Thomas. That's exactly what you should do. He says, I've been spending time reading and journaling rather than doom scrolling. Yeah, and I've been spending time watching things in my collection. What a concept, I've watched so many movies over the past few months, more in the past few months than I probably watched in the past 2 years. Sometimes with a bunch of folks on Discord, other times just on my own. And also reading. Oh, Stout! I can't remember if I mentioned this to you, but I finally read Akira. I got all 6 books, and I read the whole damn thing. And I got the 4K of the movie. But I finally read the full manga, start to finish. And holy shit, what a ride. Although Volume 4 kind of dragged on a little bit, where everybody was just running around with Akira, and he kept changing hands, and everybody kept re-kidnapping him from each other. And it's oh my god, so somebody keep him, and let's get on with the story. But, yeah, it was great stuff. And it was interesting also, being so intimately familiar with the movie, obviously, seeing when those elements from the movie would creep in, and knowing that they weren't in the manga yet, because the movie came out when the manga was only half done. So, but there are elements in the movie, like Tetsuo's transformation and such, that are major plot points in the manga. And it's not just he turns into a blob and then that's it. No, that's an ongoing thing of him trying to fight for control of the power within him and stuff. And, it's fucking great. So I heard they might do a new adaptation of it. I heard rumors that Katsuhiro Otomo was looking at the possibility of doing a series adaptation, an anime series, which I think would be great. Do a good meaty adaptation of it. But oh, and the whole thing with what's her face, Lady Miyako, the old, the one who was one of the older participants in the program, and then had her own sort of rival faction that was trying to, get. It was that was a whole storyline that just got ditched in the movie. She has a couple of cameos in the movie, and that's it. And it's if you've read the manga, you know who she is and what her significance is and what those little snippet scenes mean. But there was so much more to her story in the. She was a major player in the story in the manga, but yeah. But the thing is, the movie is still incredible. It just basically focuses on the main sort of core characters and the main beats of the story, and for the most part follows that pretty well. Just ditching a bunch of subplots along the way, obviously, and as kind of a just cut down distillation of the basic story and some of the philosophical elements. I think it works great. And visually it's spectacular. The 4K looks really good, by the way. Yeah, so I don't know. It was great to finally sit down and read that. I also finally read Death Note. Have you read Death Note? If you have not read Death Note, read Death Note. It's so damn good. And then I kind of read it and then watched the anime almost back to back, kind of concurrently as I was reading it. The anime, while it is a pretty decent adaptation, does change a few things. It's hard to say which is better. There's certain elements I think are better in the manga, but there's some changes in the anime that are kind of equally good, but in a different way, if that makes sense. But anyway, Death Note is great. I know that you watched the Netflix one, which I also watched after reading the manga, though, and I can fully understand why people were pissed off with it. Because it had the potential to be really good, actually. I liked the cast in it and stuff. Willem Dafoe was a perfect choice for Ryuk. I liked their take on L, but it's just, yeah. That one is like just heartbreaking how much they just butchered the story. But yeah, check out Death Note if you haven't already. Because the original, manga is it's just the whole thing is like almost a Holmes and Moriarty cat and mouse game, you know, between Light and L, and later other players who come in, but and it's just great to see how they're constantly trying to outmaneuver each other and outwit each, because they're both like equally smart, and they're both like trying to. It's just like this constant mental chess game and like strategy, and it's great watching it unfold. Like it just sucks you right in. And short. It's actually also 6 volumes if you go with the black editions. Otherwise, it's 12 regular mangas. I got the black edition because it's pretty. I think you can. No, you can't see it. It's covered up by darkness and I think the coffin. That stream was awesome. Which one? Watch Roku and talk to a YouTuber I become friends with. I love to read. What's good, Hunter? Hunter Cleveland! Hey, how's it going? Are you thinking about creating a video comparing different versions of Death Note? Something like that. It wouldn't be like a super high production value thing. It would be me basically sitting and talking and maybe showing some screenshots, but it's definitely something I think would be interesting to go into. I absolutely fell in love with the story and the characters, so I watched and read basically everything I could get my hands on. There's even like an 11-part live-action TV series that aired in Japan. We still don't have a release of it over here, but I found a fan sub of it, and it was fantastic. It actually was a more dramatic take on it and changed a lot of things, but in interesting ways that worked really, really well. So that was an example of an adaptation where they flip-flopped a bunch of stuff around, but they did it in such an interesting way you don't really mind. One of Rosie's friends is a really hardcore Death Note fan, and she was just like, yeah, that show is actually really good. So, yeah, I watched that and the anime and the Netflix one. So the only ones I have left to watch there's 4 movies, of which I have the only ones that have been released in English, which is 3 of them. The first, second, and fourth. The third one doesn't have a release here, apparently. I'm going to have to see if I can find a fan sub of it. But, yeah. But that's the only stuff I haven't watched yet. Oh, and there's a couple of light novels and a manga of short stories by the original creators. So I still have to kind of dive into all of that stuff. But, yeah. But I figured, yeah, we'll save a little bit for later. I mean, you know, you don't want to get burned out and just have nothing left, right? So, it's a really nice set. Which one? Death Note? Yes. Akira? Yes. I got the super deluxe version of the anime, the so-called Omega edition, which comes in a nice hard box and stuff. But yeah, brand new, just hopped in. Hey, well, welcome to the party, Hunter. Hope you enjoy. I was just taking a look at. I got the Blu-ray set of Robotech a little while back. One of my viewers sent me all 3 generations, and of course Rick Hunter is the main character in the first of those. So yes, And funny enough, I have some other viewers also named Hunter. A lot of Hunters. Excellent. It's good, good name. So, yeah, I mean, at the very least, I mean, I've got enough that I can do, you know, when I do the update, talking about all that stuff, I can go a little bit in depth with that, talking about some of the differences and whatnot, so, yeah. Have they stopped licking? No. Church has. Now Eclipse is licking. Just hear that little sandpaper tongue. And drool. Send them to the room. Oh, you're not new here. Okay. Never mind. I take everything I said back. Yeah. Old Zaranizerite fan. Yeah, you're saying, Queen, you were around since the Stickam days? I'm assuming you went under a different name back then? Might have been a whole different life back then. I mean, I feel like it was for me. That was feels like so long ago now. Was that like 2006? Jesus, that's 19 years ago. Where the hell does the time go? Holy shit. Yeah, actually, there's been a few, hasn't there been, Curlatin? That's awesome. Yeah, same year as YouTube. Yeah, this is 2006. Yeah, I guess I probably started Stickam like late 2006. And mainly to touch base with other YouTubers, because I mean YouTube was still in its infancy. So I used to hobnob with a lot of the people who were big YouTubers at the time, like who were, you know, some of the more popular ones, you know, at the beginning. And most of them have, you know, kind of disappeared by now, or quit, or some of them died. You know, it was that long ago. But, you know, it was Wild Frontier days. We would get together in YouTube chat, and that was it. It was just like a magnet for YouTubers, and met a lot of people there. At the beginning. Well, it's true. It's true, though. You know? And a lot of YouTubers that weren't big yet, but they were trying to get big. But yeah. I just checked in on Boheme recently, speaking about one of the originals. And, yeah, he basically just has a goodbye message on his YouTube, and that's it. From like a couple years ago. All his old videos are gone. Or maybe set to private, I don't know. But it was kind of sad, honestly. Because one of the reasons he said he left was because the kind of videos he wanted to make weren't the kind of videos his audience wanted to see. So he decided to just quit. And that was it. It's unfortunate. But I remember Boheme. Do you remember Boheme? It was threes instead of the E. The E's. Threes instead of E's. Yeah, he was quite popular back then. This is like the era of Lisa Nova, the Wine Cone. Wine Cone still does stuff periodically. Bowie Chick. Remember Bowie Chick? Yeah, Winecone and Lisa Nova, they were pretty big. Lisa Nova, I think, was one of the first YouTubers to kind of get offered opportunities outside of YouTube because she was quite popular at the time. Wasn't she on SNL like once or twice and they canned her because she wasn't funny enough or something? So I don't remember, but so she went back to YouTube. But Robert Morrison, oh wow, I helped you out on Dead Space. I was on a Zaranizarak and plays video. Oh, maybe. Wow. So quite literally another lifetime ago. That's amazing. Remember her interviewing up-and-coming artist Katy Perry. Oh my God, there's a success story. Katy Perry, holy shit. Yeah. Well, and Justin Bieber, love him or hate him. I mean, he started on YouTube as well. Lady Gaga as well. Yeah. I'd say those three were probably the biggest successes to come like straight out of YouTube. Man. Up-and-coming artist Katy Perry. So funny. Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is fun. Yeah. It has to be better than what I like to call BioWare's Fallout 4 Mass Effect Andromeda. Yeah, I never played that because I still need to play the rest of the other Mass Effects. I've only ever played the second one. I have it on PC though. So I definitely... I wanted to put some distance between the last time I played Mass Effect 2 before I jumped in to play the whole trilogy. So that's definitely one I want to do at some point. And yeah, apparently they're making another Mass Effect. And canned some other I forget, there was some other project that people were really excited about. But they canceled that, pulled the team off it, and put them all on the new Mass Effect instead. It's like, but nobody wants a new Mass Effect. People didn't want another one with the fourth one because it was like the perfect trilogy, you know? Even though they made you pay extra for the DLC that gave it the proper ending. That was kind of shitty. But now you can get the collection that has the whole trilogy in it. It has everything. So. Oh, Lady Gaga's awesome. Yeah, love Lady Gaga. She's a real one. I mean, not just like a true artist, but also just a great, you know, person who's just so good to her fans. And, you know, Katy Perry is in a lull in her career. If you listen to the media talk about her music, interesting. And YouTube does suck creativity out of creators. It can. It's easy to get burned out. I mean. Essentially, I mean, as most of you guys who come to the live streams know, I mean, I've been away from, you know, proper regular video making for a while, and part of that was burnout, but it was also because of a lot of personal shit going on. Obviously, you know, I've just had a lot of crap happen in very close sequence, you know, but. Will you do movie and TV show reviews again? What did I literally just say? What do you think we're working on today? Yes. All of the stuff I used to do, I'm going to be doing more of. Just take it as read. I'm going to be doing all of it. That's the point, is getting back into it. That's why I upgraded all my equipment, was to get back into doing videos and stuff, you know. So first things first, got a huge pile of updates and closer looks to do. There will be little mini reviews in a lot of those as well. So as there always are. Especially since it's taken me so long to get around to filming the updates, that I've actually watched a lot of the stuff that I got too. So I already have a lot of things to say about a bunch of them. So yeah. But yeah, I haven't really heard much about Katy Perry in a while, so you know, I thought she was all right. I mean, her stuff was a little more poppy than I like. Lady Gaga is. I feel like there's a little more depth to her lyrics and her sort of artistry. Count Roshula, oh, I know, I recognize your name. You've been around for ages. Yes. So yeah, we're slowly getting back on the horse. But basically, what we're doing is just filming a bunch of stuff right now. Over the course of the next little while, getting through the latest batch of updates and stuff. And I'm not going to start posting them until I have like a whole bunch in the can. So then I can just kind of schedule like a lot. And that way, if I need a break in the middle, then that's fine. I can take a little break and there's still like regular content coming out, you know. So we have to kind of rebuild the schedule with stuff. Fill it up with stuff, and then you guys can enjoy the stuff as I slowly dole it out over the course of several months. Asking if you're going to do a certain thing again is like saying perform monkey. No, it's not like that at all. It was just an honest inquiry, and that's fine. More times I get to hear today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Yeah, well, I guess you were here for some of the stream last time, so you got to hear that. I remember one time I was doing a filming stream like this, where I was streaming me filming things, and when I would say that today on the Multimedia Chronicles, and then I remember someone in the chat said, the Multimedia Chronicles theme just played so hard in my head. I love that. Was that you? Was that you, Carlatin? I couldn't remember who it was. But yeah, that was back in like 2018. I like that. See, that's successful branding, where you can literally just say a line and people hear the theme song in their heads, you know? AI camera, enhance on the spinning lights. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't direct the camera. I can only turn the zoom on and off, and then it arbitrarily decides what is of interest to zoom in on. You can't hear it without the theme. Excellent. See, propaganda, I mean branding works. The Multimedia Chronicles propaganda. Enhance! Enhance! Yeah. 11-hour stream, the Multimedia Chronicles is like film history. Well, I mean, that's kind of what the idea was to just sort of, one video at a time, cover different things. Like, sometimes it's more film history oriented, sometimes it's more just about a specific movie or genre or whatever, but that was always the intent, was to have everything would be like a little, you know, a little history lesson, overview, what have you. So you passed out watching the unboxing stream. Well, I fully do not expect anyone to have watched all 13 hours of that. You know, just kind of skim through and watch the bits you're interested in. But so basically, you've created a cognizant eyeball and told it to look. Hey, eyeball, look at things. I can actually stop it. There. You just hold, that's the gesture. You just hold up your hand and it stops. The little light on the camera blinks to indicate that it has seen the gesture. So now, I mean, I can move around and do stuff and it'll just stay locked. It took us forever to figure that out, by the way. The zoom would just go haywire in certain streams and we couldn't figure out why. But if I do this again, there we go. That's not even pulled all the way back either. It's actually quite impressive, the range of the zoom. It doesn't seem to affect the picture quality that much. It is a 4K camera, by the way. And, well, actually, it's a 4K camera, but I'm streaming in 1080. Or no, I'm streaming in 4K, so to have all of this stuff in better resolution, but the camera itself is in 1080p mode, because that's as high as it'll go and maintain 60 frames per second. 4K can only do 30. But yeah, but it's cool because I guess with it being a 4K base resolution, it can zoom in and out with the 1080p delivery resolution, and there's no noticeable degradation in the image, right? I'm blind. I can see again. The zoom was fucking garbage. It almost made me puke. Well, there would sometimes be, like this, here it's not being too bad, but sometimes it would just, like, kind of get confused. And it would just suddenly, like, crash zoom in on something, and then zoom out, and then zoom over there, and then zoom in. It was just, like, I don't know if it was, like, learning or what, but, yeah, it had some issues initially. Zoom in on the Chucky shirt, yeah. Oh, it was, I guess because it was seeing faces there, right? Maybe that's why it's not seeing faces as much, and the ones in the background are kind of obscured by the lighting. Whoa, what's going on with Emily's eye there? Did you see that? So weird because there is no light shining directly on her eyeball like last time, but there's like this weird glow. I have a Five Nights at Freddy's moment here. It's doing the effect you tried so hard to manually do. Yeah, it's just doing it naturally. I did check that footage again, actually. It did turn out a little bit. Like, if you watch it on a big fucking 4K screen, you can see it. But it's got to be a big screen. So, yeah. We all here kind of grew on each other with the Multimedia Chronicles, and we've become smarter on movies. What not to buy. Example, Predator, the Ultimate DNR Edition. Yes. The 4K, by the way, is absolutely worth getting. I have purchased it. I have watched it. It looks amazing. But be aware that the Blu-ray that comes with it is the Ultimate DNR Edition. They just threw it in as a half-assed way to have a Blu-ray in there. And, you know, at least you get all the extras. All the extras are on the Blu-ray disc. But yeah, it looks terrible. The 4K looks amazing. It looks like film, the way it should. Same with American Psycho. Blu-ray is the shitty one. 4K is the remaster. Remaster looks great. So, now if only we could get one for Dark City, you know. Dr. Halsey. Does anybody watch Severance? Season finale this Friday. It's apparently going to be 76 minutes. And that's according to Ben Stiller himself. He has confirmed that on Blue Sky. Yeah, looking forward to that. That's what we might have to screen sometime. I know a lot of people have been wanting to check it out but haven't seen it. So, yeah. The work is mysterious and important. Mysterious and important. Yes. Quite. Do I want to smoke or Or do I want a sandwich? Don't know a Dr. Halsey. Dr. Halsey. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. When was the last thing I ate? A bologna sandwich. Before Rose went to Magic. No wonder I'm hungry. Well, maybe I should make a sandwich. Or we just have an appetite suppressant and have a smoke. Or both. Why not both? What time is it? 1:27. Where the fuck did the night go? I social media'd myself. Oh, Halo, of course. I knew that was familiar. Dr. Halsey, yeah. Yeah, I need to finish watching the show. I liked the show. I think people unfairly maligned it. I thought it was really good. Yeah, and Dr. Halsey is a pretty important character in that. Played by, what's-her-face? The blonde girl from Lost. If I remember correctly. 3:28. Must be Central. Central time. I used to live in that time zone when I was in Manitoba for many years. I spent about a fifth of my life there. 5 years when I was little, and then 5 years when I was a young lad. Where did the night go? Where did the night go? Alright, I'll be back. should have about 5 hours of darkness left. Okay. I'm going to make a tuna sandwich because it will give me energy and brain power. You never played Halo? The Halo games are great. Yeah, definitely. They're fun. It's a good epic sci-fi saga. Really slick controls, actually, although the earlier ones do suffer a bit from some, early game unfairness. Like, I should be able to jump down there, but I did, and I died. But stuff like that. You won't film now. Yep. That's right. Raid, Shadow Legends. Okay, that's a little different. Halo was one of the ones that kind of revolutionized first-person shooters, like in terms of, originally on console, because it was originally on Xbox. But by just really refining the controls so that it feels very natural, the controls, and also adding vehicles and stuff into it, which up to that point really hadn't been in first-person shooters very much, if at all. So it broke a lot of ground when it came out. Hey, Iceman, how's it going? We're being raided. Datanoi mouse block. That's how I read that. Dat anonymous block. That's what it is. Okay. Not that anonym. Never mind. I need sandwich. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Good to see you, Iceman. Iceman, another one coming back from the void, and also doing streaming. So be sure to toss him a follow, guys. He streams pretty often, actually. We just called them Data. Okay, Data. That works. Data. When I stroke the beard thusly, does it not make me appear more thoughtful, pensive? That wonderful episode of Next Generation where Data decided to put on a beard. And Geordi's first reaction was, Data, have you damaged your face? Not quite the reaction Data was hoping for. Trying to get a bit in every day? Awesome. Yeah, no, that's good. Do I agree that Preston Garvey is an overhated character? Honestly, I don't remember half of these character names because it's been so long since I've A, played the games, and B, watched the show. I will need a refresher. I did stream the first 2 Halo games a while back. I got the Master Chief Collection on Steam. It was gifted to me by a viewer. It's an awesome collection. And of course, Halo 2 leaves off with one of the biggest cliffhangers in video game history. So you'd think I would have gone straight into the third one, but no, we still haven't played the third one. Maybe we'll get back to that sometime soon. Maybe after Far Cry 2, we'll jump back into Halo. So, yeah, see, that's one of the big updates I need to do. I got a shit ton more Star Trek stuff. Got so much Star Trek stuff. Some big sets that I've been wanting for a while, including Next Generation. Fallout. It's because I don't hate the character of Preston Garvey. I think people hate him because he's just constantly sending you off to protect the settlements, which you don't really have to do, by the way, and you don't have to do all of the settlement maintenance that it tries to make you do. You can just not do that and just play the rest of the game. My main focus in my Fallout 4 game, another one I need to get back to, was the Sanctuary, doing the main settlement. And putting most of my efforts into that. I mean, I would go and help the other settlements just if it's a story, if it's story relevant, but I think I'm just going to abandon most of them because they're just a pain in the ass. Because you'll be in the middle of doing something and then you'll just get called away to defend some settlement. It's like, dude, I put 1 million turrets here. Why do you need my help? Everybody is armed to the teeth and has armor and has turrets, and like, you shouldn't need me to be there. The whole point for me was to make the settlements self-sufficient, so I wouldn't have to be protecting them all the time. But it seems like that's a moot point. So that system is a little bit broken in that, I think. And that's the one thing I find annoying about Fallout 4. The rest of it, though, like the story and everything, I think is pretty good. I don't think it's the best story. I really liked the story in Fallout 3. I thought it had a great storyline. But the whole thing in Fallout 4 with like the synths and stuff, it just, to me, isn't as interesting of a story as some of the others. I hear New Vegas is great. I still haven't played that one, so I'll probably jump into that one after Fallout 4. I'd like to play New Vegas before the new season of the show comes out, because apparently New Vegas is going to factor pretty heavily into that, so. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go make those sandwiches. I need food. I need sustenance. So they've, the local dollar stores had cloverleaf tuna. You can't really see that. Cloverleaf tuna. Anyway, it's good. It's one of the good name brand ones. Just mixing the mayo in. Got this really good Hellman's mayonnaise. Recently put out one that's got olive oil in it rather than the regular canola oil. It still has some canola oil, but olive oil's good. I cook with olive oil all the time. I love it. Great thing about olive oil is it's just good for you, like as far as oils go. It's unsaturated, so it never solidifies, so your body can process it really easily. And not as high in cholesterol as other oils. Uh-oh, cats have sensed the tuna. Just hold your horses, Church. You can lick the bowl when I'm done, okay? Yeah. I always let them lick the bowl after. I'm nice that way. Yeah, I'm not an ogre. You probably smell it, eh? Hey, you. You want a little of this? You want some of this? No? Here you go, buddy. You can clean the bowl. Yeah, it's tuna. It's tuna. Yeah, you like the tuna, eh? That's a tasty treat. Enjoy, buddy. You're actually being a very good boy tonight, and I appreciate that. Very good boy. I imagine that bowl will be spotless by the time you're done, eh? Yeah. Church immediately appears when I'm making tuna sandwiches. And so I always I leave a little chunk in the oh, it actually pans down. Interesting. I leave a little chunk in the mixing bowl, and then he licks it fully clean, like it will be spotless. I have them on Blu-ray. I bought the new 4K editions because they're actually the new remasters. They look so much better. Even the new Blu-ray releases that came out with that are the new masters. Just blows away the 2009 ones. Which really isn't saying much. Those were terrible transfers, to say the least. But it's nice that they finally gave them the deluxe treatment that they deserve. So I got the 4Ks of all of them, the old ones and the new ones. Interested in the food? E pluribus unum. Yes. Are you a lawyer now, Stout? Or Croatan? Well, I think they were going to start doing movies based on the other shows, but the franchise was kind of starting to stagnate at that point. So I think Janeway had a cameo in Nemesis. A lot of fans were like, oh, are we going to get a Voyager movie? And we never did. What was this? I should look for a mall Santa gig. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I think you would be an awesome mall Santa. And I mean, if you want some pro tips, you've got the excellent educational documentary about how to be a mall Santa. Bad Santa. I was thinking about that. Like, I imagine, like, you would be one of the people who would be affected by generative AI. You know, doing articles about, well, the travel stuff and whatnot. It's like, yeah, an AI can do it. It's good enough. Great. And also travel kind of being in the toilet right now. Good morning, Quack. I'm on my fucking lunch break. Takes notes. Oh, that's good. That's good advice. Alright, what the fuck do you want, kid? Just always be completely drunk out of your mind. And it's okay if the beard is just kind of hanging haphazardly off your face. I love when he just like falls into the display and then punches the shit out of the plastic reindeer in front of all the kids. God, I love that movie. The gang? Are we a gang now, Quack? Do we need to have our leather biker gear and motorcycles? Tuna sandwich. This was like a staple of my 9 to 5 diet when I was a regular working stiff. Well, thank goodness indeed. Just so happens to have published a guide to becoming a professional Santa. Well, there you go. Everything is coming up Millhouse. You found your calling. So you work for 1 month out of the year, make an absolute fortune as a mall Santa, and you're set for the rest of the year. Perfect. Actually, yeah, if you just dye your beard, just bleach your beard, you got the real deal, man. Just stick your entire face into a bowl of bleach. Set. Oh yeah, tuna is where it's at. I mean, just fish in general, really good for you. Brain food. Helps the brain. With the amount of weed I consume, it's probably not a bad idea to eat things that help replenish brain cells. Beard extensions, yeah, even bigger beard. All of the beard. ZZ Santa Top. It's alright, Stout. It's supposed to be Santa, not Father Time. Was that a good treat? Church got to lick the ball. That's one of his favorites. Yeah, he smells when I'm making the tuna, and he could be dead asleep. He will appear. He'll just teleport into the kitchen. And be sitting there, looking expectantly. Like, well, how can I say no to that, like, enthusiastic little face? Deny a cat one of the things they love more than anything else, i.e. fish. Like, no, that would just be cruel. Of course I'm going to give him some fish. That sounds good. Did you toast the rye? I find rye is best toasted. That sounds really good. That's something I should get. Rye bread. My mom used to be really into rye bread. And that's how I developed a taste for it. She would always have it in the house. I would just want some toast. I mean, just toast and butter. Toasted rye bread with butter. That kind of bread just has so much flavor in it. Oh, you did like a grilled cheese. Okay, yeah, I've done that before too, like a grilled tuna. That's good stuff. Cats really did domesticate themselves. I think I just realized it was a lot easier to just like be friendly to the humans than they get free food and shelter with very minimal effort on their part. That's just good, efficiency. Burger Doritos? Is it like cheeseburger flavor Doritos? I don't know if we have those here. But we do get the ketchup flavored Doritos up here. Which I'm sure you probably don't have down there. Those are actually pretty damn good. Barf. I write when I say that Weezer is the most normal suburban sounding band ever. Normal, eh? I guess. I don't really remember much about it. I remember they were big in the 90s. Smoked weed in a while. I think I need some. Yeah, I usually just have, it's just edibles for me. They don't allow the smokables in my building. Although, sometimes I have the smokables. Oh, the late night. Wait a minute. I think we did have those here. Yeah. I don't know if we had that specific one, but I know we have some of the, like, under the late night branding. And they're, like, special limited edition flavors and whatnot. Yeah, some of those are really good. I mean, you know me. I love Doritos anyway, but, I'm sure this is at least partly thanks to my love of Doritos. Only get them on a BOGO sale. They're fucking $6.29 a bag. Jesus. That's really expensive. Like, that's how much they charge in the convenience stores for them here, but in Canadian dollars. So it would be like probably $4 something US. That's crazy. But even then, I'm much the same way with those types of things. I tend to just get the ones that are on sale because regular price is more than I feel they should be. I don't know if we ever get them. We don't really get them for as a BOGO deal, but we'll get them at like a discount. So it's like regular price if you buy one, or $1 off of each bag if you get two. So it's like 2 for the price of 1.5 or something, so. Hey, deal's a deal. It's still not full price, right? So. Partly. Yes, partly. The rest of it would be pork chops. Yeah, the Burger King ones there. Milk? What? Oh, you're talking about like how they make them. Interesting. I've never heard of them using milk. I just assumed it was like oil or something. But 3 pounds a bag, which would be about $6. So about the same price. Yeah. Now, is that just those ones specifically? Like, what about the regular Doritos flavor? Are they cheaper, or or is it just all Doritos cost that much? Well, it was almost time, Crime, but you mentioned it again, so we'll just wait another hour. All the flavors around, yeah. Yeah, Walmart generally is a little cheaper. Yeah, we gotta start looking at other supermarkets to do our main grocery shopping, because the one near me is just ridiculously expensive. They were actually, like, sued for being horrendously overpriced. Like, not by people, by the government. The government basically told them, yeah, you're ripping people off, you greedy bastards. You have to lower your prices. So they I think they lowered some prices, but they also introduced more deals. One that's actually not a bad deal is 4 for $20 in the meat section. So you get 4 meat items for $20, so equivalent of $5 each. All of these items that are in the sale are $7 or $8 each normally. So, it's not bad. So what did I get? I got us, so anytime I see that, I always try to get at least, you know, a little batch of things. What's up, church? Hey, you don't go up there, please. There's, like, stuff everywhere. Church is by my feet. I don't know if you can... What you doing? Just looking around? Seeing what I'm doing? Well, I got the light there, just to light me up. I got the camera over there, and I got a whole bunch of stuff on my desk, so please don't go up there. Ugh. What you doing? Just looking at the camera cord. Wondering why I got things rearranged? He's just investigating. Yeah, I put some other electronics there. It's just... it's nothing edible, I assure you. He's checking out my little equipment rack there. I brought out the Laserdisc player, which is still dead. It was really just to get it off the floor of my bedroom. And an old VCR, also just to get it off the floor of my bedroom. And my two functional VCRs, which I will be using to do more captures. I need to run some tests on those, make sure they are indeed still functioning. Dead Laserdisc player. Yeah. Party size is $5.94. See, that's not too bad. Wait a minute. Why is the party size cheaper? We have that here too. We can get, I think, they usually have the spicy nacho, which I don't know if that's like a specific Canadian flavor, but they'll have that in the big party size bags. I get that sometimes, but it's not my favorite flavor. My favorite flavors are zesty cheese, which is just a really like super cheesy one, and jalapeno cheddar, which is basically another cheesy one, but with a bit of bite to it. It's quite nice. Oh, barbecue ruffles. Yes, barbecue ruffles are amazing. They don't always stock them here, which is annoying, but they're one of my favorites. I also like just regular ruffles. Yeah. Brother says I have a cat named Church. He looks like Church from Pet Sematary. Well, that's what he's named after. He's a black cat. I don't know if you can see him. He's over there. I don't think you can see him. I think he's blocked by everything. So we have my camera here, and then we have the music stand there. He's kind of under the music stand. He's not under the music stand, but he's on a box. Licking again. But yeah, they had the party size ruffles as well. Also Lay's. Lay's has a couple of party size flavors too. I'll get those sometimes as well. Mainly because of it's just a better value. So I just want to get more chips for my dollar. I'll get the party size ones, even though they're not my usual go-to flavors. Well, thank you, Kralatin. That's good though. Like, what as you said, like futuristic library. That's good because that'll kind of fit in with the Doctor Who theme, right? That was kind of the idea, having the lighting, and you can kind of see the stars. There's like two different colors of stars that kind of fade in and out and rotate and stuff like that. And all the metal, like the racks and stuff. Yeah. And the computers. Maybe I should have that one on too so you get more lights. More lights. Eclipse is licking over there. Church is licking over there. I've got it in surround sound. Why? I thought you were done. I thought you went to sleep. Ollie. Very nice. Oliver Twist. Excellent. Did he always want some more? Meow meow. Can I have some more? Oh my god, they're both slobbering. Like, almost in unison. This is my very subtle hell. I mean, church I can understand because he got up for a tuna snack, but Eclipse was asleep. What do you mean, let's wake up the cats? Who do you think I'm talking about? Who else would be licking incessantly? It's not Rose. Why'd that jump zoom in? I don't know. Without you doing anything. Are you a magic man? Maybe. Maybe I'm controlling it with my thoughts. Put a sock in it. You have to be clean by now. You guys have to be able to hear that. It's so fucking loud. Psst! Knock it off. Seriously? So I just noticed these granola bars expire at the beginning of April. This is what the problem is when you stock up from the dollar store. You tend to get stuff that's not long to expire. What's this one? This is a Nature Valley Trail Mix. Dark chocolate, chewy granola with raisins. So this should be good and healthy. Oh, yeah, it looks good. And then peanuts. For a long time, Hunter, I probably would have said no. But a couple of Christmases ago, we were watching some of the old videos in a retro Christmas stream. Oops. And I really became acutely aware of some of my patterns of behavior. And it got me to thinking back to other times when I'd exhibited similar behaviors. And it was like a light switch went off. I was like, holy shit. I think I'm on the spectrum, guys. And it was like one of those things where I was I felt like I was the last person in the room to realize it. But yes, I have seen sufficient evidence in my videos and just in my personal experience, social situations and so forth over the years, that I can say with almost absolute certainty that I am on the spectrum. I know for a fact I'm also very ADHD. So I classify myself as AUDHD. But it was definitely one of those cases where it seemed like everybody else knew but me. I was the last person to realize it. So I said that, and like just about everybody in the room was like, "Yeah, we know." Like, nobody thought to tell me. But yeah, so you can imagine what that's like. Because with autism, you get hyperfixations on things, right? Which I definitely do. But then with ADHD, you get hyperfixations that change on a dime. So, hence the ridiculous collection. Or collections. I'm pretty sure Mom was on the spectrum too. Pretty sure my brother is too, because we both have, all of us exhibit very similar behaviors that, I mean, there's literally no other explanation. So, the assumption is that we inherited it in some form from Mom. I don't think my dad was. Dad had a really hard time kind of figuring us out a lot of the time. So I think he was more leaning on the neurotypical side. But yeah. See, Thomas just said, we all knew you're on the spectrum. We thought you knew. Well, that's fair. That's fair. I think one of the reasons it took me so long to realize it because I think I mask really well. Like, I can pass for normal in social situations fairly well. But there are things, like, that I do have trouble with sometimes. It depends on the situation. But yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell. I was very late to realize, but it came as no surprise to anyone. I mean, if anything, that just confirmed it for me. It's like, oh, well, I mean, everyone else seems to agree, so, you know. But for me, more than anything else, it was just, it was like the video evidence. I mean, it's all there in my retro videos and stuff. And just thinking back to how, especially when I was younger, how awkward I was socially. And there were certain situations I just literally could not function on any kind of social level because it was just incomprehensible to me. It wasn't until a lot later in life that I kind of learned how to navigate socially and stuff like that, get my confidence and just kind of learn to work with the way I am, you know. So, but it certainly explains it. I mean, I was kind of wondering, it's like, well, I seem to have a lot of viewers who are on the spectrum as well. I was just kind of wondering why that was, and I guess it's like, well, because we're all the same people, so we all just kind of gravitate to each other. But oh, okay, sure. Well, Carlatin is like, I knew for a while, never said anything. Yeah. Well, and I don't think you were alone there. I think a lot of people knew, but never said anything. And you've seen me have meltdowns. I mean, that's very much a Spectrumite thing. Spectrumites! Makes it sound like superheroes. Yeah, and as a teenager especially, holy shit, I would have like crazy meltdowns, and we just attributed it to anger issues. And as also as a kid and into my teen years, my parents didn't know. I mean, you gotta realize this was the '80s, so a lot of this stuff was still unknown or unclassified, and just not understood as well as it is these days. So it was just attributed to anger issues, behavioral issues. I was often put into like the special class because I skipped a grade as well because you know, the psychologist said like, yeah, he's not doing well because he's bored. You need to challenge him more. So they made me. So I skipped a grade. Skipped grade 3, went into grade 4. And then being a full year younger than all my classmates, I just got relentlessly bullied all through the rest of elementary and high school. And made fun of because they were all, you know, a year ahead of me in terms, like, especially when puberty hit. Holy shit, everybody was a year ahead of me. So I got made fun of just for being a runt and how my voice hadn't changed yet. So, it was hell. It was absolute hell. And I got put in like special ed classes and sent to like 3 or 4 different psychologists. Psychologists. You would think the professionals who would diagnose these things, and they never diagnosed it. They just had no idea what was wrong with me. You know? And I think back to those sessions and how I would talk to the psychologist, how I would interact with them, and how after a while they'd be pulling their hair out because I just couldn't do the things they wanted me to do, like exercises and whatnot. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. I was just like, what's the problem? So it's funny when you kind of like just lay it all out like that and you put it all together. It's like so obvious. And that's kind of what clicked in my head that day when you can actually see it in the stream. Like you can see the moment when it clicks, when I realized, when I was watching the 1991 Christmas video, it was the one where it was just me and Mindy. And it just clicked. I'm like, holy shit, I think I'm autistic. And everyone's just like, yeah, we know. But, yeah. But it was funny because sort of when I had that realization, so many things just suddenly made so much more sense. Like, it's amazing what a difference it makes when you can just kind of put a name to something, you know? And you tick all the boxes, and it's like, yeah. That's it. I mean, ADHD we knew, but the autism thing was news to me. But again, looking back and especially thinking of all like the social situations where things were weird or whatever for me, or uncomfortable or awkward. I even think, like, I vividly remember conversations with my friends where like they would make a joke. It would clearly be a joke. I would know consciously that it was a joke. But something in the back of my mind would be bugging me. It's like, is it a joke? So I'd ask, it's like, you were joking, right? And they're like, yeah. Like, you like sarcasm. You know, everybody on the spectrum has varying degrees of trouble with sarcasm. I use sarcasm all the time. I love sarcasm as you know, a form of humor. But it's funny, when people are sarcastic to me, I often second guess it. You know what I mean? So it's I have a weird relationship with sarcasm. But and I can think of so many examples of that where a friend would make a sarcastic joke, or even more in more recent years, some of the regulars in the chat would make a sarcastic comment and put like a kappa after it, and they tell me it's like the kappa means it's a joke. The kappa means it's sarcasm. So I'd see that, I'd see the kappa, but I'd still have to ask, like, that wasn't a very nice thing you said. And it's like, yeah, that's why I put a kappa there. It's sarcasm. Now Eclipse is meowing her head off. What is it, sweetie? What's up? What? What do you need? You okay? You hear the meowing? So that was a pretty autistic answer to the question. But I think I answered it for you. 30 minutes later, right? Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, you mix autism with ADHD and, like, holy shit, is that a cocktail of procrastination and just wasting so much time. But again, you kind of, like, when you start to, like, recognize when you're falling into certain patterns, you can adjust. You can try to anyway. So it's, harder for some people who are deeper on the spectrum, obviously, but I'm at least fortunate in that I guess I'm in a place where I can kind of work around it to some extent. Not all the time, but get those bursts of productivity and try to take full advantage of them while it lasts, So yeah. But one thing I do like about spectrumites, as it were, is rather neurospicy people, is they are probably some of the most honest people you will ever meet. Because people on the spectrum do not like to be deceptive or to be deceived. You know what I mean? Like someone on the spectrum is just going to tell it to you straight, whatever it is. And it might not be pretty. They'll tell you the truth. Even if it's an ugly truth, they'll just be very blunt about it. Like, I remember talking to someone, simple question. We were talking about Brave Star, the cartoon Brave Star, and which I love. And I just picked up the DVD set. I hadn't watched them yet, or I hadn't watched too many of them yet. And one of my online friends who's on the spectrum asked, what's your favorite episode? And I said, well, I don't really have a favorite episode, but there's a few that kind of stand out to me. Like, I like the one with the two-parter with Sherlock Holmes. Like, oh yeah, I like that one. And I said, then there was another one called Carrium Fever, where everyone kind of went nuts, and he's like, oh, I don't like that one. Like, okay. And I think for some people, again, who are a little deeper on the spectrum, they don't like things that deviate too much from the status quo. Like, for example, in a cartoon series. In a cartoon, you want to see the good guys win. You want to see the bad guys get punished. You want to have some humor in there. And you want it to be fairly straightforward and predictable. But a lot of episodes of Brave Star kind of pushed the envelope a bit with that in terms of, like, the content and, thought outside the box a little bit. Some folks on the spectrum don't like to think outside the box because outside the box is scary. They like to keep it simple, predictable, and safe, I guess. But that's another way. That's why I say, it's hard to kind of see where specifically I fall. I mean, but that's what they call it, a spectrum, right? And it's not like a 1 to 10 scale. It's like there's zigzags and tangents and stuff, just like, when you're trying to tell a story. But, except when they exaggerate their Fortnite credentials. I don't know what that is in reference to. I'm the best of the best. I'm so cracked. Ugh. Jesus. You okay? You scared the shit out of me, cat. I feel like most of us nerds are on the spectrum. Oh, I think so, especially like, I know that a lot of folks with either autism or Asperger's gravitated to my content because I talk about cartoons a lot. You know, a lot of folks on the spectrum love cartoons. Yeah, and just kind of came out of that, like cartoons, sci-fi, fantasy, that sort of thing. But and the collecting aspect of it as well. A lot of collectors. You know, almost every person I know who's on the spectrum, who watches my content, is also a huge collector of stuff. Sometimes it's just movies. Sometimes it's like specific types of things. Like there's some I know who are like hardcore into Disney movies and just want to get like all the different Disney editions. Some are kind of more along like my lines where they're like hardcore into 80s cartoons. Like you guys might remember David Bunch of Numbers from the UK, who sent me a whole bunch of great packages of Doctor Who stuff and cartoon stuff. He's a huge 80s cartoon nut. And I would always tap that whenever I could because he tap into that because he was just a wealth of knowledge, and he pointed me towards Serial Geek and James E. Talk and stuff like that, and who's like even more knowledgeable about 80s cartoons, and he would and David would actually contribute to the Serial Geek magazine from time to time as well because he just knew so much stuff. But I would do videos about 80s cartoons, and I might get a little factoid wrong. And he'd pop into the comments and say, well, this, and this, and this is actually the way it is. You got this and this mixed up. I'm like, oh, okay. And and I didn't question it because I knew he was right. He's just like he would not. And this is what I'm talking about. Like folks on the spectrum are some of the most honest people you'll ever meet. He's not going to post something that isn't true. Like he's going to make sure it's true before he types a letter of it into that comment. He'll double check everything and make sure, even if it's something he knows implicitly, like he'll double check and he's very thorough that way. I know a lot of people like that who will do that. But see, again, it being a spectrum with lots of zigzags, I know a lot of people also who will put things or on the spectrum, who will put things in the comments without double checking it, and they're just going by what they know or what they think to be true, and they don't quite have the critical analysis part of it, I guess. But yeah, it's a rich tapestry. Oh, and I've been called out on this by Rose so many times. I do the T-Rex arms all the fucking time. You don't see it on stream so much because I'm a little more aware of it, but when I'm just like walking around, I do this all the goddamn time. You know why? Because it's comfortable. It just feels nice and relaxing. That's really it. A kind of form of reverse stimming, I guess. Anti-stimming. But, yeah. Alright, cats seem to be calming down. You get a carb crash from that tuna, buddy? What you doing? You stop scratching so much. You give yourself more owies all the time. You don't want to have owies all the time. Aww, hi. Hi. Rub up. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Give you nice scratches. Yeah. Aww. He just leapt off the box and then went and rubbed against my leg. I think that was his thank you for the tuna. Was that your little thank you for the tuna? Did you like the tuna? Did you like the tuna? Yeah. Was that good? Oh. Gotta sharpen those claws. It's a form of physical stimmy. Yeah. Rub-a-dub-dub. That's a very autistic trait right there. I would know. Well, see, there you go. But, yeah, I mean, almost, really, it was like almost a relief in a way to kind of come to that realization. And as much as it would be nice to get an official diagnosis, I mean, I don't know what benefit that would be, really. I mean, a few years ago, I might have said, well, I could go on disability, and then I wouldn't have to worry so much about bills all the time. But, yeah, I don't know. It just seems like more trouble than it's worth. Also, going on disability, like, you're not allowed to make a certain amount of money above a certain amount, or they'll cut off your benefits. Stupid. And I was like, I'd rather just make my own money, doing my own thing, you know? Do the streams. People like it, they'll throw some money my way, you know? Get enough people doing that in a month, and you got enough to pay your bills. And then on your taxes, just do your taxes as someone who's self-employed, and there you go. Easy. In the U.S., you can't maintain any more than 10. Yeah, I think it's very similar here with disability. There's like a certain threshold that you can't cross, or they'll cut you off, or they'll reduce your benefits to keep it within that threshold. Yeah, a girl I used to know a few years back, she was on disability for similar reasons, for mental health reasons, and oh really? That was quite. What? Now you're mowing. Yeah. Taxes stupid? Well, I mean, we need them though. Taxes pay for all those public services that we enjoy. Too many people are in this mindset that, oh, taxes are theft. It's like, well, taxes pay for a lot of the shit you enjoy on a daily basis. Where do you think that money comes from? What's all that mowing about? What you mowing about? Mr. Mau? What you doing? What you doing? What? What was that one? Why? What's up, buddy? Why you sound so sad? You're not going out there. You can't go outside. No. It's too cold and scary. You get lost. You get run over. You get all flat. You hear him? He's become a lot more vocal over the past little while. Usually Eclipse is the talky one. I don't use any public services. They're just taking more money away from me, myself, and I. Yeah, but what about the people that do need it? They can just go get fucked, I guess? We're all in this together, dude. It's not all about me, myself, and I. I work for the government. We're barely functional. Well, yes. I used to work for the government. What are you whining about? Mummy's in bed. She's not out there. Are you looking for Mummy? Are you looking for Mummy? He ran over to me. Yeah? Well, she's in bed. She has her door closed. She has her door closed so we don't keep her awake. Yeah. She's asleep. She's in bed. should be in bed. What? Why are you all uppity? You got you're way too hyper right now, Cat. No, please don't go up there. No. He was like getting ready to jump up there. Well, see, now I'm concerned if I go out for a smoke, he's going to bolt out and disappear into the night. Be privatized? Well, some of them, yeah. Possibly. But, I mean, I don't have any problem with my tax dollars helping out those that need those public services, you know. As far as I'm concerned, we're all in this together, so if my taxes can go to help someone else, great. Good. Use them. That's what they're for. But beyond that, I mean, it's not even that. It's just public services like fixing the street, paying for the police, paying for the fucking fire department when your house is burning down, you know? All of that. I mean, that all comes out of your taxes. Hey, D-Man David. You good now, buddy? Everything copacetic? Are you cool now? I don't know what he was freaking out about. He might have thought Rose was like out there somewhere. I think sometimes he forgets. Catching up on the stream, so Style Man. Yeah, no, he's around. Just didn't feel like making vids anymore, I guess. He started streaming, though. He was actually streaming just earlier today. So. Could be a little cheaper. Well, you know, that's the problem, is they should be taxing, like, the super rich. Like, the amount, like, the percentage that the poor people get taxed is way higher than what the rich people get taxed, and it should be the other way around. So. Oh, he's still here. Hello, Stout. Too much work to do, not enough time for that stuff anymore. Yeah, there you go. His channel is Stoudman. In fact, you can click on it right there, on his name, and it should give you the link to his channel. Feel free to toss him a follow. Oh, there we go. And there's the link right there. And, yeah. Yeah, but, I mean, as long as the current, assuming you're in the U.S., as long as the current administration is in effect, don't expect to be getting any tax breaks anytime soon. Unless you're a billionaire. Too much work, he says. Well, yes, actually. I mean, he has to live. And you gotta work to live. In whatever form that takes. Yeah, unless you make over $360K a year, which is not a very lot. Really, Eclipse? I thought you were done. You're screwed. Yeah, well, join the club. Yeah. A lot of people are screwed right now, and they're losing a lot of benefits that, you know, they shouldn't be losing. Like Medicaid and Social Security. Ones that they are dependent on, and in many cases, earned by being a service to their country. What really angers me is how much veterans are getting fucked over. Well, let's not get into that. They fought for all those freedoms that are now being taken away. cleaning herb. Is it possible to get it back? What? Social Security and Medicaid? No. Not unless they reinstate it. But yeah, that's that whole situation is just a fucking mess. And I can't believe there's still people who somehow think that means they're winning. It's like, no, you're not. Everybody is losing right now, except the billionaires. What you doing, church? He's investigating. No, hey. What are you doing? Church, come on. Psst, out of there. It's just, that's tapes. It's just old cassette tapes. There's nothing there for you. Oh, buddy. I'd love to give you pets, but I can't when you're this hyper, because then you get all swipey and bitey. Alright, I'll be back post tuna smoke, and then hopefully the cats will be settled. No. Church, get away from the door. No. No. Psst. Psst. Of course, I brought the empty pack out, so now I gotta wrangle the cat with the door again. Excuse me, mister. You're not going out there. Psst, psst, psst. Come on, away from the door. Come on, come on, come on. Stop it. Get away from the door. Psst. stressing me out. And I sharpen the claw so we can take a swipe at Grandpa when he walks by. Jesus. See him scampering around. You know, a little escape artist. He's gone out twice this week. Ugh. No, I'm not smoking in the hall. I have a balcony. It's a main floor, though, so it's, you know, if he bolts out the door, then he disappears into the night, and he's a black cat, so... I think after my next bowl, I'll be high enough to go to sleep. Hey, are you still doing the magnesium? I've been taking the magnesium before I go to bed. Now he's clawing at the door. You're not going out, Church. Knock it off. No. That's enough. Don't argue with me. You're not going out. It's not happening, dude. Give it up. It's the middle of the night. You're not going out, you doof. What is it? Yeah, I got plans. Gonna self-publish a self-guided tour. Okay, there you go. I don't expect that to be a huge seller. I do think it will look good on a resume in addition to a resume. Alright, that's enough. Church, knock it off. Psst. Stop it. That's enough. Get away from there. Come on. That's enough. Come on. That's enough. What are you doing? Just chill. Vigorous licking. So, what were you saying, Sound? In a world where increasingly you need to have every skill under the sun to survive. Yeah, I mean, hey, more skills doesn't hurt. Like even streaming, you got to do marketing, entertaining, moderation and management, research, tech support for your damn self. Oh God, yeah. How many times have I started a stream and then we immediately have 50 different tech problems? Just tonight, I started the stream and had to restart it almost immediately because it was being all weird with the frame rate and shit. It's when the void goes into the abyss. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. So, yeah. Is it a good smoking view? Not really. There's basically a wall in front of with the big power transformer for the building on the other side. But there's you know, a bit of a street view. I mean, there's some nice trees and stuff nearby, so I mean it's all right. It's more just about getting out into the nice, cool, fresh night air, and you know, that alone is refreshing. Yeah, a little book, maybe 40 to 60 pages at most, talking about some of the most interesting spots related to the subject of the tour. Actually, we're going to be self-publishing Mum's books. I think I told you about that before. And I've been looking at a service called Lulu. Lulu, I think it's just lulu.com, but they're a self-publishing place for mainly books, but other stuff as well. But the nice thing about Lulu is their distribution looks to be better than any of the other print-on-demand services, where they will actually make your stuff available to actual brick-and-mortar stores as well as online stores. So you can really get some exposure for your book if it's, you know, something that all those different stores might want to carry. So that's pretty cool. So my nephew Chris is going to do the artwork. Nice. Yeah, likewise, I have Vermin Art. Vermin Art's going to do the artwork for Mum's book. So that's great. It can definitely help when you have a proper artist to, you know, punch it up visually. So, They're actually an incredible artist, but I just need, like, sketch, scribble style, so copyright won't be an issue. Fair enough, yeah. So we're basically going to be doing it. It's her, basically her life's work, fantasy adventure story. Quite a unique one too, honestly. Which I'll talk more about when it gets closer to the date that we're putting it out there into the world. But we're basically going to be publishing it Lord of the Rings style, so splitting it up into 3 books, so a trilogy, and then likely doing some kind of special compilation edition down the road. And also just going through I have all of her writing stuff now from the, divvying everything up from the estate. And she had quite a lot of writing projects on the go, not just the book. That was the big one, obviously, and that's going to be the primary focus. But she also wrote like a lot of poetry and song lyrics, which could, double as poetry. So we're going to publish like a compilation of those. And she started working on an autobiography, which is as much about Cass and I as it is about her life. So Cass, also being an exemplary writer, and I will be kind of pooling our resources to finish that for her. She didn't finish it. She didn't have anything in final form. She had a lot of notes, like a ton of notes about it. And a lot of stories from her childhood and whatnot that I know or that Cass knows, and we can kind of fill in the blanks. And also a lot of surviving relatives that I know we can tap into them as a resource as well to get more stories. I'm sure they'd love to participate in the project. So that'll be kind of the last big project. So basically we're looking at like 5 or 6 publishing projects total, based around her work, and that was always her intent with it. As I was talking about this in the other stream the other day, but just to sort of reiterate, that was always her intent with all of this stuff. That I would get the collections, like the video collection and the Star Wars collection, specifically with the intent to sell it and to make money. So she collected all those Star Wars things with the intent to will them to me to sell on eBay, so that I would have that as something of a nest egg, right? And then the same with the books. She wanted us to publish the books, and she didn't want any money for them. She just wanted the satisfaction of having them published, with all of the money going to Cass and I to live on for however long they sell, So, yeah. Mother of the year, as it were, or mother of the frickin' century. Like, it's not just that she left us a nice fat chunk of change in the inheritance. She left us other things that we can make more money on over time, And so yeah, so the past year has basically been spent sorting through all of that stuff, divvying it up. And now we're getting into the stage where we're actually, breaking it all down and figuring out a game plan to sell things. So, yeah. Fire sale, everything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thrift stores. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good thing to do. A lot of people do that. A lot of people make a good living doing that. Like, they get really hardcore into it. Going thrifting and then, putting stuff up on eBay and making a nice tidy profit. But you can often find rare toys or memorabilia or even DVDs and Blu-rays in thrift stores that sell them to another collector. You'll get a pretty penny for them, So all the bickering about her lack of advancing with tech. Well, yeah, but she knew that Cass and I were experts in that, so she just did. I think, honestly, she may have had a point. If she had had the internet and social media, how much time would that have taken away from her writing? There's a flip side to every story, right? So, is the saying that Canadians are nicer than Americans a misconception? Well, You can say that, I guess, as a blanket statement, like just on average. What are you doing? Hey, psst, stop that. No. Psst, stop that. It's enough. Clawing at the boxes. You have a million scratching posts, Church. Scratch there. Scratch those. That's for scratching, not the box. Why are you so hyper? Why are you like suddenly so hyper? Should I just never give you tuna again? Is this what tuna does to you? It makes you crazy? Eclipse is asleep. Why don't you go snuggle with Eclipse? Have a nice warm croissant sleep. Where did it go? Where did it zoom this time? I didn't notice. Let's go find about Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. Was that the game? Video game? I just see people walking around the thrift store and Google searching pictures on eBay right there. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, the phones. When do you plan on publishing the first book? The plan tentatively is for Christmas this year. Get away from there. It's enough. Just about had enough of your shit tonight, Church. Knock it off. Leave the box alone. You can sit on it. Don't claw at it. Last thing I need is him getting into the box and ripping all the stuff to shreds that we want to sell. You know? So. Yeah, oh, it zoomed closer on the kitty action. Oh, well, see, that's good. That's what you want. What the fuck are you doing? Stop it! Usually I just have to make that sound, and that's enough. They know. That's the you're doing something bad, stop it sound. Oh, the PS2 game. Okay. Theme parks. Oh, yeah. There were so many Jurassic Park games. I have that one for... did I ever show you the one for the 3DO? It's called Jurassic Park Interactive. And it has a very long-winded intro giving you far more information about the premise of Jurassic Park and the story of Jurassic Park than anyone would ever need. And when you finally get into it, it's kind of like that. It's like it's not quite a theme park simulator, but it's more of I don't know. It's kind of like there's interactive stations you can go to control different aspects of the park. There's even like a first-person segment where you're going down, which is freaking terrifying, where the power's out and you're having to go through these long, dark, maze-like corridors to, I guess, restore the power. And meanwhile, you're being stalked by raptors. In the dark, and like it's like one of the scariest things you've ever seen. So it's like, yeah, so there's these like full-on horror game elements to it, and then there's other like kind of park management elements to it. So yeah, so going through in your janky 1993 era 32-bit first-person horror game. Because what do? Like a raptor you're in like a long, corridor, nowhere to run, and then suddenly a raptor comes charging at you out of the darkness. What the fuck do? You just die, basically. Like, there's just nothing you can do. I really need to figure out a way to hook the 3DO up so we can stream. I think that would be amazing. I do have an emulator. If I can get the emulator to work, I know I have all the ISOs for all the games that I own physically. So Might look into doing that, because that would actually be a lot easier to stream. So. Oh, and thank you, Derek. Appreciate that. Canadians are more laid back, but other than that, it's pretty much the same. Yeah, I mean, really, other than you have your extreme people on both sides, but I mean, generally speaking, I'd say we're pretty laid back. We're definitely not as gun happy up here. We really don't give a shit about guns. We use guns for hunting, and that's about it. There's not a ton of gun murders here. There's a few. I mean, there's a few everywhere, but it's just vacuum. Normally I use the cordless one, but that one's not powerful enough. Oh yeah, I know, like the little handheld or whatever. Yeah, the dust buster, as they used to call them. Not enough for embedded dog hair. Oh yeah, it's difficult to use the corded vacuum. My wheelchair, yeah, I can imagine. But I did it. It's such a simple task on paper, but damn. I'm feeling like I managed to destroy the One Ring. Well, congratulations. Middle Earth is safe again. Yeah, funny enough, I got the vacuum that I have, that I got a while back. You guys might even remember, because I think we had a donation goal at the time for me to get a new vacuum. And the one I got it has attachments specifically for dealing with pet hair. And at the time, we didn't have the cats. I got it because of Rosie's hair. Rosie was the pet, and it was her hair, because she had long hair at the time, and it would just get everywhere. Just everywhere. But yeah, nowadays she sports more shorter hair styles, which tend not to get everywhere so much. But now, of course, we have the cats, which, there's more fur from them than ever before. So in that respect, I'm really glad I got that vacuum, because it actually has been helpful in dealing with some of the, fuzz. So, yeah. Yes? What's up? Click, click, click. Are you gonna chill reasonably soon, so Grandpa can actually get some stuff done? Or are you just in batshit crazy mode now for the rest of the night? Eclipse is chill. It's just church. Church is like just in full crazy mode right now, and I don't know why. Why are you so crazy? Why are you going crazy? I know it's 3 a.m. and that's like the standard sort of kitty crazy time, but Eclipse isn't crazy. She's just chill. I don't know. He's not talking. The answer is no. It's always in their system. Yeah, but then there will be literal hours where they'll just like sleep. I mean, they sleep, when do cats sleep? Like 16 hours out of the day? So why isn't this one of those hours, cat? Because murder! Yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, he was trying everything he could possibly do to get outside. When I came in for my smoke, he was planted right by the door, like waiting for me to open it, like. So I've got my ashtray and cigarettes in one hand. I have to open the door with the other hand, and then just like block the door with my body, then reach in and like put my hand on the scruff of his neck to keep him from moving, then reach in and put my smokes on the thing on the inside, then step in, still holding him, pick him up, chuck him into the room, and then quickly close the door before he turns around. It's just like, I'm going out for a smoke to relax, cat. Can you stop making it the most stressful experience possible? Yeah, there's been a couple of times that, I've opened the door and I didn't see him, and, I turn around and he's on the lawn. I'm like, when the fuck did you go by me? Like, I didn't even see you. Just teleported outside. So, anyway. But then it's like, when he does get out, then, like, for the next several days, he's just, like, obsessed with going out again. So you have to be constantly watching and make sure he doesn't, like, bolt out the door again. It's almost to the point I just want to go into my bedroom, open the door, and just, like, blow the smoke out the window, just to not have to deal with it. So, yeah, I don't know. Licking again. He has some kind of irritation. Like, we I don't know. It's either fleas or just owies that he refuses to let heal. So, we might just have to put a cone on him again. I'll look into that. I'll get, like, the most obnoxious, humiliating cone to put on him. Like, one of those ones that is like a big, cushiony collar, but it looks like a watermelon or something, So just be, like, watermelon head. And then we'll, treat all his owies. And keep the damn cone on him until he's healed. So. And then there won't be the constant licking. Because half of that is him, like, picking at his owies and, like, just making them not heal ever. So, yeah. So do that. Get him some flea stuff just in case it's fleas. And then also we have a spray for, it's like polysporin for cats, basically. So it helps them, takes the itchiness away and helps them to heal. So your inheritance is a safe of guns. Selling them all. Yeah, keep at least, I mean, you might as well keep at least one, especially with the country going crazy. Got to protect you and yours. But, oh, that country definitely has a gun kink. It's ridiculous. And the American people, I find, just generally don't realize just how heavily propagandized that country is. Guns being part of it. The love of guns is a huge part propaganda by the NRA. You've all been programmed to be obsessed with guns, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more when you really dive into it. There's a great documentary from 2015, which has only become more and more relevant with every passing year, called "The Brainwashing of My Dad." You can see it for free on YouTube. It used to be on Netflix, I think, but it's available for free on YouTube now. The Brainwashing of My Dad. And it goes into frightening depth about how much the mainstream media has been shaped to push propaganda, essentially, on the American people. Fox News especially, that's the worst. Fox News has done so much damage to America. It's ridiculous. Do you even have to ask that? I don't think anyone who is rational and sane would like that person. And those who do, well, they either got, they believed the lies that he was going to reduce grocery prices and stuff. He never had any intention to do any such thing. Rational, normal, critical thinking people knew this. Or they've just been completely brainwashed by the propaganda. Again, primarily Fox News. People don't realize just how much influence that fucking station has. So. Yeah, but no, don't like Trump and how he is systematically destroying everything that made the U.S. great. Systematic destruction of 100+ years of progress. Like he has set the country back like literally 100 years. Just like that. And that's because of that fucking Project 2025. That Russell Vought guy, pure evil. Pure evil. And in bed with Trump. So, there you go. How do I not think the same thing about the other side? Well, despite the comments that Kamala made about the whole Palestine-Israel conflict, which was very ignorant of her to say that, considering how well educated she is. I can guarantee you, if she had won, you would not be seeing the country in the turmoil that it is now. No question. So. It's not even a matter of ideology anymore. It's a matter of basic human decency and morality. And Kamala was fighting for the people. Trump was fighting for Trump. And that's really what it boils down to. Trump has never fought for anyone but himself and his billionaire buddies. That's all he cares about. He has never been a champion of the working class. No billionaire is, was, or ever will be. That's the propaganda. To get you to think that they're on your side and that they're looking out for you. But no. He even said it himself that he didn't care. He just wanted your vote. And he got it. So, bravo. You won. But what did you win? I don't see a lot of winning out there. I just see a lot of people hurting. I see a lot of people angry. I see a lot of people, even on the right, who feel betrayed. And all of us who are trying to tell you from the start, yeah, he's not on your side, dude. People didn't believe that Project 2025 was a thing, yet it's being implemented right now, in the open. They're not even attempting to hide it anymore. Because it doesn't matter. They're in power. They got what they wanted, and that's it. So. Oh, yeah. Stoudman says, is that actually true that France wants the statue back? That is so fucking... I fucking love Macron. Yeah, give us our statue back. That's amazing. I saw a political cartoon about it. I thought it was just a joke. That's hilarious. But yeah, as Stoudman put it, he says they literally want you to think that without the rich, everything would fall apart. Let's test that theory. Yeah, right? I think we're about to see that put to the test. So, that's amazing. Oh, I would love to see the Statue of Liberty just on a big boat heading back to France. Wow. Can't decide whether I support or don't support Trump. Well, I guess the real question is, I mean, first off, good on you for actually starting to question things. You're already a step ahead of a lot of people who are just kind of in the thrall of, the Trump mindset. But what you really need to look at is just look at what he's done. And does any of that benefit you or people you know or people you care about in any way? And if you think it does, well, think about how. How does it benefit you or the people you care about? But, I mean, I can pretty much guarantee you're not going to find anything. It ain't there. He's a con man. And, I mean, this has been proven not only just through his actions, but in court. Like, that he's a con man. And, I mean, this is the biggest con of all time. This will go down in history as one of the biggest cons of all time. He conned the American people. I mean, he full on said in his campaign that he doesn't care, he just wants your vote. He also said, and this is the part people should be scared of, that don't worry about it, you're never going to have to vote again. What does that mean? He's going to do away with votes? He called himself a king on Truth Social. Did you see that? He said, "Long live the king," in reference to himself. Yeah, America doesn't have kings. They have presidents that are voted in by the people. And they have term limits. He wants to be president for life. He's taken a page out of Putin's playbook. Because that's what Putin did. Did away with elections. So he could be leader for life. So but the thing is, what is this sort of great America that we're talking about here? Like, what is it that people feel they want to go back to that was so great? The 50s? Where, like, segregation and racism and misogyny was running rampant? That seems to be the goal from what we're seeing here and seeing the attitude of a lot of Trump's hardcore followers. They want the traditional wife who stays in the kitchen and raises the kids, and then the man is the provider and stuff. Like, that's fine if, a couple decides that's the kind of thing they want. But why does the entire country have to be forced into that? I mean, isn't what made America great its diversity? Why do you think France wants their statue back? Because the statue was all about, bring us your poor, bring us your downtrodden. It wasn't, if they can contribute to the gross national product. It was like, no, come to America. We will help you get on your feet. We will provide asylum for you from that war-torn country you're fleeing from. This is the place you want to be. This is the land of the free. Home of the brave. But all I see is going back to a time that was not so great. So, didn't like the direction the country was going. Well, in what way, though? Government job is the only thing I have. No about. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I just thought of that, Derek. And a lot of government employees are getting shit canned out of the blue. So, here's hoping you won't be one of them. But I don't think. No, he definitely doesn't care about poor people. Cares about what they can do for the country, for what the country can do for him. But that's the point I'm making, though, is like, bring us your poor, bring us your downtrodden, bring us your refugees. We'll give them a second chance. So you come to America, we'll help you get on your feet and be something again. But now it's like he doesn't even want that. I mean, he's deporting people who are like born and bred Americans. You know, people who look a little bit not white, getting stopped by ICE and thrown in a cell for 10 days while they have their credentials checked. Like, come on. That is not normal. That is not great. There's nothing great about that. That's just, that's pure discrimination against other Americans because they look like immigrants. What does an immigrant look like? I mean, you want to get real technical. Technically speaking, we're all immigrants. You know who should be booting us the fuck out of the country? The natives. The natives were here first. They're the only true blood Americans, the only true blood Canadians. All the rest of us are fucking colonizers. We are all scum, and we should all be deported under that philosophy. But really, it should be about, hey, being a melting pot and having... Diversity is not a bad thing. That's what I don't get. The painting diversity as something bad. America was founded on diversity. Who the hell's going to pick all the fruits and nuts and drive your taxi cabs now? Huh? You know? So... Well, they were, but the problem is a lot of people weren't listening. And this is the problem with the stranglehold that the right-wing media has on the American people and their hearts and minds. Is they tell them what they want to hear, and they play into fears and prejudices that sadly still exist, and they amplify them. They amplify them because when people are afraid, they are easy to manipulate. And that is exactly what happened. Was Kamala and Tim Walz were appealing to, you know, the better nature of people, of wanting to help people, and Trump sort of countered that by saying he was going to do all this stuff. But so far he hasn't done a goddamn thing except go point by point through fucking Project 2025, which doesn't help anybody. So, but the biggest problem with the Democrats is they don't have any balls. They don't do anything. I mean, there's a few good ones, like, you know, AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I think she'd be a great candidate if she ran in 2028. But I'll get to that in a sec. Tim Walz. Tim Walz, I think, is a great candidate, potentially. He's actually doing town halls in red states right now. You know? Full-blown Democrat. Doing town halls in red states. Because even red states and Trump voters are pissed off. They feel betrayed. And rightly so. Because they have been betrayed. You know? So... Well, see, that's the problem, you're talking about Doge. Yeah, cutting wasteful spending, sure, that's great in theory, but what do you classify as wasteful? But as you say, they're cutting things that matter, and that's the problem. They're cutting things that matter, that people depend on, like the big one being Social Security. A lot of veterans, people who fought and died for that country, well, not the ones that died, obviously, others have been getting Social Security, but you know what I mean. Ones that fought for the freedom of America, who deserve every penny of that Social Security. They absolutely earned it. They put their lives on the line for America. Treat your fucking veterans with some fucking respect. You know, I've seen clips of veterans at town halls enraged at their Republican senators because they feel betrayed. Because they have been betrayed. It's not even a matter of feeling betrayed. They have been betrayed. And that's wrong. You don't wrong the veterans. The veterans are why we're here. Period. You know? So, yeah. Oh, Chuck Schumer. Yeah, people are really pissed off at Chuck right now. And rightly so. Rightly so. Schumer spoke at your college graduation 23 years ago. Wow. I don't just blame Trump, I blame the Democrats as well. I'm from New York, and Senator Schumer just let the government be funded by that bill. Yeah. Oh, no, I know. The whole thing, after, spouting a lot of fire on social media, and then when it came down to the vote, he caved. Along with, about 6 other Democrats that ended up swaying the vote? Yeah. Not cool. But the problem is, they call them... I think actually Trump said this, called them the do-nothing Democrats. Well, I hate to say it, but he was right on that point. Because they really haven't done anything. They're just talking, talking and talking and talking, but not acting. And now, everybody's in so deep now, and so much damage has already been done. Like, what the hell do you even do at this point? They're talking about, we'll take them through the judicial system. The judicial system is trashed right now. So, I don't know. I think, what was this? Yeah. Honestly, it's reached a point, I think there's no other way it's going to go except violence. I think it's just going to be some kind of violent conflict, and on a lot of fronts. I think it's going to be civil war, and I'm not just saying that to be alarmist or fear-mongering. I think it's legitimately going to be civil war at this point, because I've never seen the American people unanimously this pissed off at their own government. This is like some Boston Tea Party level shit. This is like, Guy Fawkes blowing up Parliament level shit. Like, I think it's going to get pretty crazy. And then on top of that, you got him talking about wanting to annex Canada. Let's not candy coat that. That's another word for invasion. Those are fighting words. Those are like, we're going to war words. Meanwhile, Canada is still allied with everybody else. The U.S. is allied with Russia. Let's not pretend. They are allied with Russia. They're trying to bully Ukraine to get Ukraine's resources. And I thought they were in bed with China too, but China seems pretty pissed off with them too. Mainly because of the tariffs, which makes sense because China has a huge export industry. So all this tariff bullshit is tanking the economy left and right. And foreign relations are in the toilet. The U.S. has no allies anymore. They're gone. They just basically, when Zelensky went to meet with Trump, that was the last chance. And that's it. Everybody's allied with Zelensky and with us. So it seems like he's really just pushing for war. He wants a war. And he's talking to Putin. You think they're just going to be talking about Ukraine? No. They're going to be talking about all of us. So, yeah. Do I see why people like Trump? Well, the power of persuasion, honestly. Trump, like Hitler, is very good at manipulating the people, telling them what they want to hear. He speaks to the lowest common denominator, essentially. Most of his speeches, it's monosyllabic, very easy phrasing and words, and a lot of fire and brimstone, and talking like the average guy. So that speaks to a lot of it isn't even about issues. It isn't even about policy. He rarely talks about policy, and if he does, it's like some bullshit. Oh, I have concepts of a plan. It's about his demeanor, his tone, his attitude. That's what people respond to. They see him as someone who's bucking the trend and is not the status quo and is going to shake things up. And yeah, I understand why some people find that appealing and get kind of... It's a cult of personality, really, that if you've heard that saying, where people just get sucked into the energy of it. And it's really hard to break out of that when you get pulled in. But I mean, like yourself, you said you voted for him and he's cutting your benefits. I mean, that's what you voted for. But it didn't seem like it at the time, did it? No. Because he talks a good game. That's why he's such a successful con man. He really is. I mean, you can look at you just look at his own history of how many times has he been sued? How many people has he stiffed? Even when he was just a real estate mogul, you know. I mean, he's literally a convicted criminal. I think this is the first time we've ever seen a convicted criminal in the White House, you know. So, but no, I get it. I mean, I understand the power of propaganda and the power of persuasion and the power of personality. It can be very compelling. No, he does. He absolutely doesn't. It's like I said. I mean, Trump only looks out for one person, and that's Trump. That's it. So I'm sure he doesn't even give a shit about Elon. Elon is just another tool to get to where he wants to be, and I'm sure he's not thrilled with how Elon has been getting absolutely shat on. So. I love huge jugs.
This underscore is underscore me donated $5.07. I love huge jugs, big tits, melons, knockers, fun bags.
Hell yeah, don't we all? Oh, his crypto... I completely forgot about that. See, there's been so many things. Like, it's easy to forget. But yeah, his whole crypto thing, and then... and also just blatantly breaking the law. Like, did you know it's illegal for a president to, like, use the office of president to sell products? So him doing the White House lawn plug for Tesla, that's actually against the law. When he hawked Goya canned food products because Ivanka was hawking them, that's against the law. You know? So, Elon is a character. I mean, he honestly comes off like a James Bond villain from Wish. But he's like one of those sort of awkward dads who like just he's trying really hard to be cool and fit in, and he keeps using all these meme terms and everything, but really, like, he's just as bad. He's just awful. So, I mean, on the plus side, while everyone is trying to figure out what the hell to do about Trump and how he's destroying everything, at least with the whole Tesla takedown grassroots movement, that seems to be impacting Elon. So hopefully all of these cuts that are happening with Doge will stop soon, as he's basically run, hopefully, completely bankrupt. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Just penniless Elon. We all just agree Mike Myers is killing the Elon Musk impersonation on SNL, yeah, or on Twitter, yeah. Well, and I think on SNL as well, but yeah. But I mean, he's always been good at stuff like that. On the goal to beat XX 99 cents X 99 cents. Oh, that was Quack? I didn't even realize that was Quack. Thank you, Quack. Appreciate that. So, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely a case of, he's just looking out for himself. Well, both of them are. Elon's got his own agenda, but it for the moment, aligns with Trump's, so they're working together. But, well, I mean, I think that's clutching at straws at this point. I think the past 60 days have shown that he's just playing his own agenda and doesn't give a shit about the American people. I mean, you're getting your benefits cut yourself. Is that him doing a good job? Do you consider your benefits to be wasteful spending? I don't know. Like, I mean, I'd be fucked if I didn't have my benefits. Just speaking for myself, I get child benefits for Rose. And it's essential. It's very rare that I make enough in a month just from the donos and stuff that I can cover all my bills. But, well, see, that's the fascism creeping in. Have you read 1984? Yeah, it's a little scary how much his actions are kind of echoing that. Real Ministry of Truth stuff. Basically, if you don't agree with the party, you are an enemy of the party. If the party says 2 and 2 equals 5, then 2 and 2 equals 5. If the party says we have always been at war with Eurasia, then we have always been at war with Eurasia. And that's exactly what it's heading for. And that's true. A president shouldn't play favorites. I mean, he's the president of the United States. He's not just the president of the states that like him. And should be answerable to all media, not just the media that speaks favorably of him, Under the right circumstances, I could see him being a killer. I don't know. I think he's too much of a coward, quite frankly, to get his own hands dirty. But I could definitely see him having other people do that kind of dirty work for him. So is it? Yeah, Escarlatin says it literally cannot get any more self-serving. Stout says, unless you earn $400K a year, the new tax cut being proposed by Trump will increase your taxes. Yeah, increased taxes for the poor, reduced taxes for the rich, because they already. If you look at the trend since go back to like the 80s, to when Reagan was president, because that's really when all this stuff that we're getting the fallout from now was set into motion. Trickle-down economics, tax cuts for the rich, all that shit. That all started in the 80s under Reagan. Since then, look at a couple of things. You can find charts for this online pretty easily. So look at the rate of inflation versus minimum wage. Inflation, it goes like this. Inflation goes way up, minimum wage stays the same. It's only until they fought for minimum wage a few years ago that it went up, that it got close to where it should be now. Still not quite, but they're supposed to go up together. You're supposed to be able to have a minimum wage job and make at least a meager living on that. That's the point. That's what minimum wage is. The minimum wage you need to have in order to live. That's literally what the term means. So, so there was that. And then you want to really look at the dramatic difference in chart. Look at the income equality and how that's changed since the 80s. So you start with, you know, everything kind of going at the same kind of rate. Again, like, you know, along with inflation. But then look at how much, you know, the rich get taxed versus the poor. So the rich used to be up here, and actually used to be up here, and then slowly comes down, and now where are we? Here? No, we're more like here. Why are the poor up here and the rich down here for taxes? How does that make any sense whatsoever? It doesn't. Simple as that. We have billionaires in Canada, and a few years back there was like an ad campaign, like PSAs, where billionaires in Canada, you never hear about them because we're not evil here, but they were saying, tax me. They didn't want the tax breaks, so they give a lot of their money away, but they're just like, tax me. I make jillions of dollars, tax me. You know, put my money to good use. I don't hear a lot of American billionaires saying that. But, yeah. What was it? Yeah, and Stout says they're literally cutting the taxes of the rich and increasing the taxes on the poor. Stealing from the poor to give to the rich. Reverse Robin Hood. That's what we need. New Robin Hood. Get Anonymous on the phone. I bet they could do that in the cyber sense. A redistribution of wealth on a massive scale. Yeah. Oh, D-Man David just said the reverse Robin Hood. Yeah. Yeah. The real tax havens are the 1%. The 940K and up. Yep. Crypto isn't real, Donnie. Oh, and Jonkler. Hey, Jonkler. Sorry you walked into the politics again, but what do you expect? Stoud's in the room. Says, my family don't get what I mean in regards to 1984. I tried explaining that to my family, and they say, I don't know what I'm talking about, since I didn't live in 1984, because it was a great year for us. It's not the literal, actual 1984. And by the way, yes, 1984 was a great year because Reagan was just getting started and things were still pretty good at that point before he tanked everything. Well, he didn't tank everything, but he got everything started on that path. It's all being tanked now. But I think RFK doesn't like Trump that much. I just think he doesn't like the current Democrats more. I don't care who RFK likes. What I don't understand is why the hell he's the health guy. I mean, the guy sounds like he's got one foot in the grave already. He's like he can barely speak. He sounds like he's had long COVID since the dawn of man, and he's like an anti-vaxxer. And what the fuck? Okay, first off, let me say, egg prices in Canada are fine. They're exactly the same as what they've been for the past 5 years. Chicken, eggs, same price. You know why? Because we vaccinate our fucking chickens. RFK's solution to the avian flu, just let them all die out, and then whichever ones are left will probably be immune, so we'll just stick with them. How does that make sense? How is that? Just vaccinate the damn chickens! It's ridiculous. Are we changing the subject, Hayden? Fine by me. Yes, I do collect Blu-rays. You can probably see many of them around me. Actual worms in his brain. Yes. I know, I haven't filmed anything yet. I keep getting distracted, and we got talking about autism, so I gave a very autistic explanation about my autism that took forever. And Stout walked in the room and brought all of the politics with him just by existing. But you know, I will say this, Hayden, it's great to see a Trump supporter questioning things. Like, for me, in terms of political ideology, I don't really have a political ideology per se. I just want everybody to be happy and healthy and be able to live their best life and not have to worry about things like discrimination and, you know, being harmed simply for being different from person A or person B. You know, like, it's just call me a humanitarian, I guess. I just want humans to exist in peace and harmony as realistically as feasibly possible. Obviously, not everybody's going to get along. I don't expect everybody to get along, but I expect people. I don't think it's unreasonable to want people to just be decent to each other. We're all sharing this planet together. So there's no reason why we can't all just get along, and if we don't get along, just leave each other the fuck alone. You know? Who the fuck are gay people harming? Nobody. Who the fuck are trans people harming? Nobody. Who the fuck are black people or Muslim people or Chinese, Japanese, anybody harming? Nobody. They're just trying to get by and live their lives like the rest of us. Leave them the fuck alone. So, you know. Oh, he's taking us back to, like, a lot of this stuff, see, that's another thing, and that's the propaganda at work. This whole, like, anti-woke thing, and anti-DEI, that's propaganda. None of that was really affecting anybody or hurting anybody. It was just about representation and equality and, you know, choosing people based on their skills, not their skin color, you know, and stuff like that. And it's just, what woke is, woke has been twisted into something ridiculous. Now, I posted a lot of stuff on my Blue Sky for Black History Month last month. Some really interesting discussions from some very notable civil rights activists during the 60s and 70s. But woke was originally a black term, specifically with regards to being aware of or awake to social justice issues. Originally to do with segregation, racism, that sort of thing. It, over the years, expanded to include other social justice issues, such as gay people, trans people, things like that, just to be aware of injustice, to be awake to it, to be woke. That's it. That's what it means. You can look it up in the dictionary, any dictionary. It's right there. But the right somehow twisted it into this thing. Oh, the woke mind virus. And this was all part of this systematic, calculated plan to bring us to where we are now. With, well, I honestly didn't think it was going to get this bad. I didn't think Trump was going to win. But here we are. It was all all part of the plan to get rid of the immigrants, to get rid of the people of color. The whole immigration thing is a smokescreen. This is not about immigration at all. It is about white supremacy. That's it. It's not make America great again. It's make America white and straight again. That's what MAGA is. That's what MAGA has always been. And that's why it honestly makes me sad that so many people support that. Because to me, that is the most anti-American thing you can conceive of. You know? Well, and we're seeing that now. Stout says left versus right makes sense in a democratic system, which this no longer is. It's an oligarchy. He says, and in an oligarchy, there is no left versus right, only the top 1% versus the bottom 99%. Look at this conversation you and I are having right now, Hayden. Do you think this conversation would have happened and been this civil 8 years ago? Probably not. But things have changed. It's no longer right versus left. It's no longer red versus blue. It's, as Stout says, it's the 99% versus the 1%. That's what we've been put into. So... It's no longer, that's it. I mean, yeah, we're kind of still at the anger phase. A lot of people on the left are just kind of like thumbing their noses at people on the right, saying, well, A, we told you so, and B, you fucked around, now you're finding out, ha! But, you know, that's falling into the same kind of mindset that the right has been pushing forever. It's like, it's all about winning, it's all about sticking it to the Dems, and yeah, stick it to the libtards and stuff. We can't fall into that mindset. Because then we're right back to square one. We just flipped sides. You know what I mean? No. It has to be everybody together recognizing that there is something really wrong with this situation and working together to fix it. That's where we're at. Like, I mean, Stout put it perfectly. The oligarchy. It's everybody versus the 1%. And I mean, we are seeing some pretty positive action there. I mean, I'm loving seeing all the Tesla takedown shit. Yes. Run him out of business. You know what the best part of that is? Elon could actually conceivably lose X because of the whole Tesla takedown thing. You know why? Because he put up his Tesla stock as collateral towards the, 300 some odd billion dollar purchase of Twitter. He's not going to have enough money to cover that. And he may actually have to sell Twitter. Sorry, 44 billion. 44 billion, yeah. So, if his Tesla stock tanks to the point where it's below that, and it's getting there. So, yeah. Have to go do my live blog for the news. Oh, yes, for your filthy, stinking mainstream media that you work for. Ugh. But, won an Emmy. Emmy award-winning news director Quack needs to go and do his thing. Well, you go do that thing. Do that thing you do. We're not even far enough in to see the effects yet. You think so? I think we've seen a lot of effects so far. If you're talking about the Tesla thing, well, I mean, it's... What was it? I looked at it earlier today. It went down, like, in the past, like, month, something like 728%. Or something like that. It was ridiculous. Like, the value is just, like, cratering. Stout says, I've been hearing more than a few murmurs from the military who are watching Trump take away what was also promised to them as veterans when they complete their service. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if you're here earlier. I was saying there was a really interesting town hall clip I saw where there was a veteran who just lost it at his, local senator and just screamed at him. He said, "You're lying. You're lying. I'm a veteran. You're taking my Social Security away. So, you know, the dude just kept, $728 billion, that's what it was. Yeah, market cap lost, yeah. I've just been watching this, just the line going down. But that's the thing. That's one thing I was reading earlier today. Is like, in case you guys forgot, he put up his Tesla stock to buy Twitter, and if it keeps tanking, he might have to get rid of Twitter. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I don't know who the hell would want to buy it in its current state. It is just a trash fire site now. But yeah, what was he saying? Stan says, who are watching Trump take away what was also promised to them as veterans when they complete their service. Like, I mean, that's one of the big incentives for joining the military in the first place, is their cushy retirement package. That's like what most people get into it for, is so they can go in, you know, be a good soldier for a few years. Maybe they'll see action, maybe they won't. But then they can retire super young and be set for fucking life. I know, my stepsister married an ex-ranger. Dude was retired before he was 30. I mean, he was like super duper special elite forces. So, I mean, yeah, those guys get to retire a little earlier. But he was in fucking Afghanistan and stuff. And he told us some of the fun stories. He didn't tell us the other stories. But, yeah, like, that's a big incentive for people to join the military. Finish reading the thing. Like, if you think everyone in our military is going to follow orders when the time comes, I think you might be in for a few surprises. Yeah. Mass desertion or defection to the other side. Yeah. What is it? Hey, Black Metal Werewolf. How's it going, dude? Says, you know how Reagan became president, right? The Teamsters president, Jackie Presser, gave him millions in funding. The mob controlled the Teamsters at the time, too. Well, there you go. See, that tracks. I mean, the mob had a lot of ties in Hollywood, too. That's been the case for a long, long time. And so, Blaze, how's it going? He says, money is for using, not accumulating. $100 in a poor man's hands does more for the economy and a thriving society than would ever do in a rich man's bank account. True. Because that $100 will go straight back into the economy. Because that poor man will use it to feed his family, you know? It is us versus them. The system is broken. The economy is stuck in second gear because the majority of us don't have enough money and it just keeps hitting the rev limiter. Yeah, when everybody's living like... Oh, for X. I'll give you $1 for X. I was wondering what you were saying. Yeah, so... Did he say that? I mean, I know Real Hayden said, did you see Trump says he wants 2 more terms? Did he actually say that? I know that people have been, pretty sure that's where he was going. Like I said, he wants to do the Putin thing, and he's called himself a king at least once. But did he actually say that? Because I know that's something everybody's been saying he's going to say. And that doesn't surprise me. Of course they had ties to Hollywood. Think of Frank Sinatra. Yeah, there's actually a really good book that came out a number of years ago called Hollywood Babylon that kind of dives into the dark side of Hollywood and some of the mafia involvement and stuff like that. But I don't think he's going to live that long. Well, we can always hope, right? Oh, goody. Then we get J.D. Vance for president. Well, in that case, everyone would just be laughing at him constantly. God, what a tool that guy is. They say that, but he may have been joking. Oh, okay. Be very, very careful about that, because we've heard that line before. It's like, he was just joking. Yeah, Trump doesn't joke. He'll lie, but he'll also tell you to your face what he's actually going to do. Yeah. And that's part of the critical thinking there, is you need to try to discern the distractions from the actual declaration of intent. Because, you know, when he said during his campaign that you'll never have to vote again, we're going to fix it. He also said something about, oh, we found a bunch of votes. Like, why is no one investigating that? That sounds pretty damn fishy to me. What do you mean you found a bunch of votes? You don't just find votes. But, yeah. So when he says things like he wants 2 more terms, I guarantee you that he means it. He wants to be president for life. Just like Putin. But Biden, I mean, both of them, they're old. They're old, creaky old men, you know. I just wish Mitch McConnell had retired a lot sooner. A lot sooner. Thank you for being here, Stout. I missed having my messages skipped over. Sorry. The military is the biggest employer, says Crollatin. Of course, they had ties to Hollywood. Think of Frank Sinatra. Wait a minute, I read that one. That's why I was talking about Hollywood Babylon, you doof. Vance is even more radical and a lot younger. Yes, that's the one problem. He's younger and could conceivably last longer. Was it? How about Tucker Carlson? Yeah, Tucker Carlson is... Yeah. Did you see that speech he had of that weird analogy about Daddy's coming home and he's going to give you a spanking? What? To be fair, I haven't really paid attention to Tucker Carlson much since he left Fox News. But, and the only reason I paid any attention to him there is because there was fucking clips of him everywhere and you just couldn't avoid the damn guy. What? What else did I miss? What? I have to read everything you've said ever since the dawn of time, Crollatin. Fucking mainstream quack, MSM quack. It all makes sense now. $728 billion, I think. Market cap lost. I read all that. Quack. I can't wait for more censored pieces of paper. These weren't even things directed to me. I read all the things that were relevant. Said it'll do. Ugh. If I was president, I agree though, that's where there is government bloat. In the military, the one budget they will never cut. Oh, I know. Absolutely. If I was president, I would. Yeah. Because of Elon's SpaceX. Yeah, so when's Elon going to be piloting the rocket to Mars, to be the first there? That's one I look forward to seeing. And it's off to Mars, and oh, it blew up. Okay, well, bye, Elon. I'd be like, I know you fuckers destroy hundreds of millions of dollars of functional equipment every year just so you can get more money from the government, and that stops today. Hey! Well, you know, Stout, what's stopping you? Yeah. Could be a hell of a voice. Voice for the people. You can be anything you want to be. Unfortunately, SpaceX got some good publicity for bringing home the astronauts from the ISS. What? Seriously? That fucking scam? So, for bringing them back from their mission that was when they were scheduled to come back and not at all an emergency and they were not at all stranded in any way. It was all actually planned. That rescue? Fuck off. Ridiculous. Which is a net positive, but a bad net positive. Yeah, but I mean, you know how it's going to be spun as like Elon's the big hero, but yeah, it's not going to... I don't think that's going to make any difference, though. I mean, if Tesla continues to tank, that's like his big money maker. So if that tanks, then what? Just get on a rocket, get the fuck out of here. I don't know, man. 3 years, 10 months, and 2 days left. Well, yeah, again, this is... I keep seeing people say, oh, we'll just vote him out next time. It's like, did you miss the part where he said you'll never have to vote again? He wants to be president for life. If he is allowed to continue systematically dismantling the government, as he has been doing, there will be nothing to stop him. There will be no election in 3 years, 10 months, and 2 days. Do you understand that? Elections aren't going to be a thing anymore. He's taken a page out of Putin's playbook. His best bud. I don't want to be president. I just want the president to mirror my specific political beliefs and goals and put them into action. To quote the late, great Judy Tenuta, it could happen. Oh, I love Judy Tenuta. Oh, speaking of which, I got the complete series Blu-ray set of Pee-wee's Playhouse finally. The original release, not the re-release. Shout Factory had a few left in stock, so yeah, high-def Pee-wee. I mentioned this because Judy shows up in the odd episode here and there. They were good friends. And also Weird Al. She's in the Weird Al show as well. He was onto something when he shot a Tesla into space on a rocket. We should have all the SpaceX rockets take all the Teslas into space forever. Yeah, I remember Trump hired Sylvester Stallone, John Voight, and Mel Gibson to bring in a new age of in Hollywood. So just all manly men doing manly man things and damsels in distress needing to be rescued by manly men. I just bought all the Rambo movies, too. See, that's what I don't get, is like, these are not stupid people. I don't get how they can get sucked in by all that, you know? Thank you, Trump, for saving us more money, or saving us money. Okay. Let me know how all that winning is going for you. You remember that? I think so, yeah. Shot the Tesla up there at the fake eye. Yeah, and I think I made some comment about heavy metal, like the opening scene in Heavy Metal. It's like, is he trying to do that, but like in real life? America first. It's going to be America all alone, the rate it's going. Clean live block, no errors. Double homicide. Score. I love hearing about grisly murder with my murder coffee. My morning coffee. Thank you for sealing the borders and keeping the criminals away. Yeah, okay. All those criminals that were keeping your fruit and vegetable industry alive, and driving your cabs, and doing all the shit jobs that all you privileged white people don't want to do. Yeah. Good on you, getting rid of all them. Let me know how that works out for you. There's an interesting TV movie from the 90s about Presser and how his rise to power in the Teamsters, saying no to the mob when they wanted to take all the money out of the pension fund. They literally tried to blow his head off. Wow. See, we could learn something from our art. Yes, Stout. Thank you, Trump, for my grand new retirement plan. A tent in the woods. That's about it, yeah. At first I was like, neat about the stunt. Then I realized how much of a fucking waste of money it was. Well, that's the thing. When you're a billionaire, it doesn't matter. It's literally more money than any human being could ever spend in 1,000 lifetimes. So yeah, why not shoot a car into space? I'm bored. Yeah. Yeah, but now they get to yell at teenagers more and tell them to get a job. Conservatives love that. Get a job, you hippie. Yeah, no kidding, eh? I think Trump is doing a better job than Biden, and I have Biden derangement syndrome. Whatever that is, but he could do better. The problem is a lot of Biden's administration was cleaning up the fucking mess that Trump left in his first administration. So he just managed to get some of it under control. And let's not forget, lowest unemployment rate in a long time under Biden. You know, there was some, he did some good shit. But now it's like, yeah, see, I mean, this is the problem, honestly. Like, a lot of it is just politics in general, and American politics in particular, seems to be each administration spends 90% of its time undoing whatever the previous administration did. When does actual progress happen? It just seems like a lot of back and forth, like, oh, you suck, oh, you suck, oh, you suck, oh, you suck. And nothing actually gets done, you know? They did not have it cleaned up in a year. They didn't finish cleaning it up. And the damage that he's doing in his second administration, it's going to take decades to sort it out. I don't know if it's ever going to be fixed now. There's already, in his first 60 days in office, he's done so much damage to the United States and annihilated foreign relations. You got no allies left. There's no allies. You got what? Russia. Great. Well, everybody else versus the U.S. and Russia. That's where it's at. How is that winning? I see no winning here. You seem to think like, oh yeah, we really owned the Dems. Oh, stuck it to the libs. So what's more important, sticking it to the libs, owning the Dems, or actually doing your fucking job and serving the American people for the betterment of America? You know? I would vote for Trump again and again. All right, so you're just a troll then. But, I mean, go on, carry on. Whatever you think you're accomplishing, however you think you're winning, no, they are not. Well, the rest of the world is a stronger ally than one country. Okay? Anyway. Bye. Go be wrong and ignorant somewhere else. Ugh. No, I think, but see, what I'm seeing here is, see, we still see, like, people like that Rick guy. And that's the sad part, is there's still people like that who still think that they're somehow winning. And it's like, yeah, no, you're really not. One day you'll wake up and realize that. One day when all these policies affect you, and they will, you'll realize it. And by then it'll be too late. Oh, as long as all the other people are getting hurt, I don't care. We're winning. I'm winning. It's not affecting me. Yeah, that's not how it works. But then you have people like Hayden and Hunter who, you know, are actually making an active effort to understand and educate themselves and are questioning things and beginning to think critically. And they're breaking out of that stranglehold of misinformation, propaganda, false promises, etc., and looking at all the information. And that's what everybody should be doing. Look at all the information. And when you look at all the information, it very quickly becomes apparent what is true and what is bullshit. So, my cat is telling me to go to bed. I'll take her advice. Good night, Sean, Jonathan, Carlatin, Quack, E-Man, Thomas, and everyone else. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Stout. Always a pleasure. I'm sure we will see you again. And I look forward to more of your streams and insightful political commentary. Fair enough. Hunter says, I'm a liberal conservative, so my politics are complicated. Yeah. I would say if I was to label my ideology at all, it would be like more progressive. And in the simplest possible way. I just want to see mankind progress. And I feel like this is regression of the worst kind. Going back to the worst of humanity. You know, repeating the worst parts of history. You know, how far back are we going to go? Are we going to go back to, you know, making sacrifices to the sun god to make it rain? Like, how far back? So, Carlatin says liberal conservatives is almost the same fucking thing right now. Yeah, Thomas says, for the love of God, read 1984, people. It was a warning. I know, too many people using it as a playbook, though. Not the Star Wars future. Yes, go all the way back to Star Wars. So Sean would be a Rebel Alliance member? Absolutely, yes, definitely. Probably a very bad X-Wing pilot. Just crashing into things left and right. Hey, Nando's! Says, yo, Z-Man, hoping you're having a good night so far. Loving the Wicker Man reference. What did I walk into? Well, it all started when Stout Man stopped by. I was about to film some Doctor Who updates. Then the cats just started licking themselves incessantly. Church went batshit crazy for about an hour after I gave him some tuna. I don't know if the causation and correlation thing is related, but and then we started talking about politics for like 2 hours. But actually a fairly civil discussion about politics. You know, we've been finding a lot of common ground and, you know, talking about things rationally. Except for one guy who obviously just came in as a troll, but whatever. There's always going to be one. But he's gone now. And I don't really care. I fully expect that from time to time. I would be like Finn in sanitation. There's still nobody funny as hell in the first pilot that dies is a big fat dude whose name is literally Porkins. Yeah, I know, right? I love the Family Guy parody of that where he's like so fat he's like spilling out of his X-Wing and it's like barely staying afloat, skipping along the surface of the, of the Death Star. That was great. I believe in equality and equal rights, the freedom of speech, and the right to bear arms. Well, yeah, and that's fine. That's all good. That's all good stuff. And there's nothing wrong with the right to bear arms. It's just there's people who abuse that, you know. And I don't know that I would say that America has a gun problem as much as it has like a gun regulation problem. It's too easy for people to get guns, you know what I mean? And too easy for people who are unhinged to get guns. So, maybe a mental health issue. I'm sure it's not even that simple. No, it is both as a problem. Well, there you go. More guns per capita is not a good thing. Fair enough, yeah. Think about the future, you know. William Hootkins, yeah. He was actually quite a versatile character actor. He was Porkins in Star Wars. He was Eckhart in Batman '89. Where are you spending your nights? Eat shit, Knox. He was the creepy, pervy neighbor in Hardware. We all walk the wibbly walk, the wibbly wibbly walk. He was the guy who informed Indiana Jones that top men were looking at the Ark. Yeah, that was all him. He was in a lot of stuff. And a lot of them surprised me, too. Like, it didn't even occur to me that it was the same guy. Like, he was just a fucking chameleon. Amazing character actor. William Hootkins. Look him up on IMDb. You'll be amazed how many movies you know. Also pro-life and pro-legal immigration. I mean, those all seem pretty reasonable to me. Like, pretty reasonable positions, you know. That, I mean, nothing can be all-encompassing. There will be people who disagree. But, I mean, I think that those positions are positive towards the largest group of people, you know. But also without necessarily, you know, discriminating against smaller groups. So, and I don't see that as a problem. And I don't know why so many people see, like, diversity and equality and inclusivity and just being nice to people is such a bad thing, you know, like pro-legal immigration isn't really a thing. It's either pro-immigration or not. Well, I mean, isn't immigration generally legal unless they're just sneaking in? Although, I mean, I do know that the issue is not that cut and dry. It's not that simple. I mean, because I mean, we've heard a lot of stories in recent months about illegal immigrants who were, you know, they never got their official status, but they were still valued members of society that contributed in significant ways. You know, some even paid taxes. I don't know how that works. I don't know how an illegal immigrant can pay taxes, but Like, don't you need a green card for that? Or an SSN? And wouldn't you need to be a legal immigrant to get one of those? I don't know. I've never had to immigrate anywhere, so I don't know about all this stuff. But way more valuable than the average born citizen. Well, there you go. Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, a lot of immigrants do a lot of the shit jobs that nobody wants to do. And I mean, you get rid of all them, who the fuck's going to do those jobs? Nobody's going to want to. So, I mean, that's going to impact so many industries. You know, agriculture, farming, the service industry. You know? How many fast food places do you go into and see people of color working there, of all different colors? Who are you going to see working there now? Nobody. What do you do when you want a burger? Guess you'll have to make your own. But, like, I think, I mean, people like this Rick guy, whether he was trolling, let's assume he was serious. If he was serious, people like that are so deep in the brainwashing, so deep in the propaganda, so deep in the, and their hate for people who aren't them, that they can't even begin to process how all of this is going to affect them. But it will. It absolutely will. You know, coming in, glorifying war and stuff, you know, there's nothing pretty about war. I learned that at a very young age, thanks to a show called Robotech. And this is why I think it's important for kids' shows to teach kids about the consequences of death and war. So, goddamn it, G.I. Joe the movie, why didn't you just let Duke die? Well, the thing is, though, he doesn't support any of that. I mean, you might be able to make an argument that he supports pro-legal immigration, but he doesn't support equality. He doesn't support equal rights. He doesn't support freedom of speech at all. I mean, look how much he's censoring the press. Look at his pushing to have people jailed for peaceful protest. Peaceful protest is protected under the First Amendment. That is a freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is defined as being able to speak out against your government without fear of reprisal. To be critical of your government without fear of reprisal. He is literally violating that by threatening to jail people who protest. That is a violation of the First Amendment. You can look it up. It's in the Constitution. The right to bear arms, I mean, that's, you know, that's also in the Constitution. Second Amendment, that's fine. Pro-life, he is definitely not pro-life. Oh, well, at least not publicly. Pro-life. I thought you meant pro-choice. Yeah, he'd be pro-life and pro-legal immigration. But I think he's only publicly pro-life. I don't think he's actually pro-life. He's pro-choice. Otherwise, how many illegitimate children would he have? He's definitely pro-choice. And not the women's choice. He's pro-Trump's choice to decide what happens to that kid when he accidentally knocks up that teenager, you know? So yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, Kralatin says respectively to Hunter, if he dug deeper and understood the facade of Trump, he would understand the problem with even being a supporter of him. There's nothing at this point to support. Yeah. But, I mean, it seems to me like you are starting to question things, and that's good. both you and Hayden, and I'm glad to see that. And this isn't about trying to tell people what to think and what to feel. It's simply about stop and think about whether or not this is actually right. Does this actually align with your beliefs? Maybe if he truthfully supports all of these things and you're basing this on policy, but how much of that is actually truthful? You know, and that's the thing. I mean, there you can look up, there's been articles that have actually documented every single time he's lied. His first administration, there were, I think, over 20,000 documented lies. And I don't think that was including tweets. I think that was just including, like, public speeches and rallies and interviews and things like that. But, yeah, lies and broken promises, you know. It's a long list. Thankfully, Oregon at least last I saw, hasn't been arresting people with legal protest. Well, that's good. That's something. Hooray for Oregon! And that's good, because I know a few people there. Good people. Hi, sweetie. Alright, so before the sun reaches this side of the country... Oh, what happened here? Oh. Why is this off? Oh, because it's 4 hours, that's right.
Bluetooth mode.
Oh my god. Well, we still have some darkness. She's just drinking water. Sorry, what was this, Klein? It says, that's the other thing. The fact that he even has supporters after his first term is remarkable. I know. I'm as stunned as anybody. I can't believe that we are at this point. Speaking of immigration, have you heard what happened to Jasmine Mooney, a Canadian American Pie actress? Yes, I believe I did. She got detained, and she's been held for like the past 10 days or something. Is that the one I'm thinking of? She was literally just visiting. Oh, here it is. Yeah, so... Okay, this is the one I was thinking of. Jasmine Mooney, 35, said she was put in chains after immigration enforcement officers flagged her visa application paperwork. The former actress was finally allowed to return to Vancouver after 12 days. Actually, no, there was another one. There was that one, and then there was another one, another Canadian actress who was given an option of being like detained or sent back to, in this case, Toronto. she opted to go back to Toronto. And basically everybody's saying, yeah, just don't even bother going to the States at this point. It's a fucking madhouse. I am in British Columbia, yes. That one was like yesterday, I think. I forget who it was. It showed up on my feed somewhere. As I said, trying not to doom scroll as much, so I miss occasional stories, but, you know. Oh, another person was wrongfully detained. Like, how many times can you see it, right? But, and these were not, like, people of color even. These were just white people from another country. Whoa. And, so if you think you're safe because you're white, might not be the case. It's worthless right now to travel here, especially if you're from a Latin American country. Oh, God, yeah. Or even Canada, apparently. Wow. I mean, that alone should speak volumes. Like, who the fuck makes enemies with us? Like, we're the most unassuming country. Like, we don't bother anybody. We're just doing our own thing. We got our trade, you know. And that's it. Leave us the fuck alone. Yeah, that's my final say on this shit show. For now. Yeah. And Greenland, yeah. To be honest with you, the amount of guns and bullets the U.S. has, unironically, I feel might be the safest place during the zombie apocalypse. And I'm not entirely being ironic. We have too many guns here, so I guess it would depend on the types of zombies, to be fair. How high are you right now, Junkler? Well, you know, we'd be pretty well prepared for a zombie apocalypse. I mean, I'm just saying. Alright, well, if we start getting zombies, I'll send them down your way. Red, white, and blue land. Yeah. The whiskey was pretty peaceful. Which whiskey? What? Oh, deleted. Okay, never mind. It's still on the screen, though. Haha. Whiskey. Whiskey. The Whiskey War was pretty peaceful. I don't know that one. I'll have to look that one up. Yeah, I see all the Tesla stuff as like the modern day equivalent of the Boston Tea Party, basically. We're literally seeing history repeat itself. Just 21st century edition. Have I seen Kagemusha? I have not, and I've actually owned it on Blu-ray for a while now. There's still a bunch of Kurosawa films I need to see. Oh, I know. I know basically his whole filmography. I just haven't seen all of them. So, instead of just Boston, it's the rest of the world. Yeah, basically. Someone should just dump a boatload of Teslas into Boston Harbor. The Boston Tesla Party. There you go. Alright, I'll be back. Just one little side note, speaking of all the Tesla and X stuff, there's been a lot of buzz on the socials from, I guess, Canadian folks saying, why don't we just outright ban X in Canada? Like, there's been a lot of buzz about that, like, almost, like, pushing for it hard. Like, they're talking about banning Teslas already, like, seriously. There was actually there was a Tesla charging station here in town that was actually set on fire. I know we've heard about that happening a few places in the world. It's happening here too. So, yeah, crazy. Fly them into space. Do the ultimate heavy metal tribute. As they all fall out of orbit and crash higgledy-piggledy into various places on Earth. Probably just burn up in the atmosphere before they hit ground anyway. Just adopt me so I can go. Everybody wants me to adopt them. Or the Bourbon War? Is that it? The Bourbon War? Whiskey, Bourbon War just sounds like a mass hysteria riot of drunkards fighting. I want to see the clips of that. Just a bunch of, just like the ultimate drunken bar fight, but on like, it's like, okay, you can join the war, but you have to down this whole 26-ouncer of Jack Daniels first. And good morning, Scully. So, I'm going to go pee, and I don't want to waste all this beautiful lighting we set up hours ago. So let's at least try to get a couple of videos in the can. And we'll talk about someone who truly helps the downtrodden and the underdog, Doctor Who. All right, I'll be back. Yes. We'll just blame Stout. Damn it, Stout! Oh my god, cats. actually pretty good. Okay. I don't want to trust that fart. It might not just be a fart. Alright. Whoa. Okay, it was just a fart. Oh my god. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, just hanging in the air. Go away. Vile. My insides are just rotting. Oh, hey, I forgot I was recording. We got that in 4K. Oh, man. That one sounds smelly. Oh, it was smelly. Yeah, okay. Feel the heat. Just realized we can see the corner of the music stand. I just gotta move it over like a few inches. Good. Let me see here. Yes, now we are in the clear. Where the hell's my grid? I usually have a grid for the There we go. That looks pretty good. So that actually puts the corpse family into and the coffin into the rightmost or leftmost third, and then the others here. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday Doctor Who Blu-ray update. Well, it's been a while since I did an update covering the various Blu-ray releases of the Doctor Who collection, the collection of the classic series that they've been putting out for the past few years. As you know, I've been collecting them and enjoying them immensely. And, well, I picked up some of the latest ones, but I think I might be slightly shifting my focus as to how I collect them going forward. What do I mean? Well, stay tuned, and you'll find out today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. Well, first off, I guess we'll start with what... Welcome back. Well, first off, I guess we'll start off with one of the more recent releases, and I'll kind of work my way back a little bit, I think. Picked up Tom Baker, The Complete Season 4, which is season 12, 13, 14... Season 15 overall. Very nice. So this has The Horror of Fang Rock, The Invisible Enemy, Image of the Fendal, The Sunmakers, Underworld, and The Invasion of Time. The Horror of Fang Rock, of course, is kind of the swan song for the Gothic horror era. It's technically Graham Williams' first story as producer, but it definitely feels like a Philip Hinchcliffe story. And would fit right in with the Gothic horror themes of seasons 13 and 14. And it's always been a favorite, and also notable, and it's the first time we ever see the Rutons, the aliens that the Santarans have been fighting forever and a day. The Invisible Enemy, I always had a bit of a soft spot for that one. I love the old trope of, you know, some virus in the body that you have to miniaturize your heroes to go into the body and fight the virus. So it's kind of the Doctor Who version of that. Image of the Fendal, I've seen, and I can't remember anything about it. So, don't have anything to say about that. You know, there's like certain stories you just forget for some reason. Yeah, this season has a couple of them. Maybe that says something. The Sunmakers, one that I really didn't appreciate as much when I was a kid, but I love as an adult, because the whole thing is like Robert Holmes' bitingly scathing satire of taxation, essentially. The evils of taxes and stuff like that. So that's a fun one. Underworld is probably one of the most, it seems to be one of the most loathed stories in the classic era. Simply because it's kind of boring, I guess. Also, a lot of people complain about the CSO, like the chroma key work in it. I never had a problem with janky chroma key in Doctor Who. To me, that's always been part of the charm. But yeah, for me, I don't know if I would say boring. I thought Underworld was kind of okay the last time I watched it, but again, don't really remember much. It just kind of like went right out of the memory. And then finally we have The Invasion of Time, which has one of the most lackluster and no lead up to it whatsoever companion departures ever of, you know, one of the most beloved companions ever, Leela. Yeah, she did not get a great send-off in that. But the story itself I've always had a bit of a soft spot for, because you have these wonderful, janky, tinfoil aliens that are, you know, and there's some kind of weird plot with the Doctor and stuff, and there's Gallifrey involved, and the Santarans show up, and there was a big industrial strike in the middle of production, so they had to do half the show on location. So you have them running around these steam tunnels, calling it the interior of the... Oh, it's an unused part of the TARDIS. That's why it looks like old steam tunnels. Yeah, you got to work real hard to suspend the disbelief on that. But for me, that's just part of the fun, and I've always had a bit of a soft spot for that one, just for how kind of ridiculous that whole story is. It's just fun. But anyway, if we take a little closer look at it here, just angle the TARDIS nicely. There we go. So if you want to take a closer peek at that, you can. We have insert shots for this part. So, there you go. As usual, we have a nice shot of the Doctor and kind of a montage, or not montage, blah, blah. So there you go. As usual, we have a nice shot of the Doctor and a nice little collage of enemies and characters from the stories in this particular season. And then if we flip it around, you can get a quick look at all of the extras on the back there. I'll just quickly go over it with you. This is the part where I put the insert shot in. So we got updated special effects for the Horror of Fang Rock. We got a brand new exclusive to Blu-ray making of the Horror of Fang Rock. We got a feature-length tribute to Graham Williams, the producer of 3 seasons of 1970s Doctor Who. This was his first, and then we had seasons 16 and 17. We got In Conversation, Matthew Sweet chats to Louise Jameson. Those are great, by the way, because they're feature-length and often quite in-depth. 6 new Behind the Sofas. Brand new short film made to promote the Blu-ray release, where we have, I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's Leela on Gallifrey. We got 5.1 surround sound for Horror of Fang Rock. Horror of Fang Rock, they really went all out for that one, because I knew that's the one fan favorite on here. New audio commentaries from Tom Baker, PDF archive of scripts and rare material, and a whole bunch of stuff from the original DVDs. So yeah, not a bad selection of stuff. Now, before we get to the other sets I got, there's something that's always bugged me about the releases that we get here in North America. Well, a couple things. First off, the packaging. It's very minimal. It's just a basic-ass keep case, no insert, and the disc art is the same on all of them. Right? It's not much to look at. So, 2023 was, of course, the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who. And in part, to celebrate that, one of the season sets they decided to put out was another anniversary season, namely season 20. Now, season 20 was, of course, the one that gave us the 5 Doctors, you know, one of the greatest Doctor Who anniversary specials ever made. But the season in general was just kind of a, you know, whole big celebration of all things Doctor Who. And that year, I remember, I was still pretty new to being a Doctor Who fan. I'd only been watching the show consistently for about 3 years. And I'd only just learned about there being multiple Doctors and things like that. So I was still quite new to the whole thing. But I gotta say, even as a new fan, it was pretty apparent what a massive celebration it was for the 20th anniversary, just generally speaking. So I thought, you know, it's kind of a special season, so let's go all out. And this time, instead of waiting for the North American release with the crummy artwork and the same artwork for everything and the crummy packaging, let's get the limited edition version of season 20. So this is the UK edition. This is the one, this is the kind they get for all the seasons over there. They put them out in these limited edition versions, and then later they put out a smaller, scaled down standard edition, which is not limited. But a couple of significant differences with these. First off, we have this big J card. Let me set that aside for the moment. And check this out. I'm going to do a proper closer look at some point, but in the meantime, I'll just give you a quick look from afar here. So we got this. First off, we have different story-specific artwork for every story. And every version of every story. I mean, it's fantastic. But it doesn't end there. You get additional artwork on the inside. You open this up. You get more artwork on the inside. You open this up. Oh, you have like a massive thick book. You got ads for other Doctor Who stuff. And you got the TARDIS control room for that particular season. Every season has this. So, you know, the TARDIS control room would change over the years. So each season set has that season's TARDIS control room in a fold-out display like that. And then in the book, this is not an insignificant book. So you have not only the contents of every disc listed, but you get little essays about the making of each story. And not just a little paragraph. No, this is like several pages of essays. It's like a freaking Criterion set, honestly. Like, the level to which these are deluxe is phenomenal compared to what we get here. Like, there's just no comparison. There's no comparison. And if we go here, we got... yeah, this is the 5 Doctors. This actually has 3 cuts of the 5 Doctors on it. One of which I don't think has even been available on video before. The 1983 broadcast version. So I remember the original VHS release was actually cut down, oddly. And then they did the special edition in 1995, which, you know, put in a whole bunch of additional footage and redid some of the effects. Well, this has the 40th anniversary edition as well. So get this. The 40th anniversary edition of the 20th anniversary special released for the 60th anniversary. Now that's marketing. So, yeah, and it has all the extras from the previous releases and, you know, tons of stuff about that. And it's also got lots of things about Longleat, the big celebration they had at Longleat Castle, which turned out to be one of the biggest Doctor Who events of all time. They were not prepared for how many people showed up at that thing. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in an upcoming update because I got some additional stuff about that celebration. So, yeah, all kinds of cool stuff in here. I'm going to do a proper in-depth closer look, and I'll give you, like, super macro vision looks at all of this stuff another time. But for now, we're just going to kind of do the update. So, yeah, so basically, just on the packaging alone, it's so much nicer to get these big sets. And just to give you the full comparison here, let me show you, I'll just put this here for the moment, but let me show you this one here. So this is a standard edition. This is typical of the standard editions. This is season 12, so Tom Baker's first season. This was sent to me by Little Retro Rocker a while back because the version we got in North America actually had one of the extras removed for some kind of rights clearance reasons. Specifically one that was called Doctor Who Times, which was basically all about just the era that the show was on, and you know, news articles and so forth. So sorry, I'm just like not even telling you what it is. So we get a nice little slip box. Get this. Proper season numbers as well. Oh look, and we got a nice picture of the TARDIS on the back. We didn't even get that here. And then inside, once again, story by story artwork, and we get a booklet. It's just, and an autographed picture of Tom Baker. It's not as robust a book as you get in the limited editions. I think it mainly just goes through the contents. Yeah, it's really just a list of the contents of the disc. So you lose the essays. but you get the disc contents. We don't even get that. We don't even get, like, I'll show you what we got originally, again, for the purposes of comparison. So when we got the Tom Baker set here, first off, we got it in a slimmer case, like that. Oh, we got a one-page insert with the contents on it, and that's it. I mean, that's better than nothing. That's something, but it's not as good as getting a full booklet, you know, with more detailed, and then again, same artwork on all the discs. Just so lazy. So that got me to thinking, do I really want to keep investing in these North American sets when they are such lackluster presentations? Oh, this originally came with a slipcover as well. I do have that, but I took it off because I still kept it, but I took it off because they only gave us like 2 or 3 slipcovers before they stopped even giving us those. Like, they just keep scaling it down. First they took the inserts away. We only had them in the first couple of sets. And then they took the slipcovers away, so we didn't even get that. Anyway, let's quickly go through the contents of Season 20, the limited edition, which is beautiful. So there's the front cover there, which looks very nice. And then if we spin it around here, I'll just give you a look at the back. And then we'll quickly go over the extras as listed on the back there. But the thing is, I mean, that's not even close to all the extras. But just to give you an idea, we got the 5 Doctors 40th Anniversary Restoration. Brand new restoration of the original 1983 Anniversary Special with HD film material. Updated special effects for 2023. New 5.1 soundtrack and multiple audio commentaries. Brand new updated special effects for Snake Dance and Enlightenment. Documentaries exclusive to Blu-ray covering Arc of Infinity and the King's Demons. Look Who's Driving, a European road trip adventure with Peter Davison, Janet Fielding, and Sarah Sutton. That is a lot of fun, by the way. Brand new featurettes, including an interview with Martin Clunes, and In Conversation, Matthew Sweet chats to Janet Fielding and Sarah Sutton. And lots of stuff that was previously on DVD. So, pretty robust set. Now, in terms of the contents, you get all the same contents on the North American set, right? But you really don't get the packaging. And I mean, to me, the main reason I got this, as I said, was because it's Season 20, and that's always been kind of special to me. So I wanted to get the big deluxe edition. But when I did that, I didn't realize how much better these are. Not just for the packaging, though. Also for the picture quality. Because the North American sets are converted to 30 frames per second from the original PAL 25 frames per second. But not quite. It's 30 progressive frames per second, so it's been deinterlaced at the source level. Whereas the British releases are put out at 1080i, 25 frames per second, but 25 interlaced frames per second, which means if you watch it on a compatible monitor and through a player that will actually interpolate the fields properly, such as Media Player Classic, it actually runs at 50 frames per second, which means even on a non-interlaced display like we all have now, it still preserves that video look. So it looks much more accurate to how it would have appeared on an old CRT television by maintaining the frame rate. We lose that on the NTSC version because they've converted it to NTSC. And I don't know why. It's Blu-ray. Blu-ray can handle multiple frame rates. But I guess the problem is, much like with DVD, it's not just about region coding, it's also about video format. So, like, you can't play PAL DVDs on an NTSC-only DVD player, even if it's a region-free disc. Now, first off, these are region-free, so you don't got to worry about region coding. What you do need to worry about is whether or not your player can handle PAL format video. Most modern players can. I know, for example, I can play it on my PS4 and my PS5 and my Blu-ray player and my 4K player, but I can't play it on my PS3. Go figure. Anyway, seeing the difference that the 1080i presentation made when played through Media Player Classic, running at a glorious 50 frames per second, compared to the 30 frames per second of the NTSC North American releases, that was the final straw for me. I'm like, okay, I mean, not only is the packaging gorgeous, but this looks so damn good compared to the North American release. So the next set to come out, I'm sure not too coincidentally, early 2024, was the next big anniversary season, season 25, which is another big favorite of mine. And I thought, well, given that it's another big anniversary season, why don't we get the limited edition of that too? And I was kind of curious to see how it would look after, you know, singing the praises of 1080i and 50 frames per second. This season was shot entirely on video. So I thought, well, if any season is going to benefit from that bump up in quality of having the 50 frames per second playback, it's going to be season 25. Well, specifically seasons 23, 24, 25, and 26, because they were all shot exclusively on video. So, yeah, so I got the limited edition of that for this. Let's check something here. Yeah, we're good. Of that for this. Great phrasing there. So let's just take a quick peek at the cover there. So there we see good old Dr. Number 7, Sylvester McCoy. And a bevy of monsters and villains from the season. Now, this season, of course, has Remembrance of the Daleks, and Silver Nemesis, and the Happiness Patrol, and The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. Overall, pretty strong season. Most people, a lot of people don't care for the Happiness Patrol. I like it, all right, it's fine. Silver Nemesis is technically the 25th anniversary story, and it is treated as such in the extras and all the promotional material. But I always felt like Remembrance of the Daleks was the real anniversary story, because it just has so many more callbacks to classic Doctor Who than Silver Nemesis does. So I don't know why they didn't just call that the anniversary story, honestly. Greatest Show in the Galaxy is just brilliant, especially if you like scary clowns. Yeah, and the great thing about this set is, and they did this with a lot of the, with most of the Sylvester McCoy sets, I think, and I think from season 23 onward, this was mostly the case. They've got extended editions of all 4 stories, because they have all the original footage from them. So they did extended versions of all 4 stories, and honestly, I think some of them play better in the extended versions, just because they don't have those time constraints that broadcast television would normally have, and they can actually let the story breathe a little more. In particular, I have to say, the Happiness Patrol really benefited from that. It almost has enough material to make it a 4-part story, honestly, and all that additional material really helps. Adds a lot. I felt much the same way about the extended version of Paradise Towers, which I know is another one fans don't like. It's from season 24. But I've always had a soft spot for it as a bit of just sort of dark, weird satire. But, yeah, anyway, we'll take a quick look at the back there. Quite a lot more contents listed on this one. Let's see, we're just about at 30 minutes, so we're just gonna... So again, dropping in the insert shot, and I'll just sneakily read, and then, yeah, magic of editing. So, yeah, so as you can see, we have exclusive special editions of all stories featuring untransmitted scenes, updated special effects, and optional 5.1 surround sound. This season was also the first season that was broadcast in stereo, so definitely a more robust soundtrack in this one than we'd ever had in Doctor Who before. updated special effects on all 4 broadcast versions. 3 in-conversation specials. Matthew Sweet reunites with Sophie Aldred to talk about her history with Doctor Who. Also joining Matthew is Andrew Cartmel, the script editor responsible for much of the tone of the 7th Doctor era, and Chris Clough, director of 5 stories and a leading industry figure. Behind the Sofa, 4 new episodes with an all-star lineup of classic Doctor Who guests. The Making of Silver Nemesis, the rare 1988 documentary, only ever available on VHS. Quick note about that, it is mostly uncut, but it's still missing the segment with, I think it was Peter Howell. There was like an archival segment in the original broadcast version with Peter Howell talking about doing music for, in that case, Remembrance, or the Resurrection of the Daleks, the 5 Doctor story. And then we have Silver Nemesis, the VHS version from the original master tapes, the extended VHS release. For a long time, that was the only version available until the DVDs came out. Looking for Dursley, a profile of actor Dursley McLinden. Exclusive archive treats, previously unavailable content from the BBC archives. Studio and location footage, hours of rare, previously unseen footage from the original studio and location tapes. That is one of my absolute favorite extras from these, by the way, and the Sylvester McCoy era especially, because they have so much of the original master footage, has hours upon hours of studio and location footage. It's literally just fly on the wall, you're watching raw footage of the studio recordings, and it really just gives you such a wonderful insight into the making of the show, literally just sitting there watching them make the show. You see how different floor directors and directors work with the actors, or not. And certain stories you have a different vibe depending on the production crew and such. Like I remember watching the footage for Time in the Rani, Sylvester McCoy's first story. There's a real sense of tension and chaos and urgency, and it didn't seem like a very happy set. It seemed like a very tense set. But everybody, got the job done and did their best. But then you go to the next story, Paradise Towers, which, again, I know is very divisive. But you watch the raw footage for that, and everybody is having so much fun. Like, it's just so much more of a happy set, much more relaxed. And people are, again, getting the job done, but having fun doing it. And that's important, I think, is to have a happy set, because that does come across on screen. Anyway, I love the studio footage stuff, and there's been a bunch of them. As we get later into the classic era, there's more of it available, and you see more and more available. And the nice thing about the Blu-rays, because there's not as much of a space concern as there were on the DVDs, a lot of the DVDs would have kind of cut-down versions of the studio footage. The Blu-rays just give you the whole works. Like, sometimes, I think, what is it, again, season 24, I think, had some of the most footage I've ever seen. Like, each story has, 4 or 5 hours of studio and location footage. So, I mean, it's something I would put on in the background to kind of watch, and then I'd check out, the funnier bits or whatever. But I'm absolutely fascinated by stuff like that, because it really gives you a very, up close and personal insight into the making of the show, because you see it all unfold more or less in real time. And see, all the flubs, all the good takes, all the bad takes, and just everything that goes into setting up a scene, setting up a shot, finding, working out character bits with the actors and things like that. It's just fascinating to me. At the time of this recording, I've actually been watching a series of extras called Behind the Curtain, which is from the Twin Peaks Z2A set, where you're just watching David Lynch directing each episode of Twin Peaks The Return. And it's about a half hour of fly-on-the-wall footage of them making the show. And I could watch 100 hours of that. I'd be so happy just watching and seeing how they all work together to get to the heart of a scene or what have you. Well, the Doctor Who stuff is very similar to that, where it's just like you're there watching them make the show, and it's awesome. If you're at all interested in television production, especially like old school television production, I cannot recommend those extras enough. And there's a lot of the Blu-ray sets have that. So then, the last, I guess I could have just finished reading these. We have immersive 5.1 surround sound on every episode, and that's both the broadcast and extended versions. Isolated music score on every story, PDF written archive of scripts and rare archive material, and of course, most, if not all, of the DVD extras as well. So, there you go. And I guess I forgot to tell you the stories that are on Season 20. I got so excited talking about the set. We have Arc of Infinity, Snake Dance, which is a sequel to, oh my god. Kinda. Modern Undead, which features the return of the Brigadier. There's a little thing. Terminus, Enlightenment, which is just a great story. Actually, Modern Undead, Terminus, and Enlightenment form what they call the Black Guardian trilogy, where we meet the Black Guardian for the first time since the Key to Time saga, actually. And Turlo, who's sent as an agent of the Black Guardian to kill the Doctor. And so that's a nice little trilogy, culminating in Enlightenment, which is just an absolute amazing standalone story. And I think there's like 2 or 3 versions of Enlightenment on here to enjoy. There's the King's Demons, and then, of course, the 5 Doctors, which has 3 versions and a butt-ton of extras. Butt-ton! So, there we go. I gotta figure out how are we putting these on the shelf. I guess we'll slot everything in where it belongs. So I guess the big question, we'll go biggest to smallest here across the various editions. Oh, I'm crashing into the TARDIS. All right, there we go. So I had the big sets there. The standard re-releases here, North American releases here. Battery died. I literally turned around just to see the camera die. Fuck. Can I do this without dismounting? Yeah, okay. I think I gotta refocus. Yeah. Teleport. Hold on a second. Let's just move you over a smidge. There, now you can see it. Okay. Sorry, battery died. I rambled too long. Yeah. Now, any Doctor Who collector will tell you they've probably bought the whole damn collection more times than they care to think about. And, well, and I know a lot of you have been saying this since the beginning, so I'd just like to say I'm sorry for not listening to you, alright? I should have listened, but I didn't, and here we are. My bad. However, it might turn out to be a blessing in disguise, because what I was thinking is, since I'm so enamored with these now, I kind of want those instead of these. So what I'm thinking is eBay, get as many of these as I can. A lot of them are hard to find and expensive now, so I probably won't be able to get all of them. But any that I can't get the standard ones to fill in the gaps. And then I've got the as many of the UK releases as possible in all their deluxe glory and superior quality that I can enjoy for all time. And that will absolutely be the last time I buy it. If they put out a 4K set, yeah, that's ridiculous. There's no reason for it to be on 4K. I mean, I've even said in the past Blu-ray is almost overkill because of, you know, I mean, most of the location footage was 16 millimeter. I mean, 16 millimeter, you don't get that much more quality with Blu-ray, but you do get much better quality in terms of the color and the encoding and things like that than you do on DVD. So they're able to do, I mean, there's no question that the Blu-rays look better than the DVDs. Absolutely. But beyond that, I can't see them doing a 4K set or something because it would be pointless. Unless they were just dumping the Blu-ray contents onto some 4K discs to save disc space. You know what I mean? Kind of like what they're doing with a lot of shows now with SD on Blu-ray. We're seeing a lot more of that nowadays. So, I don't know. I'm quite content with the Blu-ray sets, but I mean, if I'm going to go, you know, full tilt boogie with the Blu-ray sets, I'd like to have the best Blu-ray sets that you can get. I just wish I had thought of that before. And one of the reasons I didn't was because I didn't import stuff as much back when they started putting out the collection sets. So, yeah, I mean, really, when I started can you see these? Yeah, when I started collecting these, the steelbooks of the animated collection, I really should have started doing the same with those. But even then, I was importing these from U.S. sellers who were bringing them in. It didn't even occur to me, Amazon UK ships anywhere in the world. They don't care where you are. And so these I just got through Amazon UK, just straight from them. So, I don't know. You live and learn, right? You're always learning new things as a collector. And now, with my new setup and everything, region coding isn't even a concern anymore. I can watch anything from anywhere in the world without any problems. So, even less reason for me to wait for the North American releases. Especially when the North American releases sometimes don't come out until like 9 months later. Like, what the hell is that? What is this, the 80s when we'd have to wait 2 years to get the current season on PBS? Like, come on. Anyway, that's where we're at with Doctor Who The Collection. And I know some of you are going to ask about Season 7 that just came out. Yes, I want it. And damn straight I'm getting the big set. There you go. I'll let you know when I do. Anyway, I guess those of you who may be watching my eBay listings for, you know, because I'm selling a lot of Mum's old collection and whatnot as well, probably going to throw some Doctor Who in there as well. So keep an eye out for that if there's anything there you want to add to your own collection. Yeah, plug. Always got to have a plug at the end, right? Anyway, that's it for me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. Where the hell's the button? There it is. Okay. Now, I think that one is a little better than the first take, so we're going to keep that. And let me just check my insert shot for the shelf. What was this one here? I only watched the new effects version of Invasion of Time. While I can get a laugh out of it, the wish for actual TARDIS hallway interior shots outweighs the amused endearment factor personally. Oh, it's one story, dude. Come on. And how many stories have we had them running around the regular corridors? Are we going to live with it? And also, it was literally that or nothing. Where are you? It was literally that or nothing. Like, if they hadn't done that, that would be another Shada. Like, it would literally be another Shada. It would have been, like, just an incomplete story in limbo forever. So, I mean, I'm glad for them doing that, because it was all they could do, you know? I mean, sure, obviously having the regular corridors would have been preferable, but, I mean, yeah. SD on Blu-ray has yet to catch on outside the... Dude, it started in Germany. They were doing it in Germany before anywhere else. A lot of the updated effects versions try to be faithful to what was. Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's what I found, actually, is a lot of them. It's like the Star Trek original series. Like, they're actually quite respectful. Logopolis, I would call it more a restoration than a remaster, because they actually went back to the original radio telescope station location and did new shots via old school cam and drone shots, adding the intended epic scale to the final episode. Nice! I can't remember if I've watched that one. I know I have. No, I must have watched it, because, yeah, that was like one of the first sets, one of the earlier sets that came out. But, might be a good time for a rewatch. I haven't watched it for a while. But, yeah, no, that's absolutely cool. Yeah, it means the same radio telescope. It's not even an effect. It's just some new shots, right? So, because the broadcast version used mostly models. Yeah, the radio telescopes wasn't what they were going to do or wanted to do. Yeah, I guess back then, if they had done those types of shots, they would have had to done them as like helicopter shots and stuff. Like, that would have been way more complicated and expensive. Like, the whole thing with drones now is it makes those types of complex aerial shots so much easier and so much faster and cheaper to do, you know. Is it guy gal who travels in time and space, monsters, historical drama, comedy, horror, action, the creativity, the cool lore. Oh, was it? So I never really watched Doctor Who. What's the hype? Oh, okay, guy gal who travels in time and space, monsters, historicals, drama, comedy, horror, action, the creativity, the cool lore. It's perfectly built to be something that can go on forever. Endless lore, much like Star Wars or Star Trek, but much bigger in comparison when it comes to the contents. Well, if you think about it, the Doctor can travel anywhere in time and space. So the only limit to what you can do in Doctor Who is the entirety of all of time and space. And that includes other dimensions and other realities and parallel universes, and yeah, it's also just a lot of fun. It's a very kind of lighthearted, fun just adventure series, you know, and serialized. You know, the original was very heavily serialized, which I love. I love serialized stuff. But it would be like a series of serials. So it's like you'd have a story that was 4 parts long or 6 parts long or what have you. And the season would be made up of, like, you know, 4, 5, 6 stories. But each one is like an individual story with a loose continuity between them. So the new series is more heavily serialized than the old one was. More of like an ongoing story. But you know, the original continuity was a little looser, but you definitely didn't want to miss an episode in the middle of a story or you'd be lost, right? And each episode ends on a big cliffhanger to keep you coming back for more. So much like what like streaming series do now, but they were doing it back in the 60s, you know, through the 80s. So anyway, I needed to check something here. I have an insert shot for the things on the shelf, but I think I have them in a different order. Yeah, here we are. So we got those. Yeah, I did it the other way. Okay. Oh, and there's one other one I need to do. Doom Watch. Yeah, it was Doomwatch. Okay. So, just going to quickly do this insert shot. Let's go up a little higher. Yeah. There. See, I love this thing, just how positionable it is. It's so handy. Holy shit. Why is it like that? I don't know if you guys can really see that. Can you see like how you can see on the screen there? Hold on. Well, not when that guy floats by. You can sort of see. I wish I could manually zoom in, but I hit this and it does like a digital zoom. There, you see that line there? Right there? That's actually one of the titles on the spine. So it digitally zooms in, like super zoom, so you can get like just laser sharp focus, and then back out again. And there we go. I think that's about right. Pretty. Just pull it back a smidge. No. Hold on. What's the other one I needed? Oh, I needed the back of Doomwatch. Yeah. Since I saw a fascinating interview recently with Rusty Davies about what ifs in regards to his time or who, especially his first, specifically his first go. While he's happy that Series 1 had Eccles and having a new Doctor was always the intention, there have been times in recent years he's had a gleeful fanboy fantasy on occasion of, what if it had been Paul McGann who'd been the Doctor for Series 1? Well, right? Yeah. I don't think it would have changed much other than the possibility of he could have stayed another season. Of course, no War Doctor, and been a more direct tie to where we last left off with Who. True. But having it be a new Doctor was the right call. Well, I mean, it was, yeah, I mean, it was kind of a soft reboot, right? So it gave it a fresh start by just starting completely fresh, you know? Alright, so that looks good. Shit. How was I doing the other ones? Hold on a second. shelf they were on. Why did I close that? I needed that open. Okay, same thing. It's next to the... Okay, so what we'll do is we'll move this down. Yeah. Do we not have room? Maybe we don't have room. Well, poop. So we'll cheat. That's fine. We'll just cheat. No one will notice. Doom Watch. From the creators of the Cybermen. That's where the confusion is. The screen isn't perfectly 16 by 9. So there's actually little black bars on the top and bottom of the screen. So that's why in some shots I was cutting stuff off without realizing it. God damn it. It's alright. I have not finished film. We've done one. We did one so far. We're not going to do all of them tonight. If I can get at least a few in the can, I'll be happy. I had to do a new insert shot of the Classic Who collection on the shelf. And I realized I forgot to do the back cover of Doom Watch when I did the insert shots before. Right. So let me do... There we go. Bring it back down. Here. Why is that so weird? Hold on. gotta do this and angle it. That's the only way. Fuck's sake. Why is the timer so slow or so fast? You guys see that? I don't know if you can see that. Hey, you can kind of see. Like, you can see how I'm zooming in. And then we can hit it again. It zooms in farther. See that? That's what I'm talking about. Now, that digital zoom is strictly for focusing. You cannot activate it while you're filming. It is 100% only for focusing. I really don't like... I'm seeing a little sliver of the white wall on the lower corner here. Get a little bit of black void in there. Is that enough to fill that corner? Not even close. And the only way I can do it is by cutting off part of the shelf. Well, here, what we'll do then is my big fat belly's in the way. Move me. Okay. That's fine. Fudging it, but we can still see everything. Okay. Alright, that'll work. How's the TARDIS look there? You can barely even see it. Angle slightly. There, can we see everything now? How about now? It's an eclipse. I need to get rid of this damn belly. It's pissing me off. Time to start doing sit-ups. Do sit-ups even get rid of a belly? I don't even know. I know jack shit about that stuff. Well, as long as you get a few done. Strictly and only for focusing. It is. You can try. You can try to use it when you're recording. The little magnifying glass won't even be there. Or I'll just start wearing muumuus. They look nice and comfy. Cool. I don't know who any of those characters are. I've never seen Digimon. But I know a lot of people were excited about the movies coming to Blu-ray. I saw a post somewhere somebody had got them recently. I wonder if it was on Discord. I don't know. Let's see what's next. Actually, yes, this could be good. I don't think I've done any insert shots for these because there's just so goddamn many of them. Alright, quick smoke. Then we shall continue. It was edited out. Digimon the movie. They also had Digimon the movie on Blu-ray. Cool. Forget a six-pack, all of it. No. You may brag about your six-pack, but I've got a keg. Yeah. Party size. All right. think we'll just do the jank-ass digital zooms on these ones, because there's just so many to cover that inserts would take forever. And I mean, it's just an update video, right? We're not making Citizen Kane here. Whoa. Stop that. All right. I was in an incubator 38 years ago today. Is that your rather obtuse way of saying it was your birthday today? I thought your birthday was a few days ago, but I guess you were in an incubator a few days after. Well, I'm glad you survived. Ugh. Oh, cat was just shaking. All right. Here we go. So we have to double check our focus again because the camera powered off. Should still be okay. We'll double check. Looks good. Okay. See if I can get some pictures of the original VHS releases of these. They're kind of neat. All right, so okay, I'm fine. So that will be the first Timey-Wimey Tuesday that we just did. So that will contain 2 videos. The one we just shot and the package that Jonkler sent, which we filmed a little while ago. Around, I think we filmed it around my birthday. And then the following week, we'll probably have this one and the package that Jet Blast sent. So the idea is to try to have 2 videos a day as much as we possibly can, at least on Timey-Wimey Tuesdays, because, you know, that's special. Why did the camera just turn off? Were we not recording there? Okay, good thing I wasn't doing this show. Anyway, yeah, lots of Timey-Wimey Tuesday coming. So, what was that? Briefly had a 4-pack in late high school that went away. A 4-pack? Is that because you're too small for 6? Sorry. Stupid eczema. Stupid sexy eczema. Ugh, it's not sexy at all. Alright. What's that blinking? It's rhythmic. I guess it means it's recording. Quiet on the set. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another special Timey-Wimey Tuesday Doctor Who update. This time around, I got some pretty cool stuff to show you. Some items that many of you may not even know about, so it gives me great pleasure to introduce them to you if you've never heard of these before. Back in the 80s, there was a company that appeared called Real Time Pictures, founded by Keith Barnfather and a name that New Who fans might be familiar with, Nicholas Briggs, also the co-founder of Big Finish Productions, who does all those wonderful Doctor Who audio adventures. Well, back in the 80s, Nicholas Briggs and Keith Barnfather were still very much in the Doctor Who fandom circles. They hadn't quite entered into working on the show itself yet, but boy, were they ever active in the fandom. Not only did they do a whole bunch of really cool fan films, many of which have been re-released over the years in various formats, but in particular, they did a series called Mythmakers. Yes, named after the William Hartnell historical story of the same name. But in this case, with a slightly different meaning attached to it, it's literally about people making a myth, specifically the ever-ongoing myth of Doctor Who. So what it was a series of VHS tapes that you would find advertised usually in the pages of Doctor Who magazine and other sci-fi magazines. I remember seeing them listed in Starlog as well. And what they were is hour-long interviews with cast, crew, writers, musicians, special effects people, etc., who made Doctor Who. So every tape you could mail away for, and it would have an hour-long interview with someone connected with the making of the show. And these were wonderful, in-depth, sit-down interviews where they would talk about not just Doctor Who, but the overall careers of the people in the interviews and so forth. And they were just fascinating. And if, like me, you are interested in the making of the show as much as the show itself, they are absolutely invaluable and just a treasure trove of wonderful behind-the-scenes stories about the making of the classic series. So they did quite a few of them, literally like 100, 150 or so of them over the years. And I'm not sure even how long they were running. It's got to be like a few decades at least, like 20, 30 years easy. And they kept doing them, I think, right up until the early 2000s. And then, in recent years, they started re-releasing them, putting together compilations of all these wonderful interviews in DVD collections called The Doctors. And, well, I've already got quite a stack of them, many of which were sent to me by Jet Blast in various packages of Doctor Who paraphernalia and memorabilia over the years. And recently, right as I was doing a big shopping spree and getting caught up on a bunch of Doctor Who stuff that I'd fallen behind in, Real Time Pictures had this massive sale on their website where these DVDs typically go for like, £10 a piece, so like $20 Canadian. They were on sale for like £3 or £4 a piece. And a lot of these were either out of print or going out of print, so they were just kind of clearing out their stock for anybody who wanted to fill in gaps in their collections. And, well, I was able to literally get every single volume that I didn't have yet, so I'm pretty sure I've got the whole darn set now. So let's see which ones I got. The Doctors, the DVD compilations of the Mythmakers interview series from Real Time Pictures. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. So, the original batch of sets that I have are ones that feature each Doctor's era. So there's a William Hartnell volume, for example, that features interviews with unfortunately not with William Hartnell himself because he'd long since passed away, but with lots of other cast and crew who worked with him and give all kinds of wonderful reminiscences. They got another one of the same type with Patrick Troughton, and then they also interview the main companions from that era, so all the actors who played the companions, like literally all of them are in there. And and then John Pertwee, I think they did a couple volumes because there was a lot of people involved in his era. It was a bigger era. Tom Baker, I think, is a couple volumes. Same thing, because there was a lot of people. And then they did a whole bunch of supplementary volumes called Behind the Scenes, where we get further insights from other cast and crew members who worked on the show during those respective eras. So that's what I got. I already had all the Doctors ones, so I needed the rest of the behind-the-scenes ones to kind of fill in the gaps in the collection. So first up, we got William Hartnell, Behind the Scenes. So what's on this one? We have 6 documentaries. Now check out this who's who of who. We have 6 documentaries. First off, Verity Lambert, the original producer of Doctor Who. John Wiles, who was the later producer of Doctor Who. Donald Tosh, who was one of the original script editors. Waris Hussein, director of the very first episode of Doctor Who and several others. Dennis Spooner, who was a pretty notable writer. Paul Erickson, another writer. Tristram Cary, who did a whole bunch of scores right through to John Pertwee's era. Plus actors Lynn Ashley, Susanna Carroll, John Cater, Edward D'Souza, and Fiona Walker. Presented by the voice of the Daleks himself, Nicholas Briggs. Very strapping young Nicholas Briggs in most of these, because most of these were filmed in the 80s and 90s. So that's the William Hartnell behind the scenes one. And that alone is just a treasure trove of stuff. And then, let's just put these here for now. Then we have the Pat Troughton years behind the scenes, Volume 1, because there's quite a lot of people in this one. So this has 6 more documentaries. We've got Sean Sutton, who was the head of drama at the time. Victor Pemberton, who was the script editor and also wrote a few of the scripts. Derek Sherwin, also script editor, wrote a few scripts as well. And special productions featuring Innes Lloyd, who was one of the producers, Peter Bryant, another producer, Michael Craze, who played Ben, and also actors Beryl Bram, Anthony Colby, Martin Court, John Greenwood, George Layton, Raymond Llewellyn, Sonia Markham, Christopher Robbie, Peter Roy, Ralph Watson, and Reg Whitehood. Once again, presented by and interviewer is Nicholas Briggs. So very cool. And then we have, yes, the Pat Troughton years behind the scenes, Volume 2. So this has another 6 documentaries. We've got an interview with director Derek Martinez, director Martin Camfield, director Christopher Barry, director Michael E. Bryant, and designer Barry Newberry. Those are all names that should be familiar to you if you ever pay attention to the credits in Classic Who. And then we got special productions featuring the Peter Bryant team of Peter Bryant, Morris Barry, director, Victor Pemberton again, talking about his writing this time, and actors Peter Craze, Jane Sherwin, Hubert Rees, Terrence Baylor, and Roy Spencer. And once again, hosted by Nicholas Briggs. Already pretty awesome, I'm sure you'll agree. Next up, we have, I already had the John Pertwee years, but I guess if you're curious what's on that one, let's see. Behind the scenes for John Pertwee, we have Volume 1, another 2 Volume 1. We have 5 documentaries with Barry Letts, producer, of course, Terrence Dix, script editor and just the ultimate writer of Doom, Paul Bernard, director, plus actors Anna Barry, Damaris Heyman, Terrence Lodge, and Valentine Palmer. Damaris Heyman, by the way, played the White Witch in The Demons. I mentioned that because that will be significant in an upcoming update, so stay tuned for that. And then we got the John Pertwee years behind the scenes, Volume 2. Now remember, these are the supplementary ones. These aren't even the main volumes. These are the additional interviews that accompany the main, like, doctor-focused ones. So this one has another 5 doctors. We've got Bob Baker and Dave Martin, who wrote quite a few stories. Robert Sloman also wrote a bunch. Louis Marks wrote a bunch. Tim Combe, director. And Dudley Simpson, classic composer. Like, These names, like, if you know Doctor Who alumni, these names are just all legends. Plus a special production featuring actors Sonny Caldinas, Shirley Cookland, Prentice Hancock, and David Spencer. And once again, presented by Nicholas Briggs. I'll just, I'll put these back up here. So I got that one a while ago, but I thought since we're covering the behind-the-scenes ones, we might as well cover all of them. And then next up, of course, had to get the Tom Baker years behind the scenes. Yeah. So we have 6 documentaries again. We got an interview with Graham Williams, which we talked a little bit about last time because we got his first season on Blu-ray. David, who is the producer, took over from Philip Hinchcliffe. David Fisher, writer. Andrew Smith, writer. June Hudson, costume designer. And special productions featuring the Genesis of the Daleks team. Michael Wisher, who is, of course, Davros. Peter Miles, who is, of course, Nider. Roy Skelton, who is the voice of the Daleks. And also actors Arthur Cox, Terrence Denville, David Garfield, and David Weston. What a treasure trove. And, I mean, I think that's worth it just for the Genesis of the Daleks reunion. Then we have the Tom Baker Years Behind the Scenes Volume 2, which features in-depth interview with Philip Hinchcliffe, the legendary Philip Hinchcliffe. I shouldn't need to tell you who he is, but he was the producer during seasons 13 and 14, and 12, actually. Christopher Bidmead, who is the script editor. John Black, who was a director. Matt Irvine, visual effects designer. I actually have a book about Doctor Who special effects written by Matt Irvine. Really cool. He also did stuff for Doctor Who, or Blake 7 as well. A lot of Doctor Who people worked on Blake 7. Also special productions featuring the costume design team of Richard Gregory, June Hudson, Dee Robson, Roland Warren, and the music and sound team of Dudley Simpson and Dick Mills. Legends! This is just... I'm just such a nerd. I love this stuff. Then we got the Peter Davison years behind the scenes. Oh yeah, they did all 7. They did all the docs, all the classic docs. This has 5 documentaries on it. We got Stephen Gallagher, who is a writer. Barbara Clegg, writer. Peter Grimwade, writer and director. Graham Harper, director. And Margot Hayhoe, production manager. And Dick Mills again with special sound. So a lot of stuff with the sound team. And this is presented by Nicholas Briggs and Robert Dick. So another... Actually get a different interviewer in at least one of those. Then we have the Colin Baker years. Good old 60 behind the scenes. And this one we have interviews with Chris Clough, director who most people will be familiar with, especially from quite extensive interviews with him in the Making of Silver Nemesis special on the season 25 set. Matthew Robinson, director. Dominic Glynn, composer. He did some great music for the show. Wally K. Daly, writer, who actually, I have an autographed book of his somewhere. It's buried. Anyway, he wrote one of the stories for the unproduced season 23. I forget which one it was. Was it The Nightmare Fair or... Anyway, one of them. And I have the novelization of that, and I actually got one that was autographed by him, which is pretty cool. I think that was sent to me by David Bunch of Numbers. Very cool. Very cool thing to have. And then we got an interview with Philip Martin, who is a writer, and Glenn McCoy, also a writer. So there you go. Presented by Grant Foxon, Ian Kubiak, and Nicholas Briggs. So a bunch of interviewers on this one. And then, last, but most certainly not least... And actually not last either, but we're going to save the rest for next time. We have the Sylvester McCoy years behind the scenes. So let's see who is on this one. We have 6 documentaries, starting with Ben Aronovich, who wrote a couple of great stories for Doctor Who, not the least of which was Remembrance of the Daleks. He also wrote some of the New Adventures. Ian Briggs, likewise. Stephen Wyatt, Andrew Morgan, who is the director, and Mike Tucker, who is the visual effects supervisor, and Kef McCullough, the legendary Kef McCullough. Wow, very cool. And get this. So this one features 3 interviewers across them. We have Robert Dick again, Nicholas Briggs, of course, and Ace herself, Sophie Aldred. How cool is that? So you get Ace doing one of the interviews. Isn't that great? So there we go. That is, 8 volumes of The Doctors. 5 or 6 documentaries on each one. That's like, 40-something hours of Doctor Who interviews? Crazy. Yeah, Real-Time Pictures, Mythmakers. Well, now remarketed as The Doctors. I don't know how available these still are, but I will toss a link in the description to the Real-Time Pictures website if you'd like to check it out. They actually, last time I was there, also offered a lot of the original VHS releases, if you want to go really old school, of the original Mythmakers releases. Now, I'm not sure off the top of my head if those are NTSC or PAL. I know the DVDs are actually NTSC for the most part. They're region-free and NTSC, even though they were technically British productions. But, yeah. Region-free NTSC. Weird. I don't know why. I thought they'd be PAL, but I guess they wanted to be more worldwide compatible. I think multi-format players are more common in the UK than they are on this side of the pond, so I don't know. Anyway, great series, fascinating stuff. I've barely even scratched the surface on them. There's so many to go into, but I'm probably just going to binge them at some point because, as I was saying last time when I was talking about, how much I love to watch the studio footage and location footage and stuff like that. Same thing with this, just like sit-down interviews with the cast and crew, and you get to hear all their anecdotes and whatnot, hear about their careers and all kinds of behind-the-scenes stories, and it's great. And Nicholas Briggs is actually a really good interviewer and really gets some great info out of his subjects. So, highly recommended, very highly recommended. If you like behind-the-scenes stuff about classic Who, you can't go wrong with the Mythmakers. It's great stuff. Oh, and speaking of Doctor Who alumni, the theme music for Mythmakers, and actually all the music in it, was done by Mark Ayres. Now, most of you may know Mark Ayres as the guy who's been doing all the audio restoration for the DVDs and Blu-ray releases. Well, he does that too, but he's also quite a damn good musician. He did a lot of scores during the last couple seasons of the classic series. Some of my favorite scores, actually, too, like Curse of Fenric and Ghostlight, and I think he did The Greatest Show in the Galaxy as well. All great scores. I had CDs for 2 of them, anyway. And, yeah. So, anyway, he did the music for Mythmakers as well. Just a little fun fact about it for you. Anyway, if you'd like to check it out for yourself, I will put a link to Real-Time Pictures' website in the description. I can make no guarantees as to how available they were. It kind of felt like a fire sale clearing out existing stock when I grabbed these, and that was a few months back. So, grab what you can. I mean, they might bring them back. I mean, it's entirely possible they might put them in print again. I know some of them are manufactured on demand, like they're burned discs, but I don't know about these ones. I think some of their other documentaries are, but I know I got a few of their like side ones that were burned discs, but I'm pretty sure these ones are all pressed discs. Anyway, that is it for this week's Timey Wimey Tuesday. Hope you enjoyed. Tune in again next time for more, because I actually got a few more volumes of The Doctors that didn't quite fit in thematically with these. They're kind of other stuff, and a few other goodies as well, but we'll talk about those next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. My God, cat. How much do you need to lick in an hour? I swear to God. Again? Lick, 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 lick. Really? Not a single comment for that? Wow. Crazy. Church, put a sock in it. Church, knock it off. The live action Snow White. I haven't really paid any attention to any of that discourse, so I don't know. The only Snow White I remember hearing about was the one where all the dwarves were not played by little people. Is it that one? Or is it another one? I don't know. So, here, let's put all these in here. See, so I got the doctor one, and then I got the behind the scenes one next to it, right? Church, knock it off. Fucking loud. He's insane. There's so many volumes. So I literally, I haven't done a full count, but assuming there's like 5 or 6 per volume, I've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 21 volumes. So at least 105 episodes, more than that actually. And then there's more. I've got several more volumes. It's crazy. Yes, I know, he does that too. And he drools, like, really loudly. Like, spits drool on himself so loudly. But yeah, he'll, like, munch. But no, the issue is Church has been excessively cleaning himself. Like, far more than Eclipse. So, we know he's got some owies because he basically got a little too aggressive with scratching and biting his itchies. So I'm probably going to put a cone on him and treat his wounds so he won't be... I don't think he's got fleas. We did treat them for fleas recently. So, holy shitballs, Petrus, how's it going, dude? It has been a while. Oh, pretty good. Just working on some new videos, actually, speaking of something that I haven't done for a while. I went kind of hog wild adding stuff to the collection this past fall and winter. When, you know, some inheritance money came in. So decided to make the most of it and fill in some long-standing gaps in the collection and take advantage of some sales and stuff like that. And yeah, so just slowly going through all the updates that I need to do here. But yeah, things are definitely better than they were a little while ago. You know, I'm doing all right. So how have you been? Been quite a while. Yes, more filming, and just as I was finishing it up, Church just started going to town on himself again. So we're just going to wait a little bit for him to finish and go back to sleep. God, he's so noisy. I wouldn't mind if he wasn't so fucking loud. Like, it's just really distracting. It's like, it's like how some people hear the sound of people chewing or whatever, and it just, like, grates on their nerves. That it's like, it picks at the same nerve for me. And in particular, because the timing, it always seems to be whenever I finally get the urge to sit down and do something, that's when he starts. Like earlier today, you guys were here earlier, I had Eclipse on one side, licking and biting and drooling. Church on the other side, licking and biting and drooling. It's all I could hear. I had it in friggin' stereo. And this microphone is really sensitive. I don't want it to have like just constant licking, biting, and drooling sounds in the background when I'm trying to do an update. So, got a new video card and finally living in a less crazy place. Very nice. I was living with my mother and brother all through COVID. Oh my God. So recording could just never happen. Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, you're just having to deal with all the chaos of living with other people. I know what you mean. But, well, that's good. Yeah, I just upgraded my whole setup, actually. Again, inheritance money. So I got twin i9s with RTX 4090s in them. One for streaming and editing, one for gaming. So, pretty nice. I figure we'll enjoy the mega set. Holy shit! I just found the box cutter. Oh my God! That's what it was. I did the package opening, the Jet Blast one, in January, and I must have just set it there, and then immediately forgot it was even there. Like, I mean, it's black on the black case, in the shadows, in the darkness. Like, oh my God. Well, I mean, at least I've got other packages I can open, so we'll know where that is. Church, put a sock in it. You're clean. Jesus. Stop. I think he's finishing up. No, actually, Grant, Sentai Filmworks also does SD on BD. I've been watching Sakura Wars from them. And crazy high bit rate. Like, each episode is like 2 gigabytes. Which is massive for standard def content. So, spent $2,000 on a new computer. Yeah, only to discover that it only had a single fan, aside from the video card fan, and the processors were separated from the fan. Well, that's stupid. I assume you got that all fixed. But, yeah, it's like, so the processors just had, like, the suggestion of a fan. Wow. Who the heck put that together, right? But, yeah, no, mine, these ones are all water-cooled. But, as you can probably see, I mean, they got, like, fans in the front, they got fans out the back, they got venting up the top. That's more, it doesn't really do much, I don't think. It mostly just pulls the heat through. But, and then inside it's all water-cooled. But they actually run, do not run very hot at all. I'm quite impressed by the performance of them. And then I got a third computer that I'm basically just going to be using for capturing. So to capture, so once I get all the updates kind of wrangled, I'm going to start capturing the old tapes again, both for the archives and for future retro videos. So, yeah, there's a plate between them, and yes, it's a bad eBay purchase. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, mine I ordered through a company called Newegg, which is basically a computer parts specialty store that they've been around for quite a while, actually. I've ordered from them a few times over the years. I think I got one of my other computer systems through them. So, yeah, it was just a pre-build. It had the features I want. Got some nice big SSD drives for them. And, yeah, it's pretty cool. Have I seen Eli Roth's Aftershock? I have not. I don't know that one. And hello, from Canada. Actually talking about some British sci-fi tonight. Just waiting for the cats to stop eating themselves. At least that's what it sounds like they're doing, as they're just licking incessantly. I might actually do like a closer look at the entire collection of the Doctors. I think that'd be an interesting one. It would be a long one. But for anyone interested in just how many interviews are in that collection, I think it would be pretty neat to go through. And hey, it's content, right? But, you just about done there, buddy? All clean now? He's scratching again. And that's going to irritate him. He's going to lick and bite again. Butcher the 2K for the parts. Get rid of the tower itself. Got 12 gig card, 64 gigs of RAM. Oh, nice. That's something I need to do, is get more RAM, actually. And hard drive. So it wasn't a dead loss. Yeah, for sure. I like big cases. Give me the big cases. Mainly because it's just better airflow and more space for upgrades and stuff, you know. But yeah, I definitely need to up the RAM in these. They've only got 16 gigs apiece, which is, you know, we definitely feel the pinch from that from time to time. Crazy, eh? Crazy to think like how far things have come, that 16 gigs is like the bare minimum these days. It's ridiculous. But yeah. So hey, now you'll be able to play Minecraft like nobody's business, right? I always remember those videos you put out. You actually did introduce me to Minecraft, by the way. I don't know if I ever told you that. But I remember the... it's funny. Like, great minds think alike here. He says, I originally wanted the RAM for Minecraft, but it turns out to be very useful for local AI as well. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I guess Minecraft would benefit from that, because then you can have like further draw distance and such. But yeah, actually, I was going to say, like, you actually did introduce me to Minecraft. I remember that series of videos you did way back. I think it was still in beta at the time. Like, you played it when it was like new, and I thought it was really cool. And it wasn't until I think I got the PS3 version. That's when I originally played it, and by then it had been out for a couple of years, I think. But I might have tried it. I can't remember if there was a shareware version originally or what, but yeah, I remember thinking it looked really interesting, and I'd wanted to play it for a long time, and then it just exploded. It became like this phenomenon, and yeah, by the time I played it, it was a little too late to get in on the bandwagon, as it were, like as far as like being a Minecraft content creator, but I definitely played it a lot for my own enjoyment. And my daughter Rose loves Minecraft. She played it quite a lot, especially when she was younger. She liked creating her own worlds in creative mode, and she's so freaking fast at the building too. It's mad. And on the console version, like with the controller, like I'll just like step away for 10 minutes. I'll come back and she'll have made a freaking mansion. But yeah, it's great. Recently watched Stakeland, which is a very good vampire movie. Oh, I don't know that one either. Well, thank you for all these recommendations. I'll have to check that out. I like Eli Roth's stuff too, like just generally. I need to see more of his horror movies. But I remember really liking the first Hostel. I thought that one was really good. Ugh. So is that Stewie? I'm playing Super Mario Bros. Wonder on the Switch. Alright, cool. I think she's 16. Who? Rose? Close. She's 17. Almost 18. She'll be 18 this summer. Recommendation, Austin Powers. Oh, you're speaking to the choir there. Austin Powers is great. I only have the first one, though. I need to get the... I've seen all three of them, but I need to see them again. It's been a long time. I did just pick up the a few things that I hadn't seen for a while, comedy-wise. The Airplane movies. Got the Blu-ray double feature of that. And Crocodile Dundee, the Blu-ray triple feature of that. I thought you were done, Church. Now you're just going to town even more. I gotta wait for him to finish because it'll pick up on mic. I just wish they would do it elsewhere, like not so 2 feet away. I get it, they like to hang out with me, and that's fine. Thank you, but... Church, you have to be clean by now. Rewatching Enterprise. Nice. I actually just... That was another thing I picked up, actually. A bunch of Star Trek, including Enterprise. I need to watch the rest of it, actually. I've only seen the first season. And I liked it, actually. I was enjoying it quite a bit. I just drifted away from it, you know, as you do. But, yeah, I got a bunch of Star Trek. I got the movies, the 4Ks of the movies. Finally got the Blu-rays of Next Generation. Got Enterprise, Picard, Discovery, and a bunch of like documentaries and stuff as well. Just a whole bunch of things. So, I'm going through Mum's DVD collection. And I'm pretty sure she at least had Voyager on DVD, so that's why I didn't pick that one up, because she basically willed her entire video collection to me. So, haven't gone through all the boxes yet, got quite a few more to go through, but I'm pretty sure there's some Star Trek in there somewhere. I know, actually, she might have had Enterprise as well, because I know she was an Enterprise fan too. But Voyager was the big one she liked. For me, I've always been an original series and Next Generation guy. So Enterprise is largely new to me, so I've been enjoying that quite a bit. And I mean, I love the cast in it. Scott Bakula is always great. What is it? As for the new, I haven't seen a ton of the new stuff, but I did see the first season of Strange New Worlds. I'm loving Strange New Worlds, so that's one I'll definitely pick up the complete series set whenever it's done. But it was, I think it's the first Star Trek series to be done in 4K, because I know they've got 4Ks of that one, but none of the others, so yeah, pretty cool. The Horde. It's Rambo meets The Hills Have Eyes meets Wrong Turn, starring Paul Logan, Bill Moseley, Vernon Wells, and Costas Mandylor. Okay. That one sounds familiar. I wonder if I have that one. So, Season 5 of Voyager on my hard drive. Used to really need the occasional Bolana Torres fix, I confess. Oh, there you go. I think we all have our Star Trek crushes, you know. For me, I always had a thing for Deanna Troi. Yeah, Marina Sirtis all the way. There's also, what is it? There's that Vulcan girl in one of them. Is that Enterprise? Maybe it was Enterprise. I can't remember. There's this really, like, just smoking hot Vulcan. And you know, like, it's totally intentional. They always do that. They have that little bit of sex appeal in there. You know. Like when they introduced 7 of 9 in Voyager, you know. But, it helps when they're also kick-ass characters. Yeah. Love me those strong women. Let's get logical. To Paul, yes, thank you. It's been a while since I watched I'm probably just going to start over, honestly. I mean, I last watched it on Netflix. I'm sure the Blu-rays look a little better. So, yeah, I'll probably just start over one of these days. I mean, one thing I'd love to do, which is just an insurmountable task, really, is, like, sit down and watch everything Star Trek in order. Like, it would be insane. But, wow. Yeah, oh, I'm sure, yeah. I mean, I thought she was great as T'Pol, so... definitely had that Vulcan air about her, you know. Another one I really I like. I mean, honestly, I like a lot of the Vulcan characters. I also really enjoyed Tim Russ as Tuvok in Voyager. I thought he was great. But the ninth, I haven't seen any of the American Pie movies, dude. I just didn't care to see them. I've not seen a single one of them or any of the spin-offs. Yeah. Just not really my thing. But, is it, hey, Yuckzilla, my brother is currently doing that. He's midway through Void. Well, there you go. See? I know that's something that I talked to my mom about before, because she was obviously, you know, something of a Trekkie. That it would be something interesting to do. I mean, at the very least, I'd love to go through, you know, all the original series, animated series, movies, then Next Generation, like movies 1 through 6, Next Generation, movies 7 through 10, and then Picard, you know, just kind of take care of that chunk of it, I guess, but I'd like to do all the others as well. But I don't know if she ever picked up Deep Space Nine. Well, I guess we'll find out when we finish going through the boxes. But I'm pretty sure Voyager's in there somewhere, so I'll at least have that one. I'll keep that one. It's unfortunate we'll probably never get proper Blu-rays of Deep Space Nine and Voyager. But I was pretty blown away by what they did with Next Generation, though. It was quite an amazing project. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. They've actually turned that into their own little cinematic universe. Like their I forget what they call it, like the childhood trauma universe or something. Because they got more coming out. There's a sequel to that, and there's a Popeye movie coming out, and there's some kind of Killer Mickey Mouse movie coming out. Basically, all the characters that dropped into the public domain, they just immediately did like this whole series of horror movies, and they turned it into their own little horror universe, which is pretty funny. Hey, Solid Snake! Snake! He started with the original show and worked his way chronologically. Now, chronologically story-wise or chronologically release date-wise? Because I feel like I would probably go release date-wise just to kind of see how the universe evolved over time as more shows and movies and whatnot were added to it. But you can do it either way. Do a rewatch of the movies. Haven't watched them in a few years. Yeah. Get... if you don't have them already, get the new 4Ks. They're beautiful. They're freaking beautiful. I never have to buy the movies again. Seriously, they're definitive. I even got the complete adventure set of the motion picture. Because I'm one of those ones that actually loves the motion picture. I know a lot of people complain about it, but I love it. Unironically. And yeah, I think I've seen some of those clips. It's kind of a mixed bag, the AI remastering. I find when it's done well, it can work really well, especially for standard definition content. But I find there's a lot of people that just don't quite know how to use the software properly. Like they'll DNR, they'll crank the DNR up too much, and it'll just be all smeary. And it's like, well, what was even the point of upscaling it then? You just smeared away all the detail that you would have recovered otherwise. So, you know. But yeah, I mean that's certainly an option, and like they could absolutely do the Next Generation thing with it. The problem is with Deep Space Nine and Voyager, that's when they switched to using CG for the effects instead of models. So it was fairly easy to do for Next Generation and the original series because everything was shot on film with practical effects. So the only thing they had to redo manual, like recreate, were the optical effects, like phasers and transporter effects and things like that. But the actual model work was all on film, so it was quite easy to do. But with Deep Space Nine and Voyager, they switched to CG. And of course, the CG was only done at 480p. And yeah, they'd literally have to re-render every frame of CG from the entire series. Or they could do what they did with Babylon 5. Now, with Babylon 5, same thing. Everything was shot on film, but the effects were done in standard def CG. So with the Babylon 5 Blu-rays, they rescanned all of the film elements, but upscaled the CG. And it actually looks really damn good. Like, that's one of the few cases I can think of where they've done that in, like, a professional capacity, like, to that extent. And done it properly, you know. But it looks great. It looks great. So if you're a fan of Babylon 5, the Blu-rays are amazing. Best the show's ever looked, and not cropped like the old DVDs were. It's actually in the original 4:3 aspect ratio, so nothing visually is missing this time. So I thought TMP was great. It could have benefited from slightly tighter editing in places, but that's the only real issue. Well, I mean, that's the nice thing about the complete adventure. You have 3 versions of it. You got the original theatrical version. You got the special longer version, which was originally the network television version. And they've even, actually, the special longer version presented in widescreen for the first time, like CinemaScope widescreen for the first time, and with the incomplete effects that were accidentally put in, unfinished, they have finished and corrected them. So it's the most perfect version of the longer version you've ever seen. And they've got the special director's version, or special director's edition, with all the effects restored and all the new CG effects redone in high definition in 4K. So it's the best the movie has ever looked. It's the most complete the movie has ever been, like in terms of any edition. But I will say this, you can only get the special longer version in that box set of the motion picture. And it is only on the 4K disc. It is not on the included Blu-rays, which I thought was kind of silly. I don't know why they didn't just put it on Blu-ray as well, but that was actually one of the things that prompted me to upgrade to 4K. Was I wanted my special longer version in 4K, damn it. Because that's always been my personally preferred version, just because it's the one I saw the most growing up, and I used to own the VHS release of it, and I watched it so many times. But oh, the Doctor and Vincent, yeah, that's a great episode. That's an all-timer for sure. With Vincent Van Gogh. Love the actor that they got to play him too. Like, what an amazing, underrated actor. I saw him a couple years later in a sci-fi series called Defiance. Did you guys ever see that one? He played a kind of a scheming, conniving alien character. He was really good in that too. But yeah, Vincent was a great episode. Cats are quiet. We can film. Alright, I am losing consciousness here. This might be our last one for tonight. But I think if we get an earlier start tomorrow, we can bang out a few more. Well, tomorrow. Later today. We still got our focus here. And what I'll do is I'll wait for that battery to charge first. So I can put this one on and make sure that we have a full charge on both batteries to start off with. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Seriously, Cat? Right now? Fuck. Thought he was done. Oh my god. Warlords of Atlantis. You know what I wish we'd get more Blu-ray releases of? Sword and sandal movies. That is a genre that seems woefully you know, what is the word I'm looking for? I'm so tired. Woefully unrepresented. Does that make sense? Well, you know what I mean. On high def, like most of them are only on DVD, and often in like those 50 movie packs from Mill Creek, and not the greatest transfers, you know. So, hey, Liquid Night, how's it going? Beautiful downpour. Yes, indeed, I do love it when it rains. It's one nice thing about living on the wet coast. Actually, it rains quite often here. So, like, don't you get tired of constantly licking yourself? Dude, do you really need to do that right now? Or are you just doing it because you're bored? I mean, there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency. You just looked at me and now you're just looking around. Can you put a sock in it for a little while, buddy? I'm just trying to finish up my video here. There you go. Well, no, I thought he was curling into a ball to go to sleep, but instead he just dive-bombed into his crotch and is now just going to town. TC Alfred. Oh, yeah. There's been a lot of that going around. Hurricanes. We even had what they called a bomb tornado here a few months back, where it was basically... it wasn't like a tornado where it kind of touched down and, you know, like Wizard of Oz, sending us all off to Oz, but it was just, I don't know how to describe it. It was like just a big windstorm that went on for a few hours. And luckily there wasn't like a ton of damage. It was mostly, you know, trees and branches and stuff like that. But, man, it was crazy. Rose and I, when it died down a bit, Rose and I went out in it just to get some pictures of like the damage around town. I don't know where the hell that footage is. I think it's on Rose's phone, actually. I didn't have this camera, and there's no way I would bring it out in those weather conditions anyway. But, yeah. Crazy. Yeah, I think I need to look into getting him a cone, because he should not be licking this much. Fortunately, we've got spray for his owies, kind of like polysporin, but for cats. Problem is when we use it, and it's non-toxic to them, when we use it, he try to, you know, help his owies, he licks it off, and then just ends up irritating his owies again, right? And that's the problem. He gets stuck in this vicious cycle where it's like he'll scratch too hard and give himself a scratch, and it'll be itchy and irritating, and then it'll scab over and be itchy and irritating, so he'll scratch at it more and make it worse, and it'll just never heal. and then he'll be like biting and licking at it, and it just never heals. So we need to put him in a cone or something so he'll stop picking and scratching at his owies and give them time to heal. Hello, Luke. How's it going? There has been some filming accomplished, yes. 2 videos so far. Interrupted only by incessant cat licking and an impromptu 2.5 hour long political discussion in the middle of the night. I'm sure most of you are glad to have missed that. But if you want to check it out, you can watch the VOD later. But, yeah. So anyway, I was just about to click record on one, and Church dive-bombed into his crotch and has been going to town for the past few minutes. So we're just waiting for him to, be satisfied that he is sufficiently clean in the crotchal area. And then maybe we can knock out 1 or 2 more before bed. So, got that. Oh yeah, we got a few more doctors here. The Orange Menace. Oh yes. And have you heard Canada's response to that? Basically, we're not having any of that. Stay the fuck out of our country. Yeah. Or my favorite saying is, Canadians are only nice until we're not. So, don't poke the geese. Don't poke the moose. Or I guess you could say don't poke the bear. We have bears here too. Grizzly bears. Yeah. I'll give you a little look-see here. Here's one I got that I'm pretty excited about. The Prisoner. Nice shiny new Blu-ray edition from Imprint. Gonna actually do this as an update, closer look, or update, unboxing, closer look. Good stuff. You seriously? Oh, no doubt. Well, the thing is, it's like, it's so unwarranted and unprompted. It's just all a fucking smoke show, and it's like, knock it off. It's not going to happen. And I don't think anybody in the military down south has any particular interest in stirring up shit with us. Like, we're supposed to be allies. And have been for like 100 years. So, we've helped them in I don't know how many wars. Done shit that they weren't able to get done in I don't know how many wars. Because quite frankly, when Canadians go to war, we kind of go nuts. You can watch some pretty interesting documentaries about it on YouTube. Yeah. There was one I watched, was it, Why do Canadians go ballistic in wartime? Well, watch and learn. So, yeah. We need to see. Yeah, Luke. Just remember, you could be a great state. Maybe the greatest. Yeah. Top tier syrup and carrots. Actually, I do have bear mace. I have a can in my cupboard. Yeah. Krillin, who the fuck brought up politics? It's like, didn't we already cover all this shit? Yeah. Excellent. Canadian. Oh, who the fuck brought up politics? Oh, it's okay. It's alright. It was innocent enough. What's your thoughts on the Dead Space remake? And what do you like and don't like about the remake? Well, I'm not going to give you like a full review, like just off the top of my head. Short version is I think it's excellent, and I need to get back to it. And yes, they got Gunnar Wright back, so now there's like unity across the trilogy. I'm just a little annoyed that EA felt that it wasn't successful enough to warrant further explorations of the franchise. You know, not that I feel that 2 and 3 really need a remake, but it would be nice if that was kind of a lead into a possible 4th installment. Because let's face it, there's potentially a lot more story to tell there. And, yeah, I don't know. But when I finished the first one, I do like the open world aspect of it, though. So it's probably going to take a lot longer to get through it than it would have, you know, the more linear original. But once I do get around to that, I've been wanting to revisit the other two for a while. So I'd especially like to fire them up in this new systems, like just see how much more graphical fidelity we can pull out of it. But the second Dead Space is legitimately a masterpiece, I think. It is an absolute masterpiece of sci-fi horror. So good. I appreciate your dedication, Krulatin, and I will not let you down. We will get back to it, I promise. Let's just get through some more updates. Laughs in ADHD. It's so true. Luke knows. We have had many a discussion about our respective problems with procrastination and ill-timed interruptions when we're trying to be productive. Yeah. And now the cats are eating loudly. Crunch, 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 crunch in the background. Saw a dude at my school, alternative special middle high school, but a student once attacked another student with fucking bear mace and their chest till it was purple. What? Okay, that's fucked. Can you hear? Holy moly, 100 Australian dollars. Look at that. I don't know what that amounts to. Hopefully this will punch through the exchange rate a bit. Yes. I think actually the exchange rate between Australian and Canadian is pretty favorable on the Canadian side. I know that's awesome. It's like something like 50. Is it like 50? I can't remember. Well, let's find out. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Patris. Let's see. 100 AUD to Canadian. Okay, yeah, actually it's pretty, never mind, it's about the same. Yeah, our dollars are actually pretty close. So 100 Australian dollars equals $90.83 Canadian. So it's darn near the same. So there you go. Thank you. Hey, I can even like and love that one. There we go. Nice. Oh, that final scene. Yeah, beautiful downpour. That final scene. Oh, yeah. I think that got everybody the first time. That was a great boo. And I loved how the second one kind of like picks right up with that and like immediately starts to expand upon what that was. And, so good. Such a great story. And the thing I loved about Dead Space, and well, I still love about it, is that it was a proper multimedia franchise, you know, because they had They had the animated movies that tied into the first two. They had comic books for all three of them that tied in, and novels, and even a mobile game, and all of it was canonical to the overall story. So every piece of media would give you another piece of the larger story, and I love that. You know, it really made you feel like a part of the story, and that you were kind of like digging deep into this lore and doing research and set, and then you play the game and it's like you're in that world, living it, and yeah, it was just fantastic. Great stuff. And now after eating, we have to lick and lick and lick again. Well, I think YouTube takes 30% on top of that. I'm not sure. I mean, I've looked at my totals month after month. They haven't seemed like that bad. I don't know. I haven't really... I'm tired. I'm going to go drink of water. Jared, can you please put a song in? I just want to do another video or two and then go to bed. Helps. I can't hear the licking, but the mic on the filming camera is probably better. Respective problems with procrastination could describe the entire voice note saga. Well, it is often the saga of how we were distracted today. It's Eclipse. It's Eclipse this time. Church has gone to sleep, and now Eclipse is licking. Now, why can't you be in sync, cats? I just want to do a couple videos and go to bed. Is that so much to ask? Alright, well, Carlatin seems pretty sure that they take 30% off the super chats. Well, poop. Well, for future reference, the Streamlabs link, the donation link at the top, is generally the way to go if you want to contribute to the show. Simply because I keep more of it. Less goes to the big evil corporations and more goes to me. So, yeah, just for future reference. Oh, by similar token, if any of you are on Patreon, supporting me through Patreon, don't use the Apple app, because they will charge you an additional 30% to cover the 30% that Apple takes. All the other options do not charge you that 30%. So basically use anything but Apple. Yeah. It's just the Apple one, yeah. It's Apple's, like, specifically Apple's fee that they charge everybody, apparently. 30% off the sale price. Which is probably why a lot of apps are a little bit more expensive on the Apple stores, because they're trying to cover that 30%. So, yeah. Sucks. Evil, greedy Apple. You live in a different dimension to Apple? Well, good. Never get sucked into the Apple dimension. It's hard to break free once you do. Yeah, as far as mobile devices, all mine are Android. And I have no problem with that. It's actually a, pretty solid system. But, and then all my computers are PCs. because I like being able to upgrade and fix them myself. But yeah, Beautiful Downpour. At the very least, play the second one. It's legitimately brilliant. It's so good. It's scary as hell, and it's got some great new mechanics with the gameplay, and just a terrific story. Just an amazing story in that one. Well, as we were talking about the other day, like Apple, it just hasn't been the same after Steve Jobs died. So, one mobile phone, which I never use. I'm a recluse and I live on PC now. Yeah, same here, pretty much. I have a phone. Well, same thing. I have one phone. It's an Android phone. I don't even have a phone plan on it. I just use Wi-Fi. And most of the time I just use it to take like quick snapshots of things. And I've got like a couple of like two-factor authentication apps on there. And that's about it. So, the dreaded backlog of games. Yes, I'm pretty sure everyone in this room can relate to that. I don't mean this room physically. I mean this stream room. But I beg to differ, says Kralatin, staunchly defending Apple. My iPhone has held up surprisingly well. MacBooks are still good, but way too expensive. That's the main thing, is they're just so pricey for what they are, when you can get a device, like another device that essentially has the same functionality and reliability for a fraction of the price, i.e. Android or PC. So, yeah. What's my opinion on the Metal Gear Solid games? I've only played the first two. I've played both of them several times. And I've watched the original E3 trailer for Metal Gear 3 so many times, and I thought it looked amazing, and I just never got around to playing it. Now it's got a big honkin' remaster out, which is literally $100. I'm like, really? Come on. But, yeah. Oh, that sounds interesting. Space Engineers and Turing Complete. In game terms, Turing Complete is helping me learn the logic gates. That's cool. Are you looking to get into like programming and stuff, or is it just something you wanted to learn just kind of for your own satisfaction? Expand your sphere of knowledge a little bit. I like that stuff, that kind of stuff. I've been playing. Actually, I've been going kind of retro with my gaming the past little while. I was playing Sonic Origins, which is a wonderful sort of remaster of the classic Sonic games. They have a campaign mode that lets you play through the original 5 games, all the way up to Sonic CD. And I've been playing that, which is pretty cool. I got back into FTL, Faster Than Light, which is kind of a roguelike Star Trek-y game, which I just love. You basically just manage a spaceship and have to make your way to the other end of the universe, and, you know, with an urgent medical supplies or something. I can't remember, but it's fun. I like it a lot. What else have I been playing? Oh, and I started playing Far Cry 2, or replaying, I should say, which I originally played back on the PS3 and really enjoyed. And it occurred to me, hey, I wonder how this would look on the new PC. So I put it on the new PC. It took a little finagling to get it to work. I needed to replace a DLL and stuff, but it wasn't too much trouble once we kind of poked around a bit. Fired it up, cranked up all the graphical options, put it in 4K, and it looks beautiful. I mean, it's still dated, obviously. It's still 2008 level graphics, but it looks phenomenal. Like, really, really good. So, yeah, so enjoying revisiting that one after, like, literally 17 years or however long it's been. But, yeah, Sonic Mania is also on my actually, I have both installed on the PlayStation 5. So... Borderlands 3, I need to get back to Borderlands as well. I'm in the middle of playing the pre-sequel. I enjoyed the first one. I loved the second one. The second one was so good. Enjoying the pre-sequel so far, but it doesn't quite have the same magic for me as the others. Looking forward to Borderlands 3, for sure. I have that one as well. And I liked the movie. I know a lot of people shat on it, but I thought it was fun. I laughed my butt off. Of course, I was really high at the time, too. Maybe that helped, but I enjoyed it. I don't know. People just need to chill. Have fun. You're gifted a galaxy. So was I. From Scully, no less. I mainly use it for calling or AirPod music listening to ignore weirdos on the bus. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a music player for sure, yeah. That's the main shite with Oregon. A lot of OG drug heads. I don't mean weed. Yeah, we have a lot of stoners. Most are productive. We have a massive issue right now with heavy fentanyl and meth users. Yeah, everybody keeps going on about fentanyl. I've never heard of any issues with fentanyl here. Meth, yes, especially down in Victoria and in the downtown area here, but fentanyl, I don't know. I've never really heard anything about it until you know who started going on and on about it. But whoa, really? I didn't know that. I mean, I can see why some people may not have liked it, because tonally it is quite different from the other two. In particular, it taking place largely in a vacuum, so you have to be wary of your air and stuff like that. But yeah, absolutely play Timothy in particular. I honestly don't remember who I'm playing as. Hopefully Timothy. But I'll have to get back to that. Okay, cats seem to be quiet. I think we can do something now. Alright, they seem to be chill. I'm just going to have a quick smoke, and then we'll see if we can bang out one or two more before bed. Just getting over a cold, too. I was just on the last leg of it when we did the big package opening, or the big unboxing of Mum's collection the other day. Still feeling remnants of it, but otherwise on the mend. I wasn't huge on the Borderlands, but I didn't hate it like some did. I will say I hated almost every scene of Jack Black as Claptrap. You know what? You're going to hate this. Jack Black as Claptrap was one of my favorite parts of the movie. There was a couple scenes in there. I had to pause the movie. I was laughing so hard. There's a scene with a flower. That's all I'm going to say. But the scene with the flower, I died. Absolutely died when I first saw that. Of course, I was high as fuck, too. So I'm sure that contributed. But it just... See, I never hated Melissa McCarthy. I don't get where all this Melissa McCarthy hate came from out of nowhere. But, I don't know. I always liked her, too. Maybe I just like stupid, goofy humor. I don't know. Is that such a crime? Play the same thing over and over. Well, I wouldn't say Claptrap was quite the same, you know. But, I mean, whatever. I just like his style of humor, I guess, you know. I think because, to me, he feels very Canadian. And, you know what I mean? Like, Canadian humor tends to be kind of zany a lot of the time. So, it's just, I don't know. I like it, so... And also, Jack is a real one. You know, like, have you ever seen him in, like, interviews and stuff? Like, he's a pretty straight-up guy. You know? I like him as a person, but I also enjoy his humor. So, I don't know. Kate Blanchett? I thought... Yeah, I mean, it wasn't who you might normally pick for that character, certainly. But, I mean, it's Kate Blanchett. I mean, she can play anything, you know? And I thought, I mean, it seemed to me she was having a lot of fun with the role. And I didn't have a particular problem with seeing her kicking a lot of ass, you know? I mean, Queen Kate. I don't know. I'll talk about it whenever I get around to the update. I've got I think I have a stack of things... movies and shows based on video games. Or so I kind of theme my updates, as you know. So Borderlands will be one of those, and I'll do a little sort of mini review. Well, yeah, I mean, I won't argue with that. Jonker says she's sexy as hell, though, in it. True. I thought I love Jamie Lee Curtis's character. Rose and I particularly enjoyed how, like, neurospicy she was, which I thought was appropriate for Tannis. Of course, in the games, Tannis is just, like, full-on psychotic, but they downplayed that a little bit and just went more sort of with the quirkiness, which I thought was fine. I didn't have a problem with that, but, yeah. Ed and Eddie. It's funny, a lot of people love that one. I've never seen it. Like, I think I saw it a little bit when it was originally on, but, yeah. I hear licking again. Kate did look a lot like the character as well, that's true. Well, yeah, absolutely, the hair in particular, and, you know. I don't know, I thought it was fun seeing her in a role that is so atypical for her, and I'm sure that's why she did it too, was because, you know, she was kind of cast against type. She often plays these very elegant and, you know, almost regal, literally regal characters. She played the Queen in a couple of movies about the Queen, but you know, and Galadriel and stuff like that is very queen-like, and, you know, I thought it was just fun seeing her in such a different kind of role from what we normally see her as, you know, so, I don't know. To be fair, if you haven't seen a lot of Melissa's later films, like Identity Thief, The Boss, Tammy, Spy, all just cringe, 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 cringe. So you didn't like them, is what you're saying. I have not seen a ton of her filmography. I've seen, a few things here and there, and I didn't have any particular issues with her, so I don't know. Maybe that will change when I see more of her films. It probably won't, because I don't know. Kind of, yeah. It is kind of like that, like Texas, the Wild West. It's got a very Wild West flavor to it. I felt like it kind of had a post-apocalyptic, almost Mad Max flavor to it as well, which I like. I like that vibe. I played the Mad Max game recently, did a full playthrough of that, and loved it. Absolutely loved it. So good. The one that came out in 2015, tie-in with Fury Road. Such a good game. And I noticed Furiosa actually references quite a lot of material from the game, so it's basically canon. I mean, it was always meant to be canon, but it seems to have been cemented into canon with Furiosa. So it's pretty cool. We're gonna get some water and we'll do some stuff. Well, we're starting to knock the pile of discs on the desk down a little bit, which is good. Now, let's do another one. Whoa. Extreme zoom. There we go. Alright, here we go. Oh, hey, Quack. Yes, still awake. Barely. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another Timey-Wimey Tuesday DVD update. Yes, DVD. I do still buy DVDs occasionally because some things are only available on DVD, so what else are you going to do? Last time, you might recall, we took a look at a whole stack of DVD editions of the old Mythmakers series from Real-Time Pictures, being re-released in a series of compilation DVDs called The Doctors. Well, I got a few more in that big fire sale that Real-Time Pictures had, and that's what we're going to talk about today. More editions of The Doctors and a few other special presentations from Real-Time Pictures today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Welcome back. Alrighty, so first off, another edition of The Doctors. We have, let's just take the glasses off because I need to take them off to read. We have Monsters. Yeah. So this one is a collection of, what is this one? Oh, we got 6 programs. We got 5 interviews and a special documentary that came out way back in the 80s called I Was a Doctor Who Monster. So it's a collection of interviews with various actors who played Doctor Who monsters in the classic series. And that one is hosted by the 7th Doctor himself, Sylvester McCoy. How cool is that? And then we got 5 more interviews. We got one with Ray Cusick, who was the original designer of the Daleks, and actually designed a lot of sets and so forth for the classic series, especially in the 60s era. Cy Town, who was one of the original Dalek operators. Michael Wisher, Davros himself, the original Davros. David Banks, the cyber leader from all of the 80s stories. And Jack Pitt, who was Monster Man. I have no idea what that one's from. So it says, meet a menagerie of people who played monsters as diverse as Vord, Daleks, Cyberman, Yeti, Fish People, and Marshmen. The list is endless. There you go. Hosted by Nicholas Briggs. Yeah, Nicholas Briggs mainly. And then that one by with Sylvester McCoy. So that's pretty cool. Great stuff. So we got Doctor Who, monsters. And there's been a lot of monsters in Doctor Who over the years, so they did a follow-up volume called More Monsters. So it says, this time around we have 6 documentaries with Nabil Shaban, yes, Syl himself, Christopher Ryan, who played Kiv, who was kind of Syl's boss in the Trial of a Time Lord, General Stahl, and Commander Stark, couple of Sontarans, I believe. Stahl and Stark. Yeah, they always have names for the Stontarans. Then we have Stephen Thorne, legendary Stephen Thorne. Who did he play? Oh, only Omega in the 3 Doctors, Azal in the Demons, and Eldrad in the Hand of Fear. The male Eldrad, specifically. Then we have Terry Malloy, the other Davros, and he was in most of the 80s ones and has done quite a lot of the audio adventures as well. And we got the legendary Stuart Fell, who was also a stuntman, and what a great name for a stuntman, Stuart Fell. Yes, he did very well. That's why we keep hiring him. And John Davey, and it just says, who have both played monsters too numerous to list. Wow, that's great. And it's presented by Robert Dick, Christopher Ryan, and the voice of the Daleks himself, Nicholas Briggs. Nicholas Briggs is one of the founding fathers of, well, Big Finish Productions, of course, but also Real Time Pictures, his first big project. Then we have The Doctors in Print. Yeah, so this is all about the books, I believe. Target Books, yeah. 6 documentaries with, we got one with Nigel Robinson, writer. Andrew Skilleter, legendary Doctor Who artist. Did so many book covers, video covers, posters, all kinds of stuff. Plus a galaxy of creatives from the Target Books team, Virgin Publishing, and Telos Publishing. Telos Publishing is a fan-based one that did kind of a lot of unofficial stuff, a lot of side stories and things like that. Very cool. And once again, presented by Nicholas Briggs and Robert Dick. And there you go. And by the way, if you want to get any of these, if they're still available, they do go in and out of print fairly often. I'll include a link to Real Time Pictures' website in the description down below. An absolute treasure trove of stuff, especially if you're a fan of the classic series. Next up, this is not an episode of Mythmakers. This is a special documentary they did featuring the man himself, Tom Baker, interviewing Tom Baker. Yes, this came out, so we have Who on Earth is Tom Baker? This was kind of a tie-in to Tom Baker's autobiography that came out around the same time. There's also an audio adaptation, or an audiobook of the book read by Tom himself. So this is an accompanying documentary. It's not like a straight-up adaptation of the autobiography, but it's Tom interviewing himself and telling just a whole bunch of wonderful stories about his life and stuff like that. It's just an hour-long special, and it's an absolute delight. If you like Tom Baker, this is an absolute must. When did this come out originally? I'm not sure when it originally came out. Sometime in the early 90s, I know that. But yeah, this is, I watched this as soon as it came in. I couldn't wait. I've been wanting to see that for years, and it's an absolute hoot. Next up, I mentioned this particular celebration of all things Doctor Who when I did the update a couple weeks ago showing the season 20 set, and I was talking about how during the 20th anniversary season they had some massive celebrations of all things Doctor Who, not the least of which was a huge event at Longleat Castle, and they thought they'd get, you know, a couple thousand people maybe. They got way more than that. They got, like, what was it? Yeah, oh yeah. The BBC expected 10,000 people a day. They got 30,000. People came in from all over the world to go to this thing. So what this is a definitive documentary all about the event at Longleat Castle to celebrate 20 years of Doctor Who. This was the biggest Doctor Who celebration that had ever been done up to that point. It had everybody who was anybody in the series who could make it. All the doctors were there. A lot of other cast and crew, and they were showing classic episodes in like a special projection tent. They had John Leeson doing the voice of K9, directing the crowds. It's like, please go to the line over here, and then, you know, just driving Nicholas Briggs crazy apparently because he was trying to like record the audio of the Doctor Who episode that was being shown in the tent. Anyway, it's a wonderful documentary full of all kinds of fascinating bits about this legendary event, and absolute must view. Now, one thing kind of odd, it says all new DVD special feature, all 5 Doctor panels. And, well, there's no special features on this. It says it's 160 minutes long. It is not. It is actually only an hour-long special. But, so I don't know if there used to be another edition with more stuff on it, or if they just, like, were really, like, I don't know, not paying attention when they wrote the copy. It also says it's region 2 and 4, but I don't think it's region coded at all, actually. But, anyway, despite the confusing information on the package, this is a great documentary. And if you want even more from Longleat 83, they did a second volume as well. Longleat 83, The Lost Footage. So this is even more stuff from the event. This one is legitimately like about 2 hours, two plus hours of stuff. Yeah, and it's great. So it's just even more material from the Longleat event. So these are absolute must-haves if you're interested in classic Who, and in particular in this big event. There's also some special features on the season 20 set. That, can you see the season 20? Yeah, you can see it. The season 20 set as well that cover Longleat as well. So very cool collection. And that is it for this one. It's kind of a shorter one this week. What can I say? But some great stuff. So that basically completes my collection of the Doctors. You want to see how big the whole set is? Hold on a sec. Hang on. So over the course of this entire collection, we have, I haven't done a full count, but there's at least probably about 120 hour-long interviews with Doctor Who cast and crew. So if you're absolutely obsessed with the making of the classic series like I am, you'll want to get these if you can. As I say, they do go in and out of print fairly often. But once again, I'll include a link to Real Time Pictures website down below. Hold on a sec here. There. And we'll put these ones up here as well. And there we go. That is quite a collection. Holy moly. I actually, if I just angle up a bit, you can see it. Can you see it up there? There we go. Look at that. Isn't that's mental. It takes up almost an entire shelf just for those. Wow. But think of it this way, though. Like, remember I was talking about how these were originally released on... Sorry to yell in your ear there. These were originally released on VHS, and I'm sure there are people out there who collected those. So, you know, each one of these discs has 5 or 6 interviews on it. They're usually 2-disc sets. They have 5 or 6 interviews on them. They used to be sold individually as VHS tapes. So you get 1 per tape. VHS tapes. Like, can you imagine, like, having that amount of VHS tapes? Like, it would be this whole damn shelf. Just for the Mythmakers collection. So it's really quite nice that they re-released them in these handy-dandy, compact... What am I crushing here? Oh, no, nothing. DVD collections. Anyway, that is it from me to you for now. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and sayonara. Alright. The Handmaid's Tale. I haven't seen that one. I know the one you're talking about, though. I did see the old movie of The Handmaid's Tale. I remember that was quite good. Yes, John, behind the scenes goodness. You would probably love these too. The Doctor's Collection. It's a great set. I hate the fact though that you can probably see here all the spines align perfectly, except for this one. This is the More Monsters collection, and it doesn't quite line up because the title's a little longer. Maybe I should put that one at the end or something, but I want to have the monsters together. Oh no, sorry, it's not the More Monsters, it's Heroes and Villains. There was a Heroes disc, a Villains disc, and then a Heroes and Villains disc. Yeah. Kind of annoying. Oh well. Anyway. So we've done 3. 3 so far. Coffee time. It's more like bedtime. Ugh. That's good though. Like at least doing the Doctors and the big collection sets. That's a good stack. Finished. That gives us enough material between those and the 2 package openings for 2.5 timey-wimey Tuesdays. Excellent. See, once we get through the package openings, basically the way I want to do it is like have an update for like the day, like the first video, and then have like either a package opening or a closer look for the second video. So every Tuesday we'll have 2 Doctor Who or British sci-fi related videos, right? So that's the idea. So yeah. So I can just kind of leave everything where it is, and then it's all set for tomorrow or later today, and we can just kind of pick up where we left off. Yeah. Well, not for much longer, Funk. I think I'm out of steam. We've been going 8.5 hours. Had some really good conversation tonight. Some old friends and familiar faces coming back, which is always nice to see. We've seen a lot of folks from many years in the past return to the fold. That's good. It feels like everything's falling back into place, you know, after being away from it all for so long. Can I do the zoom thing? Hold on. There we go. And then there. Just so we zoom in a little closer. Isn't that neat? AI zoom. It's not very smart, but you know, is good stuff. Did I film a lot? I filmed three videos. Yeah, the first one was a long one. There was quite a lot to go into. Second one was long-ish, and the last one wasn't as long. It wasn't as much, but that's okay. They don't all have to be 45 minutes long. But a lot of the start of it was just kind of figuring out the angles and the lighting and stuff, which was a pain in the ass. There we go. Go. And power that off. How's our battery looking here? Okay, that one's almost finished charging, I think. And I'll put this one on to charge overnight, and then we'll have 2 full batteries to start off with tomorrow. Anyone wondering what camera that is? It's a Canon EOS R5. It's a pretty high-end camera, but I wanted something a little more, you know, robust that I could do more with. I could do movies with this, in theory. I might. But let's get through all the Blu-ray updates first. Yeah. That's a nice chunk of change on the end. Oh, the Canon? Yeah, it is not a cheap camera. And you got to buy the lenses separately. So a lot of the listings you'll find are just for the camera itself, and then you got to get lenses. So I got 3 different lenses for it. The one I'm using is just kind of a fairly basic one. It's got a limited zoom range. I don't really need to zoom in much, but it's got a pretty good focal length on it. I also have a macro lens to get like stupidly close. Probably going to use those for some of the closer looks. Like, let's look at every molecule of the packaging. Then I've got another one which has basically just 0 focal length. It just kind of focuses into infinity. And, you know, don't really use that one much. That's one I don't know, I might use if I'm like out or something and just don't want to be messing with the focus constantly. But, yeah. And then I have a polarizing lens on the front of it just to kind of help reduce glare from the lights and the reflections off the plastic and stuff. So, yeah. And I record, it's capable of recording in up to 8K, 30 frames per second. I record in 4K, 60 frames per second. So this new batch of YouTube videos are going to look real pretty. So, what is this? WWE fans boost. What is it? Oh, John Cena. I actually watched that, by the way. I watched the heel turn moment, the big thing where he turned on Cody, and I see that The Rock is a heel again, and yeah, that was a fun little scene. Whoa. But I think that's something. Is that something that John Cena's been wanting to do for a while, because he never really got to be a heel. So, yeah. And what wasn't it like the rumor that they were pushing was that it was Cody that was going to turn heel. So then when Cena turned heel, everyone just lost their minds. That's fun. That's fun. So I see why you guys like WWE. It's like a superhero soap opera. Great stuff. But he said he wanted to be a bad guy before he left. Got you. Oh, I guess if he's retiring, yeah, he wants to kind of get his heel turn in while he still can, and then he's done that. You know, been there, done that. So yeah, they thought Cody would turn. Nice. But Cody was betrayed. I did not know that Travis Scott was now in the WWE. That was a bit of a surprise. I wasn't expecting that. Like, oh, is that the Travis Scott? Yeah, it is. He's like, I don't know what he's like, some shaman guy or something. He was like burning sage and everything. Like, yes, Rock. Go fuck yourself. See, that's a nice thing about WWE not being on network television anymore also. They can cuss now, which is great. It's just going to make the shit talk even better, I think. He's been a huge... Who has? Oh, Travis. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, it's like back in the 80s. They'd have like movie stars show up for some event or something. So I see it as kind of just the same thing, you know. The celebrity du jour. You know, like all the times they had Mr. T on, you know. Classic. I have a clip, which was it from 1984, I think. Anyway, it was a clip before the very first WrestleMania, and it was Hulk and Mr. T versus Roddy Piper and the other guy. I can never remember who the other guy is. Anyway, it was basically a promo, just the two of them shit talking each other and stuff like that, and it was just fun. I'll dig that out and show it to you in a Discord at some point. Just throw it into one of our Discord screenings. And I do have a full episode of the Saturday Main Event from shortly before WrestleMania 3, I think. It was one of like the sort of key events leading up to that. And that was the one where it was the Mega Powers. And the Mega Powers broke up. And it was Hulk Hogan versus Randy Savage. Because Randy Savage thought Hulk was trying to take Miss Elizabeth away from him. And it shattered the Mega Powers and then led into their big showdown in WrestleMania 3. So it was a big deal at the time because they were like the a power team for a while there, and then to have them split up right before WrestleMania, like, oh my god, that was like the Cena heel turn of its day, you know, like it just blew everybody's minds. So yeah, so that one I still need to capture. I thought I had captured it, but I did not apparently. So Yeah, and as I get back into going through the VHS tapes, I'll be sure to grab any random bits and pieces. I'm sure I have like snippets of shows and stuff on there too. So wasn't WrestleMania 3? Well, okay, whichever one it was. I don't know all 8,000 WrestleManias. Maybe it was WrestleMania 4. I don't know. It was like 1989 or 88. Yeah, it was late 88, if that makes any sense. Or no, February 89? I think it was around February 89. Yeah. Because I think the reason I ended up recording it was because something else was on before or after it, and I just ended up recording it kind of accidentally. Or I was recording something else, and that came on, and I think I was watching it with a bunch of people. And I just left the tape running, so I just ended up. Or was it the fifth one? Okay, it was number 5. Never mind. Showing my lack of knowledge, but anyway, it's just kind of cool because it's from that '80s era, which was like a big, heyday for WrestleMania, when it was still the World Wrestling Federation, the WWF. Yeah. The old days. So, anyway, I'll let you guys know. Yeah, the World Wildlife Fund. Yeah, fuck those guys. Who the hell ever heard of them until they sued WWF? You know? What assholes. Like, that was so shitty, and especially shitty that they lost when it was like, which one was the bigger brand? Like, let's be honest here. So ridiculous. I saw the Dell. I haven't seen it, so I have no thoughts. We do need to get back to screenings. I mean, I've been wanting to get some stuff in the can, like as far as like videos going, and once I kind of get that settled, then we can get more, actively into the screenings and stuff. As yeah, we definitely need to get back to that. Do our midnight movie madness that only Krolatin shows up to. He's the only person awake. But let's see, since it changed in 2001, was it right after the biggest era? Oh, the Attitude Era. Yeah, I know JL is a big fan of that. He's always talking about that. It's like, they need to bring back the Attitude Era. Do you like any Category 3 films? I've only just started to explore those, so I don't really have a ton to say about them just yet. But I did pick up as much as I could, because they're all out of print now, the Redemption Films collection from Kino Lorber. So that's a lot of, it's not specifically Category 3, but it's like from that era, like 70s exploitation horror and erotic horror. I did pick up, there was a set that Shout Factory put out recently, the first Golden Harvest collection. I know there's some Category 3 titles on that, and I thought I got another one. One of the the Daae Gothic collection. Yeah, I got that one too. I think that has one Category 3 title on it. Basically the Asian video nasties, but it's something I've been wanting to explore more. I know they put out a nice set of the Erotic Ghost Story trilogy. That one I'd really like to pick up as well, to kind of add in to that collection. I've also been picking up a lot of Indicators 4K remasters of Jean Rollins films, which, again, are not specifically Category 3, but they're, again, from that era. And I have watched a few of those, and I like them quite a bit. I find generally those sort of erotic horrors are kind of hit and miss. Like, some of them are definitely better than others. I've seen a bunch of Jess Franco's films. Not so much as straight up erotic ones. I do have a few of them, like Lorna the Exorcist, and I said there was another one. I can't remember. I picked up a bunch of them recently. I need to like properly sit down and go through them. But yeah, it's definitely something that I'm interested in exploring more, because it's all new to me, you know, and it's more facets of horror to enjoy. With lots of boobs. And who doesn't like lots of boobs? The Hellraiser films are indeed on 4K. They put the first 4 out. Hold on a second. Yeah, here we go. Ta-da! It's the first 4 films from Arrow. You can't really read that, but anyway. This is the limited edition Pinhead box. Quite nice. So I got that as an upgrade for the first 3, which, I got the Crimson box a while back. You see a little better there? Yeah, kind of. And then this also includes the 4th one, which never got a Blu-ray release before. So you might still be able to get this edition if you go to Arrow's website. That's where I got it from. So, yeah, check it out. I have not opened it yet, because I'm going to open it in a video. I've got a shit ton of box sets that we're going to do that with. So this is one of them. So the other reason I want to get through all the Doctor Who and like the non-horror stuff is because I got just a ridiculous amount of additions to the horror collection, and I'm gonna do closer looks at basically all of them. You'll probably see all those around Halloween at this rate. So, yeah, it's Arrow. Arrow put out the first 4 on 4K. The collection on DVD and Blu-ray. Yeah. There's a few others are on Blu-ray individually, as you probably know. And then some of them still just kind of have like editions, like not really spectacular, but like a lot of the direct-to-video ones and stuff. Yeah, Arrow's awesome. So it says, Ryan says, you should look into Devil Fetus. It's a Category 3 version of Poltergeist and The Exorcist. Okay. The Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray is coming out on the 28th. Alright, nice. I'll have to check that out. I haven't looked... I picked up quite a lot of Vinegar Syndrome stuff around Halloween last year as well. So, I'll... I'm probably not going to be able to buy a lot in the near future, but, should be getting some more money before probably by the end of the summer. So it's probably going to be like another Halloween blitz where I'll get caught up on a bunch of the stuff that I had to put off the rest of the year. But it won't be anything like last year, though. Last year was filling in like 10 years worth of gaps in the collection. This time it'll just be like, what came out this year? So, yeah. Sailor Suit and Machine Gun. Yeah. Yeah, they've been, I got really, like, trying to support the boutique labels a lot more because they really do go all out. And it's great to see a lot of these obscure films, especially things like Category 3 and the old video nasties and whatnot, and stuff from those eras getting the deluxe treatment, just the absolute royal treatment, stuff that normally, if you were lucky, you might have been able to see it in like a heavily cut down bargain bin release, But here you actually get them beautifully restored, sometimes in 4K, loads of extras, and it's great. Yes, boutique labels, unless they're fascist American brands. I don't know. I mean, Severin Films is really killing it lately. They put out some pretty amazing sets over the past few years. They just put out a second volume of House of Psychotic Women that I really want to pick up, because I have the book and the first volume, and that is an amazing, amazing set. Love the boutiques, yeah. Also, I mean, in non video news, but in comic book news, I still need to pick up the last volume of the Micronauts, the omnibus. I got all 3 volumes of ROM. I got the first 2 volumes of Micronauts. I just need the last one. So we'll see how funds go in the next little while. That one's kind of a priority. I don't want to miss it. It would suck to have 5 of the 6, He lives by night. 80s Hong Kong comedy horror giallo. Nice. Luke, Razor Wire Ryan, has actually gotten like hardcore into Hong Kong cinema. He's been really enjoying exploring that, and he's shown me recommended a few to me. I actually got a really rare one. Here, I'll show you. Where is it here? They're all buried back there. Anyway. Yeah, they're all buried right now. Anyway, it was called Future Cops. Have you heard of that one? It was basically the first ever Street Fighter, like based on the video game, live action movie, but unofficial. So it's not really Street Fighter, but it's Street Fighter. Anyway, I forget what company it was put it out, but there was a company put it out. I managed to get it even with the slipcover. I couldn't believe it. Super limited edition, sold out almost immediately. There was this one little hole-in-the-wall place, had a few copies left. Luke pointed me to it, and I managed to snag it. But it's this kind of notorious film because it was very unlicensed, and they're so obviously doing Street Fighter. And the thing is, it's actually a lot of fun and hilarious and just kind of batshit crazy. So, yeah, Future Cops. If you can find it, good fun. Just watched the trailer for Doom: The Dark Ages. Oh, you hadn't seen it yet? Yeah, that looks pretty awesome. That's a series I need to get back to. Also, is Doom, because we played what is it? Doom 3 for the first time. That was fun. I enjoyed that. And then, and we played Doom 64 before. What are you doing, Church? Like turning into a pretzel. Yeah. I'm actually horribly behind on Cobra Kai. I've only seen the first 2 seasons. Loved it. Just drifted away from it and didn't get back to it. So now that it's done, I'll probably sit down and just binge it all. But really liked what I saw. That was great. Really, really solid follow-up to Karate Kid. And I love how it kind of addressed a lot of things that fans have been debating for years. And finally, confirmed or what have you. Like the whole thing about Daniel's crane kick being an illegal move, and how, it's kind of turning the tables between Who was the real bully? Was it Johnny, or was it you know, what's his face? But I like that. I like that it kind of played around with that. Allie was the real bully. Yeah. But yeah, fun stuff. But yeah, I've really come to enjoy exploring the boutique labels. They do some great releases. Umbrella Entertainment, Australian company, has been doing some amazing stuff too. I picked up their Art Attack collection of the Terrifier films. I actually went with their big set of Caligula, the Malcolm McDowell one, which has like 5 cuts of the movie or something. It's the most definitive set that's ever been put out. Yeah, is that Never Ending Story release. Yeah, that was a little too much for me. Also, I was thinking, where the hell am I going to put that thing? It's such a beast of a set. But, yeah, so I passed on that one for now. But, man, I got a lot of other big sets, so I'm good. Oh, their Super Mario Brothers set is pretty amazing too. Of the movie, the live action movie, it's crazy. They even have like the full length work print in it, which has like a half an hour of extra footage in it. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And it has the script. Yeah, it's got like tons of stuff in it. Hardcover book of like production photos and sketches and behind the scenes stuff. It's very thorough. And the work print has actually been restored and is in HD. The movie is in 4K. So, yeah, the Super Mario Brothers movie. Of all things to get the deluxe treatment, but there it is. Yeah, the Hell House set. I got the Hell House set as well. Yeah, that was another one. I love that series has got more attention. I always thought it was a pretty solid found footage series. And I think there's actually 4. Is there 4 movies? I can't remember. Let me take a look here. I think that one is accessible. Yeah. This is it here. Yeah. Very hard to see because it's so dark, but you can kind of see it there. Hell House. There we go. Is it 3? I thought there was 4. Yeah, there's 4. There's actually 4 movies. There's Hell House, Hell House 2, The Abaddon Hotel, Hell House 3, Lake of Fire, and Hell House Origins, The Carmichael Manor. So, yeah. I watched the first 3 of these on streaming a while back and really enjoyed them. I have not seen the 4th one. But I'm a sucker for anything that's set in like a fun house or a haunt type location like that. So, yeah, it was great. Season 6, episode 10. Cobra Kai is brutally violent, and even a little gory. But it delivered with the brutal fights. Excellent. Well, sounds good. Need the Super Mario Brothers set. Yeah. I would have liked a file of the movie to take with me when I'm forced to go on family vacations. The Mario Brothers movie. Well, how's it going, church? I heard you digging to China in the litter over there. How you doing, buddy? Oh, did you go a hop? Yeah, there you go. How you doing? You've been pretty good tonight. Well, except for that, like, hour where you went absolutely batshit crazy after having the tuna. But for the most part, you've been pretty good tonight. Yeah. I have a happy loaf by my feet. to have files on the go when you're forced to leave your physical collection on the go. That's why I go for the combo packs. Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I do rips of DVDs and Blu-rays all the time, but I mean, for me, it's either for convenience or because it's an older release and I just want to preserve the data, you know. Like, just last week, just kind of on a whim, I had Brave Star on the brain, so I ripped my entire series of Brave Star from the old BCI Eclipse sets. I had a rip from archive.org just because I wasn't able to rip discs for a while there. But I thought, no, let's just rip it from my own set, and it'll be much nicer quality. And also, it's an older set. I mean, that set's like 20 years old. So, or almost, no, like 15 years old? 20, no, 20. It's like 20 years old. So, you know, I want to make sure I don't lose the data. So I'll probably do that with some other sets eventually. Plus, I wanted to watch it again. Love Brave Star. Renting it on VHS. Actually, when I was going through Mom's collection, she had the VHSs of Neverending Story 1 and 2. The original releases. Whew. Which is pretty cool. There's actually a lot of classic stuff in there. Also some really old VHS releases. Pretty cool. Karate Warrior. Oh, really? Those can be fun. I mean, just this past month, after watching Furiosa for the first time, I was kind of in a post-apocalyptic wasteland mood. So I had bought a bunch of them on Blu-ray and 4K and watched a whole bunch of like the Italian sort of Mad Max knockoff films. And some of them are actually really good. They're not quite on the same level as the Mad Max ones, of course. But you know, they're good in their own way. They're fun. I enjoyed them. See, those have been getting Blu-rays. There's been a bunch of those. One of them I got was even in 4K, 2020 Texas Gladiators. That one looked really good. But, yeah, good times. I love all the Italian knockoff stuff. It's just so much fun. Yeah, probably the next big thing I want to really rebuild in the collection is Giallo. Get more Giallos in there. I did pick up all the 4Ks of Argento's films, though. Nice to finally have those back in the collection in some form. Does it make MQV? What do you mean it's having issues with Macs? You just need the Mac version, if there is one. It's like the easiest program to use. Just make sure you're using the Mac version. I don't even know if there is a Mac version. But, I use it on PC. I actually like Make MKV so much that I bought it. I actually paid for a full license on it, so. Which only goes as far as one computer, even though I have it on both computers, but, yeah. But apparently you can just get new beta codes or trial codes or whatever and get like another 30 days for free or whatever. There's no, you just have to put in a new code once in a while. Yep, that is correct. Yeah, Doomsday, Neil Marshall is the guy you're thinking of, director. Yeah. Yeah, Doomsday is pretty, I reviewed that a number of years back. Yeah, I like his stuff. At the time, I was chatting with Axel Carolyn on Twitter, who is a frequent collaborator of his. and she also directs as well. So, but at the time she was mainly acting, and she was in Doomsday, and was she in The Descent? I can't remember if she was in The Descent, but she was in. It was called Centurion. Was another one of his. Think about a Roman centurion. But did he? Wait a minute. He did Dog Soldiers as well. God, I've had that on my shelf forever, and I still haven't watched it. I should really watch that one. Everybody tells me it's great. Daniel, that's the name I was thinking of. Daniel LaRusso. Gets his face cut up by the bully in the first one in a fight and says, "Fuck you" to the bully and being knocked out. I'm not lying. That's how brutal Italy made it. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, when does Italy ever pull punches? I mean, their stuff. I mean, some of the Mad Max knockoffs I watched were like pretty brutally violent, like people's like faces exploding and stuff like that. It was crazy, but it was great. It was awesome. I loved the ridiculous over the topness of some of the violence. You know, like it just made it more fun. They all kind of blend together now because I watched a bunch of them back to back. But what did I watch? I watched that one. I watched Endgame. I remember Endgame being pretty good. Finally watched the new Barbarians. Enzo G. Castellari. That was a fun one. Really liked that one a lot. What else? Wheels of Fire. That one was pretty good. Equalizer 2000. That one was a hoot. Big muscly guy with a big mega gun. It's fun. Well, I think he's just coming back for that one jail, or the two-parter or whatever. But yeah, I think he's gonna be like a Doom variant. Oh, jeepers! Careful. Be nice, kitties. Be nice. Got a kitty stare down here. What are you doing? Calm down, you two. Their eyes are locked. Eclipse is like, what the fuck, dude? Okay, alright. Back to being loafs. Wasn't by a knife. The bully cut his face by kicking and punching him, but still. Oh, and Daniel was kidnapped by them in that scene. Wow, brutal. Well, yeah, that's not coming back, dude. We've talked about this. I agree that that should be an option. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say, like, never say never. They might bring it back. I mean, it all depends really how movie theaters are doing. And I mean, my understanding is movie theaters aren't doing too well right now, ever since the pandemic. So, I mean, and also with the economy tanking, I don't know, unless they just drop prices down to a fucking nickel again, I can't see anybody being able to afford to go to the movies. It's such a luxury that you can't eat the food. Oh, like in the theater? Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, I think maybe we might see that come back in some form, or some movies might just premiere on streaming. I mean, we are seeing more movies premiering on streaming, ones that I was kind of surprised that I thought would get theatrical releases, but they just go straight to streaming, you know. So, I don't know. Sitting there, well, why are you watching them eat their food? Watch the movie. I mean, that's part of the movie-going experience, dude, is you go and you get a big, obscenely huge bag of popcorn and a drink and some chocolates, maybe a hot dog or nachos. I mean, it's part of the experience, you know. Apple Vision. What is it? Apple Vision Pro's VR headsets make stuff available for those platforms. Oh, okay. And you watch them in like a virtual theater. Dog tags. No, I don't know that one. It's funny because I bought a shit ton of Vinegar Syndrome titles this past few months, and you haven't named a single one of them. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty sizable label, especially when you get into a lot of their side labels that they distribute. I did pick up a couple of their erotic ones, one of their Melusine ones through the Looking Glass. The packaging on those is gorgeous, by the way. And I also picked up Dracula Sucks, which had to have for the Dracula collection. I didn't realize that those two are like full-on pornos. Like they are full, legit, 100% triple X pornos. Because I recognized a lot of the stars in them from like porn that I used to watch when I was like in my 20s, like from the 80s. And I'm like, wait a minute, that guy's a porn actor. Like, wait a minute, that guy's a porn actor. That girl's a porn actor. Why is it all porn actors? Oh my god, it's a porno. Which I just thought was hilarious. So, yeah. Good thing I didn't put that on for family viewing night, you know. $60. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like when Rose and I go to the movies, it's usually about that, like $50-$60 between admission and food. It's so expensive, you know. Oh, is that, you want furry porn? No, just Dracula porn. Yeah. Oh, I did pick up the 4Ks of Andy Warhol. Speaking of erotic horror, Andy Warhol's two forays into horror: Flesh for Frankenstein, which also includes the 3D version, which is pretty cool, and Blood for Dracula, both starring Udo Kier, very young, handsome Udo Kier. Yes, but finally picked those up. Very, very nice editions. One was from Vinegar Syndrome, one was from Severin, I think. So, yeah. So, another reason I want to get through the updates, because all of those are box sets that I haven't opened yet, and I want to do on camera to do closer looks. Yeah. And then I can watch the movies. So. Best Fox's furry porn out there. Oh, you've been watching your Robin Hood porn again? Dog tags. 80s macaroni combat film about the Vietnam War. Oh, okay, that's probably why. It wasn't on my radar because it wasn't sort of the type of movie I was looking for at the time. When I was going nuts on Vinegar Syndrome, I was mainly looking for horror and like sci-fi type stuff and, 80s and 70s, things like that. So I kind of had like a specific MO, specific, types of movies I was looking for. So, so it was between that and the other other labels, and then just seeing whatever, new big deluxe editions were coming out and anything that caught my eye. But Great Italian Film is very seriously taken and not fun. It has a horror-like atmosphere. Okay, I might have to check that out then. I mean, some of them are like that. Some of them are just deadly serious, I mean, like a lot of the Giallo films are, very lacking in humor. They're just very, very serious. Holy shit, Cat, how much do you need to lick yourself in a day? You have problems, church. We're going to need to give you serious, deep treatment. Star Fox gives a whole new meaning to do a barrel roll. Do a butt roll. That doesn't surprise me. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed and close my door and turn all the blazing fans on so I don't hear the cats licking all night. Alright. But we got some videos filmed. Huzzah. And now that we kind of got the setup figured out, we can do some more. Hopefully we can just get right into it later today. So it'll probably be another late start stream, because, as you can probably already see, the sun is up. You can see me clearly now. That the day is, the clouds are gone. Anyway. So, I kind of need it to be dark to be filming at this angle. I used to have blackout curtains, but you can see what happened to them. Yeah. The cats happened to them. And, yeah. You'll probably be in bed. Well, I don't know. I mean, the sun goes down around 6:30. So, my time, which would be 9:30 your time on the East Coast. So, if I'm going to bed, probably by 9:30, I'll probably get up around 5:30. And if I just kind of hurry to get started, I could conceivably start streaming by 6:30, 7 o'clock my time. So we'll kind of shoot for that, and then we'll see how it goes. But yeah, not a bad night. Not a bad night. Didn't get as much filming done as I wanted, but at least we got something done, and that's important. Something is better than nothing. And I think we had a good stream, some good conversation, and yeah. Hey, thank you. I missed the sound. Anyway. Yeah, there's lots of different... I think there's still a bunch of gifts you guys haven't discovered. I did a whole shit ton of new alerts for different levels of bits, subs, gift subs, and donations. So there's different music, different graphics, different everything. So, yeah. Good luck. I don't even remember how high the tiers go, but yes, the Drunken Cartoon Fall, that's one of the high tier dono ones. I think it needs to be $200 or higher to get that one. Because, I mean, let's face it, it's an epic clip. But probably haven't seen the 1,000, 5,000, and 10,000 bits. Yes, there are some at those levels. You'll just have to find them. My God, church. drooling. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to get him a cone or something, because it's driving me nuts. Should have been clipping the... Well, yeah. Totally. You can do that, in theory. Alrighty, folks. I'm going to head to bed. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been fun. Let's do this again later today. And now that we kind of got everything set, we're going to make use of it while it's set. I'm going to move this, actually, just so it doesn't get knocked on the floor. Actually, yeah, hold on. There. I'll just put it there for now. And everything else can stay where it is. And we'll just pick up right where we left off later today. Oh, man. Weird arm hairs. Getting old. Church, put a sock in it. Jesus. Alright. Yeah, three. We did 3 tonight. We did the Doctor Who collection, and then we did the Doctor's collection, which was a big one. That was a huge stack of DVDs, so I'm actually really glad to get those done, because it gets them off my desk and onto the shelf where they belong. So I think the next ones we're going to do are, well, to get more specifically Doctor Who stuff done, we got the latest animated steelbooks. Got some spin-offs and upgrades. And Blake 7. Oh, yeah. Some good stuff. We are going to watch Blake 7 real soon, by the way. I've already ripped the entire set. Alright. See you next time, folks. Thanks for joining me. Until next time, sayonara. Oh, yeah, I guess you've never seen Blake 7, have you, Well, I'll be sure to schedule it, and not have it at midnight, so more people can join in. All right, later, everybody.